We invite teachers, so about once a month we have a teacher visiting. And we also have a weekly program. You can go on the web, yeshenorbu.se, check up on our weekly program. There's everything from mindfulness to yoga to courses like Discovering Buddhism and many others. So please do that. But this evening we're hosting Venerable Robina Courtin, and she has been coming to Sweden and Stockholm back when we used to be just a little study group for almost 10 years. And she's also one of the main reasons why this place is here. She was here 2 years ago and really energized me and all of us to get this started. And she is quite an amazing person. She travels. She doesn't have a home anymore. She just travels. She has a little carry-on bag and goes from place to place and teaches with an extreme urgency, I think, because she really feels that these are things that we need to hear and learn and implement in our lives. She's been the editor of the Mandala magazine. She started something called the Liberation Prison Project, helping prisoners across the world to do meditation and that kind of thing. She's also edited a large number of books. She keeps doing that still. Some of the books are here. And yeah, she's just a wonderful, wonderful teacher. And tonight she will share teachings from one of her main teachers, which is Lama Yeshe, who is also one of the founders of the FPMT, together with his student Lama Zopa. So Venerable was a student of Lama Yeshe's. He passed away in 1984, but the idea is to share some of his legacy and some of his teachings here tonight. And these teachings will also be streamed, so so you're aware. Let me know if you don't want to be part of the streaming. Maybe not ask questions if you don't want to be streamed onto Facebook. But also it's good because then you can go afterwards and look at everything again. Some just a little bit of housekeeping. Turn your phones off, of course. There are 2 toilets back there. There's an emergency exit over there, and of course where you came in. And I think Venerable will be teaching for about an hour and a half, and then afterwards we can share some fika together and just hang out, ask more questions, get to know each other. So if you have some time, please stick around after the teachings proper have ended. And I think with that, I will shut up and see if we can bring Venerable. Yes. Venerable is fetching her iPad.
So what am I supposed to be doing? Talking about, what was it? What's the plan? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, what I brought, I thought, what I brought was this book of Lama Yeshe's has just come out. Came out in September, Wisdom in America. And it's on available digital as well. It's Mahamudra. So I edited that, and somehow I thought I'd start with talking about that and the way Lama edits, and just see what happens from there. Really, I feel a bit sort of self-conscious talking about Lama Yeshe, like as if I know something about Lama Yeshe, you know. I mean, Gun knows about Lama Yeshe. Where's Gun? There she is. She knows about Lama Yeshe too. He knows about Lama Yeshe. So then, there you go. There you go. Well, there you go. There you go. Just before he passed away, yeah. 84 he passed away. So, okay, I mean... Well, like, I'll start with this book, because it's just so moving, you know, and talk about it. Because when, you know, Lama Yeshe... If you listen to teachings, if a traditional Tibetan person teaching, like a Tibetan Lama, it's literally medieval. Because that's how they were. Basically, Tibet was like in this time capsule. You know, 1.5 Western people over about 4,000 got to Tibet, you know. But the way that their structure in their monasteries, 90%, you know, 1/6 of the population were in the monasteries. This massive monastic kind of country. 1/6 of the population were monks. The system that they taught, their tradition of study in the monasteries, really, I mean, it wouldn't have changed in 1,000 years. Which is one of the good things about it. They kept it so rich, you know. So all the texts are written, all the ancient texts, they learn in the same way. The debate system is the same as it was 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. They really weren't very touched by modern ways of doing things, by modern ways of talking that hadn't really changed. So then you hear a Tibetan Lama teach from these traditional texts. It could be the 14th century. The language, everything, could be the 14th century. So then they came to the West. Or came to the, you know, India first. And then hippies started going to India and discovered for some reason, I don't know why, but hippies conflated drugs and enlightenment. They assumed they both came together. Maybe because Tibetans look like hippies, you know, they got the men wear long dresses and bright coloured earrings and have long hair. So, you know, naive Westerners thought they must be modern hippie type people, but actually Tibetans, if they dressed like Westerners, they'd be the most conservative people on the planet. So for some reason, so then Lama Yeshe, Lama Zopa, you know, they both, Lama Zopa's a Sherpa, and he's 10 years younger than Lama Yeshe, and he happened to be in Tibet briefly as a little boy, 14, 13, while his family went off to pilgrimage to Lhasa, and then he stayed on in Tibet, right on the border of Nepal, and then all the business happened, so he escaped to India, like the Tibetans did, and was in this place, and then Lama Yeshe came from Lhasa. And they were introduced to each other, and Lama Yeshe became his teacher. And then they, in the mid-60s, they were in Darjeeling. Even before that, Lama Zopa said he had this wish to learn English. He didn't know why. So he started memorizing the dictionary, because they memorized things in their culture, memorizing the dictionary, and he found like Time magazine. So he started memorizing Time magazine. Don't know how long that lasted. So he'd learn English. He had this impulse to learn English. Lama Yeshe at the same time, I'm not sure. So he became Lama Yeshe's student. He looked after him like his mummy, you know, and became his main teacher. And then when Lama Zopa got TB, so they went to Darjeeling, which is up a little bit, you know, up high a little bit, and which is in India, part of India, sort of a little part of India. So there, they were sitting around, and they met this one American, actually, and Lama Yeshe called her a Russian princess. She actually was a Ukrainian aristocrat, but Lama preferred to call her a Russian princess. And she became one of their first student. And then I remember there's an American fellow who was a friend of this woman called Zina. He came to see Zina in Darjeeling in the mid-60s, 67, 68 or something. And he said he met Lama Yeshe. He was astonished at his capacity to speak English. I mean, he had this outrageous lack of grammar. Even when you edit his transcripts, there's no structure there. Sometimes you haven't got a clue what he's saying. But his choice of words, it was if he just naturally understood. And I can't describe how difficult that is to speak as a modern person, because their way of talking was really arcane, the way of presenting the teachings. But Lama Yeshe had this unbelievable ability somehow to understand Western people, modern people. He chose words that somehow were just utterly correct. He had this and so Jean, I remember when he met him, he said he could not believe the ability of Lama Yeshe to communicate, you know. So then he started teaching soon after that. Like they went to Kopan, found Kathmandu, then Kopan Monastery, 1970, 71, 72, started teaching. And so his teachings have been transcribed since about 73, 74. So this book, Mahamudra, was this wonderful commentary on a Panchen Lama text, this classic text that's been used for since the 17th century to teach this particular way of meditating on emptiness. And, you know, Lama taught this in 1982 in Australia. 81, I forget. Can't remember. Mahamudra. How to discover our true nature. August 1981. So that was only a few years, you know, 71, 81, maybe 10 years after he'd been around Western people, less than that. So all I know is, you know, when you read Tibetan, you read the Tibetan words that translate, people use the same words. The typical word, for example, the really crucial one, the word that's used to refer to all the neurotic states of mind is the Sanskrit word is klesha, and the Tibetan, whatever the Tibetan word is, I don't remember what the Tibetan one, but as English, the best translation is the term affliction. Now, I don't know what that's in Swedish, but it's a word that we do not use in daily life. You might say they're afflicted with some problem, but it's a little bit old-fashioned, you know, and no one ever talks about having an affliction. But this is the word that's used. You see His Holiness use it. Everybody just translates as affliction. Well, Lama Yeshe just somehow knew it was a dumb word. He never used it. He never. And in fact, I identified in the book, because he had this wonderful flowery, this wonderful way of talking. He constructed his own terminology. I think I came up with like 21 different synonyms Lama came up with to try and describe, you know, in the way when he translated, to try and communicate the meaning of this word affliction, which we would never normally use, you know. And I said in here, you know, somehow he had this extraordinary ability to communicate. Anybody who met him, that's the thing that really struck you, you know. Like I remember in here I say something like, where is it? Yeah. You know, there's no limit to Lama's creativity in finding ways to communicate. For example, he uses 21 different terms for affliction. The main term used in Buddhist psychology, which he doesn't use. He just kind of knew that it wasn't enough. It's good enough to say it. It's the right word. But he wants to communicate. He wants to convey the meaning, the taste, you know. To refer to the states of mind, such as attachment, anger, and all the primordial clinging to an independent self. Some of these words are variations of accepted synonyms, but most are his own creation. I'll list them. Artificial concept, confused thought, contradictory concept, delusion, deluded thought, dualistic concept, dualistic puzzle. I mean, dualistic puzzle. You've got to think about it. Dualistic thought, fanatical thinking, fantasy, hallucination, hallucinated projection, hallucinated vision, impure concept, limited concept, misconception, mistaken concept, negative mental energy, projection, superstition, wrong conception. Now, by hearing that, if you don't get the idea, then you're pretty thick. I mean, you've got to get it after all that, you know. You've got to get the idea that these, and this is the point in Buddhist psychology, as we know, you know. The Buddha describes the different contents of our mind. He puts them into 3 categories. And the main 2 are the neurotic, deluded, limited concepts, hallucinated projections, you know, dualistic puzzle, misconceptions, afflictions, the one word that's used. These are all those ones that are the source of our suffering, the Buddha has said, and which we can get rid of. So it's, I mean, to be a Buddhist, if you don't recognize those states of mind, then you're not a Buddhist. You can't be, because this is the fundamental point the Buddha makes. So Lama, in his kindness, you know, and even though his English was utterly chaotic, I mean, I know when I was in, I mean, I'm just lazy Anglo-Saxon. I mean, I speak Australian, you know, so lazy, can't be bothered learning other languages because, you know, people speak English, especially you Swedes. I mean, you speak better English than I do. But I remember when I was in Germany and I was at our centre there and I really made an effort. I thought I made an effort to try and learn German. Went to school and everything, but I was there for a year. But I just couldn't get my head around, I couldn't get the sentences out. So I was too proud, really, not to make a mistake. I remember my friends at the centre said, Robina, your German's very beautiful. You just don't have much of it, that's all. You know, because I never strung together the sentences, you know. But Lama didn't care. He didn't mind looking stupid. He'd say that he'd just come up with these words, the kindness of him. And now when I listened to the transcripts to check the transcript to make it correct. You almost want to be in tears because you can feel this effort, never stopping, trying to communicate the real meaning. You know, not just saying the words intellectually, but trying to convey the experience of the stuff. You know, I mean, the kindness of it was incredible in my sense, my feeling. So I mean, what can I say about Lama Yeshe? You know? I mean, everyone saw him differently. I mean, for me, Lama was always, I felt he was about sort of 6 meters tall. He's just bigger than me, you know. I'm 1.5 meters or something. And I see photos, and he's just a little couple of inches bigger than me. But I always thought he was giant up there, you know. Isn't it? And then, because he was so enormously powerful for me. I mean, he was my teacher, so I saw him as very powerful. And also, I think I didn't have many conversations with him as such. A conversation, how are you, this, that, blah, blah, what do you think? No, but I remember words he would say. I remember sort of out of the blue, one sentence or one phrase or one word or one instruction. And it always had so much power for me. I mean, everyone's so different. But I know that he was wrathful. As far as I was concerned, I was scared of him. In some way scared of him. He was very powerful. But another person I know, like John Landau, he said he saw Lama as the sweetest, most gentle person. He never saw any other part of Lama. But Lama, you'd hear him booming and shouting at people, you know. I mean, he really just showed such a different aspect. And I think you see this with these people who've got real realizations. They are what you need. You know, if a person needs a strong person, they're going to be strong. If they need a sweet person, they'll be sweet. You know, almost like they haven't got their own personality. They'll be what you need. This is very clear, you know. I mean, you see that with all of these Lamas. His Holiness, for example. So my experience of Lama, what can I say, you know? I mean, it's just my view of Lama. I mean, if you're someone's teacher, if you're a spiritual teacher, the Buddhist point of view, your job is to show the other person their mind. That's the real job. Not to sit there and give... I mean, to sit there and give teachings, yeah. But the real job is to get the person to see their mind. Because what you're trying to do as a Buddhist is see your mind. Why? So you can look at the rubbish and own it and change it. Why? Because it causes you suffering. And why? Because it causes you to suffer, cause other people suffering. So their job is to show your mind. That's their actual job, you know. So that's the feeling I had with Lama. That somehow I would never have thought of looking at my mind in my entire life. Until I bumped into these Buddhists. I kind of joke and say when I was a Catholic, I was always looking for the meaning of life. So when I was a complete Catholic, the whole world, everybody, all the non-Catholics were the problem. And then I became a kind of hippie and all the straight people were the problem. Then I became a kind of communist and radical lefty and all the rich people were the problem. Then I got into kind of supporting radical black politics, so all the white people were the problem. Then I became a feminist, so all the male people were the problem. So by that point I really had exhausted all options, you know, who to blame for the suffering of the planet. And then I bumped into these Buddhists, and they said, well, you know, guess what? You better start looking at your mind, because that's the problem. I mean, it never occurred to me to thought of my mind. And that's when I remember the first meeting I had with Lama Yeshe, when I'd sort of made a decision that he was my teacher. And that's a really important point. You decide they're your teacher. They can't force you. They don't force themselves on you, you know. I mean, it took me 10 years to recognize Lama Zopa as my teacher, so he just left me alone until I was ready. But when I first met Lama Yeshe and I'd made the decision, and I didn't know you're supposed to ask. I was so proud. I informed him he was my guru. You know, I didn't know you're supposed to ask. I didn't say the word guru. I was too proud to say that. I think I told him I respected him. He knew what I meant. He said, yes, I know, dear, yes. So then from that second, because I'd given him permission, then he started to show me my mind, you know. And that's their job. That's their job. And somehow for me, Lama Yeshe was just this brilliant master at this experiential, direct way of being, when he was around people, you know, giving them what they needed. And so for me, you know, I didn't need conversations and patting on the back. So you get what you needed, you know. That's their skill. I mean, if they're a master, that's their skill, you know. That's their skill. But the kindness, this is what you see. When you think of religious people, spiritual people, you think of kind of punitive, you think kind of strict. In some ways you think Buddhism that way, but the infinite kindness, you know. I mean, all the stories you hear, one time one woman in Australia, our friend Yeshe Kado was trying to help one woman who wanted an abortion. So she was trying to help her and help her to make a decision, and she decided she wanted to have the abortion. Nothing was going to change her mind. So Yeshe Kado rang Lama Yeshe, and then Lama Yeshe spoke to the woman, and he gave her a Tara meditation to do, you know. So no matter what, you know, there's no sort of judgment. There's no judgment whatsoever. It's so kind to this woman to give her a Tara meditation to, you know, for her own suffering, but to sort of create, you know, to help create some kind of virtue. The kindness, you know, it's always the kindness of these lamas. In that way, you know. But so, like I said, the Lama for me was direct, very unbelievably direct, no mucking around, no wasting words. I don't know, I feel a bit silly talking about Lama Yeshe. What can I tell you? I don't know. What's your name? Who? Bertie. So why don't you tell us a story about Lama Yeshe? Come on, Bertie. If you have a story about Lama Yeshe?
There was one question. I was at the Kopan course in '78.
Okay, I was there too, so we must have met each other.
Yeah, I recognize you.
Oh, you do? Okay, very good. Go on then. Go on.
There was one question, and he got the question, are you enlightened? And then he smiled very big and like he was smiling, which was fantastic. Of course I am. Can't you see how happy I am?
Oh, I see. He said that, did he? Well, there you go, you see. You answered that question, did you?
No, that was...
Or somebody else asked him?
Yeah.
There you go, yeah. So sweet. Gordon, what about you? He was your teacher as well. I know, it sort of feels a bit silly to talk about. What? You don't what? Oh. Well, no one's going to know it's you. No one's going to see you. The camera's on me.
I remember one time, it was the first...
This is Mary, everybody.
Mary?
You don't like being recorded, so I gave you another name. You said you don't like being recorded, so I gave you another name to protect you. Come on.
Yeah, so during the first Dharma celebration...
the first Dharma celebration was this wonderful gathering, and actually it's mentioned in the book here, wonderful gathering of Lama Yeshe invited like many of our lamas, the great holy lamas, all of you know, His Holiness Ling Rinpoche, Song Rinpoche, Circle Rinpoche, wasn't it? Many wonderful lamas to give us all these teaching and initiations. We had 6 months of Dharma teaching in India. It was wonderful, amazing, very special. Go on.
Yeah, and then they had just built a new housing in Tushita retreat center up
yes, in Dharamsala, yeah.
And they were wet on the ground, and one nun, there were two, and in one room there was one nun who had a lot of stuff together with another nun, and she wanted to move out because it was kind of wet on the floor too because of all her luggage. It wouldn't dry out. So then I said, I'll help you to move to an A-frame.
Who said that?
I said.
Oh, you said you'd help the nun.
To the one who has a lot of luggage. I'll help you to go to move to the A-frame. And then I come there. It was a few back and forth because she had a lot of luggage. And then I came there with all her luggage, some of her luggage. And then I meet Lama Yeshe and he says, what are you doing? Oh, I'm helping to move to the A-frame. It's difficult to please sentient beings, isn't it? He said.
Oh, I see. Good. Good job. Thank you so much. Yes. So maybe you should ask some questions. It was easy to talk about it. Ask some questions. Would you like to ask some questions? No questions? Yes.
I've listened to teachers from Zen masters and also the Advaita,
Yeah.
and they say they teach that you don't need so much teachings like in the Tibetan tradition, and when you come to the experience of being, you're there. And is it different what they teach and what the Tibetans want us to reach?
I don't know because I don't know the teachings that you're talking about, but I can certainly say that there are this is exactly what Mahamudra, you'd really enjoy Mahamudra, you know, as Lama says, you know, there are two main approaches, and the classic Lama Tsongkhapa style, which is the one that Lama was educated in, which is you start with the theories. This is how we learn most things on our, in our world. If you want to learn piano, you've got to learn theory. Then you start playing the piano, then you perfect it. If you want to learn to cook, make a cake, you get a recipe, then you make the recipe. That's the traditional way we all learn everything, isn't it? And that's the very typical way in the Tibetan monastic university system. You study all the vast body of knowledge from all the texts from the great yogis and the scholars over the centuries to understand the nature of the universe, understand the mind, understand karma. This is masses of body of knowledge. And finally leading to understand the true nature of reality, which is emptiness. So then Lama says in the other method, and this is exactly what Mahamudra is. This is exactly what Mahamudra is. So in other words, one approach is you learn all the musical theory and then you go play the piano. This other approach, which in a way is more advanced if you're going to get benefit from it, is you go straight to the piano and you intuit the music, which is actually quite advanced. Do you understand what I'm saying? You've got to have some real tendency to be good at music. So Mahamudra is exactly that. And this is what this book is about. As Lama says, I'll read to you. And you'd enjoy. You'd enjoy this one. But in a way, it seems easier to go straight to the piano and learn and play music. But actually, you've got to be much more advanced to do that properly, because you've got to have... Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you need the guidelines normally. But this is the approach of Mahamudra. You learn, you get some concentration. You concentrate on the mind itself. You don't concentrate on the breath. You do single point of concentration on the mind, and then when your mind is stable, you then go to the second mode of meditation to get insight, and that's where you learn just experientially to observe the way we think the self functions, observe to recognize the ridiculous ego, and then to recognize the emptiness of that ego. So it seems a really simple technique. Technically it is, but to really get experience from it, you've got to be a highly advanced person. And this is where there's no, as he says, there's no intellect. It's beyond, he says, Mahamudra is beyond words. Mahamudra means the great seal. And it's referring to actual emptiness, referring to non-duality, So two approaches to realizing emptiness. Perhaps you're thinking that if Mahamudra is about emptiness, then you've heard it many times before. You're right. The teachings are not so different. But the unique approach of this presentation is the emphasis on meditation, the experience of emptiness, rather than explaining what it means. In the we usually hear that Lama Tsongkhapa, founder of our Gelug lineage, says that we first have to study, then analyze, and then meditate. In other words, we should, seek meditation on the basis of the view. But Panchen Lama, one of the Gelug's foremost figures and an expert in Lama Tsongkhapa's tradition, is saying here that we can meditate first, then seek Mahamudra. So which is right? Well, both are right. But here we are following the second approach. We used the first approach when I studied in the monasteries. We read so much, memorizing and reciting and debating philosophical texts every day. Buddhist philosophy is so sophisticated, so intellectual, involving highly complex thinking. I thought that if I understood all the philosophy, the middle way, everything, I'd knock out the ego. I thought about that a lot. I checked, and then I realized my conception was not true. I was shocked. I realized that even if I knew all the Buddhist texts and understood them intellectually, it would never touch my heart until I meditated. So when we learn the words alone, there's no satisfaction. The problem of the ego is not solved. And now I look at many of my students. They read so many books, all the philosophy, the psychology, so much information, all this reading. So, of course, with this approach, we must also meditate. Lama Tsongkhapa talks about the union of the three wisdoms that arise from hearing, analyzing, and meditating. But people sometimes misinterpret this. They hear that we Gelugpas study for 20 or 30 years and think it means that first you listen for 20 years and then you check for another 20 years and then finally you penetrate in meditation. In fact, from the beginning we integrate these three wisdoms. We practice them simultaneously. Nevertheless, there is the danger that your knowledge will remain merely intellectual. If you don't go beyond the intellectual level, your mind will never be transformed. It's as if the knowledge stays in the books and you are separate from it. You can never get rid of ego that way. You end up missing the point. So it's extremely difficult to knock out the ego. You cannot seek the ego's projections philosophically with your intellect. When you practice Mahamudra, intellect is the enemy. You have to go beyond the intellect. You have to meditate. Then real transformation can come. We have to understand, Buddha Maitreya said, that the relative Dharma, everything in the books, is like a bridge. A bridge is helpful for crossing a river, but once you've crossed it, it's goodbye bridge, isn't it? You have to touch the heart. Once you've experienced the fundamental nature of your own self and your own consciousness, it's goodbye to all the philosophical concepts. Philosophy is the equipment we use to reach beyond the bondage, but it still is bondage, isn't it? I'm not trying to be revolutionary. Of course, the philosophy is good. It is unbelievably profound. We should respect it. But we are seekers and we can make mistakes. We can interpret the teachings wrongly. So we need to develop the skill to go beyond philosophy. We should not be afraid to go beyond it. When the great yogis Milarepa and Lama Tsongkhapa went into retreat in the mountains, they didn't bring their books with them. They went beyond scripture, beyond ink, beyond Parker pens. And even as a boy, Lama Tsongkhapa meditated and communicated directly with Manjushri, the Buddha of wisdom. So it is definitely possible first to meditate and then discover emptiness. This is the approach here. Mahamudra is a super incredible method. This is the experience of the lineage lamas, all the great yogis and yoginis. They all realized Mahamudra in meditation. When you've escaped the bondage of the intellect and reached and touched reality, you experience an explosion of knowledge. In this state, you have infinitely more space in your mind and can learn many things effortlessly. You'll be amazed. Wow, I didn't know I had that much knowledge. What happened? Normally, you are bound up tightly in your superstitions. If these are released, you can touch an unbelievable dimension of reality. Without expecting it, you suddenly, without effort, realize things. You know. This is possible, I tell you. It's not some Tibetan religious fantasy. Milarepa is a good example. He didn't study any philosophy, but because of his Mahamudra meditation, he had gained total understanding of all dimensions of reality. The intellectuals who'd studied for years and years would come to debate with him, and he always knew the answers. He blew their minds. They'd ask him, "Do you know Vinaya?" This subject, which covers all the vows for monks and nuns, has so much detail, is so sophisticated, so complicated, and in the monasteries we study and debate it for at least 4 years. "No," said Milarepa, "I don't know anything about Vinaya, non-Vinaya. If my mind is subdued, if I conquer my ego and touch universal reality, that's my Vinaya." The Tibetan word for Vinaya is dulwa, and it means to subdue the mind. His answer is super. When I was a boy, I really liked Milarepa. Reading about his life was so helpful. It gave me unbelievable inspiration. You too should read his life story. It will give you tremendous energy. So, you'd enjoy it, wouldn't you? This book, Lama's teaching. So that's the point, you know. And this is the thing, that in a way, it's the irony of it. I remember, a person who's really qualified to really get experience from going straight to meditation is a person who's already got really good qualities. Do you understand what I'm saying? You've got to be really with good morality, good ethics, and have some, and probably you'd say from past lives. If you talk about past lives, you come into this life really already programmed with so much wisdom. That's the person who's most qualified. Because I mean, everybody, if a person who knows nothing about their mind is really deluded and up and down like a yo-yo, gets jealous and depressed and angry and anxious, and they sit down and try and just meditate and understand their own mind, they would go crazy. And many people do. As Lama Yeshe says, people go off and meditate and end up in a psychiatric hospital. So in a way, it seems the simplest technique, but it's the most profound, and the person who's most qualified, in a way, is already the person who's done all the study. And this is where you internalize it. This is where it becomes experiential. Do you understand? So does that answer your question? Yeah. So it's very inspiring, because often, sometimes Lama Yeshe would say, people say, we Gelugpas squeeze our brains. You know, they're the ones who are kind of renowned in Tibet for doing all the study. But the point is also with study, I mean, what are you studying? You're studying Buddha's teachings. And if you leave it at the end, this is where the trouble is. We either think intellectual is a waste of time, and so try to get an experience, or you think it's only intellectual and you stay in your head. And that's the biggest danger for us Western people, I think, because we're so educated, we're so intelligent. We've got so much education, so much knowledge. And one of the biggest mistakes can be to be over-intellectual, you know, and to leave it in the head and not know how to turn the knowledge into experiential knowledge. And that's why I think, certainly among the Tibetans, there's this incredible emphasis on morality and ethics. I mean, practicing all this stuff without ethics, you just say goodbye. This is useless. And this is where I remember many different people you meet people who have special experiences in their meditation, but who know nothing. Well, I mean, because they've got so much attachment, and they think they're kind of God incarnate, they think they're kind of some special being, they go completely bonkers, you know, because they think they're so special. I remember one fellow in prison I knew had an extraordinary ability to concentrate for like hours. He thought he was enlightened, you know. He thought he was so special. But he had no idea about giving up attachment and giving up anger and giving up the neuroses, which is the real basis of Buddha's teachings. Knowing your mind well and recognizing the way the delusions cause you so much suffering. So therefore, when you see with these Tibetans, these lamas, the ones who are valid practitioners, just because they're Tibetan doesn't mean they're practitioners, but let's say lama because he happened to be Tibetan, then the real quality you see of them is the humility. The incredible humility. And you can only have humility, not low self-esteem, we misunderstand it, but real humility when you've got knowledge. And even this is why it's so fascinating with his holiness. Anybody who's seen the Dalai Lama, You know, he's so powerful, he's so charismatic, isn't he? He's got such power, his presence has such power. And when you think of humility, you don't often think of a person who's charismatic. You think of a quiet little mousy person who walks around like this, you know. Well, Dalai Lama's not like that. He's huge, and Lama Yeshe was the same. He had a big, big presence. So it seems that's a very encouraging thing, because when we think of humility, we think of low self-esteem and being kind of quiet and kind of sad. But Lama was so powerful, so much presence he had, but an enormous heart, and therefore humility, you know. That's a very good, powerful quality, and that gives you great courage, you know, when you see that. But Lama, with me too, Lama, for me, I always saw this, and he had this incredible sharp wisdom. He's very powerful, very direct, no words wasted. That was my own experience with him. It's like one word was enough, you know. Very no nonsense, very direct, which comes from wisdom. And then because they don't, when you go and get some level of wisdom like these holy beings, they have no interest, they don't care what people think of them. I mean, they're not meaning self-centered, but they don't care if they're liked or not liked, so they're able to go cut right to the chase and say the exact right thing, you know, and give, you know, and give very powerful advice, because there's no kind of ego involved in it. And that you really could feel with Lama, you know. And it was very interesting, because when he first came to the West, he first began meeting Westerners, and he's in India and Nepal. I mean, you heard a lot of Tibetans were very critical of him, because, you know, they're very into their hierarchies, the very traditional medieval culture, so there's very much into their hierarchies. So Lama Yeshe left the monastery when he was 25. He didn't finish his degree. He wasn't a geshe. He didn't pass all his exams, although he was a really great scholar. And he was a meditator, but no one knew he was a meditator. He was like a hidden meditator. And he looked very ordinary. He'd always dress in really rough clothes, never kind of looked like a kind of a nice posh person. So then he got all these Western students, all these hippies. So in the beginning, Tibetans were very cynical about all these hippies, you know, these ridiculous hippies, and just thought Lama was after their money and whatever, you know. Really, he didn't have a good reputation at all. They really were quite cynical about Lama, Tibetans, because he had no hierarchy, he had no label. He's just like a simple-looking monk. I mean, he was 25 when he met them. No, 30, maybe like 30. And they looked very young anyway. He looked very ordinary. I remember one time when our friend Sangi Kadro came, she's this California girl, blonde, blue-eyed girl, and she'd read this Hindu book called The Autobiography of a Yogi. I think it's quite famous, people read it. And she was all inspired. She was 21, this little innocent little California girl, wanted to go to India and look for a guru. So she came and met these lamas, she met the Tibetans, and she was having a meeting in Dharamsala with Lama Zopa. And she felt she'd found her guru. He's like this perfect example, because Lama Zopa was always impeccable and very humble looking, never raised his voice, dressed impeccably, whereas Lama was looked like a hippie. He was all over the place and laugh and funny and crack jokes, and very different aspect, Lama. So, and he dressed very roughly, very simply, you know. So Lama, I remember she said when she first met Lama Zopa, she was having a meeting with him and just was so happy to meet her guru. And then suddenly the door barged open, and this kind of servant monk came in and started going around in all the suitcases, right? And so, but Lama Zopa leapt up like this. It was Lama Yeshe, but Sankara thought it was the servant, because that's the aspect he showed. And if you didn't know he was a so-called teacher or so-called Lama, he just looked like a boy, like this young innocent boy, you know, looked like he knew nothing. I remember one time in one teaching with His Holiness, Brian Beresford, a New Zealand guy who spoke Tibetan. He was in a teaching with His Holiness and just a group of monks, just a small group of people. And Lama Yeshe, because he was lowest on the totem pole. He wasn't an abbot or even a Rinpoche, so he was in the back row. And I remember His Holiness was debating with the abbots in the front about some meaning in the text. Couldn't get the meaning, all questioning back and forth. Then they gave up, and then Lama Yeshe put his little hand up at the back. He said, Your Holiness, I think it's a spelling mistake, because the way the Tibetans spell things is quite complicated. So then His Holiness, there's a real yogi, he said. I mean, you hear these very sweet stories, you know, but he's always very humble looking. Even, I know one time in 82, when he invited His Holiness for this Dharma celebration, this 6 months of, no, after that, after 6 months of teachings in India, then Lama had invited His Holiness along with other centres, to come to Italy and France and Spain. That was when you and I were. Lama Yeshe appointed us to be security guards. In 1980, this is Lama Yeshe's amazing kind of, he's really thought out the box. You know, I mean, women have no status in Tibet, more so now, absolutely now. And Lamas are much of a part of that, I'll tell you. But at the time, Lama invited His Holiness, and he appointed 10 of us, 5 men and 5 women, to be security guards for His Holiness. I mean, it was pathetic. We weren't security guards, really. We had that label. We had to wear little uniforms. I mean, 3 of us were nuns, you, me and Sylvia. We had to wear these little uniforms. And I remember I thought I better look like a lady, so I used to wear lipstick and have my hair short. And I remember Lama said to me one time, I think I like you better like that, he said. So anyway, we were travelling around with His Holiness, going to these different places and the Catholic monasteries, and it was very moving to be around His Holiness like that. But I remember Lama, he was like, they called the Jindak. He was the benefactor. He was like one of the boss, but he looked like he wore these worst-looking robes, this bright scarlet. This thing's called a Zen, you know. And I never wear clothes that don't match. I like them all matching. You've got to look like proper, you know, like a proper nun, a proper lady. So he wore this bright scarlet Zen, and it's a completely different colour here. And he looked like he was, again, the servant. He never looked like he had importance because he had genuine humility. He was a real yogi. I mean, Lama Zopa quotes in here about Lama Yeshe because he looked like an ordinary guy. He looked ordinary. You'd never have known that he was a great yogi. And the Lama says, Rinpoche says in here. Oh, my battery's low. God, 10%. I knew this would happen. You haven't got a Mac, have you? A plug-in for a Mac. But I didn't bring my cord. I didn't bring my cord for my Mac, for an iPad, darling. It's an iPad. An iPad plug-in? I knew I should have brought it to charge. No? Anyway, he's... what are you doing? Have you got it? Oh, you've got one? For an iPad? Brilliant, well done. So I'll read you what Lama Zopa says about Lama Yeshe. Thank you so much. Perfect. Because he acted ordinary. He never looked like he meditated. He would have a sleep every afternoon. He was a great tantric practitioner, a real ascetic meditator, even though he didn't live alone in a cave. Lama was a great hidden yogi. He was a valid base to be labelled yogi, not because he performed tantric rituals, but because he had unmistaken realizations of clear light and the illusory body. He had reached the stage of Tantra Mahamudra, but you would never have seen it. He never seemed to like meditate. He'd have a sleep every afternoon. He had a bad heart. He should have been dead, you know. He kept himself alive by his own realizations. But he would have a sleep every afternoon. But as Lama Zopa says, he wasn't sleeping. He was, because he had the ability with single point of concentration and tantric realizations to go to his subtle mind, which is the dream mind, and he actually was meditating. But he looked like he was sleeping. And you'd never know he was a meditator. So that's real humility. That's where you really can see a person who's got realizations, you know. Because what you saw was this funny, easygoing, relaxed, no-nonsense person. And even though he had this bad reputation, up until he died, actually, among most Tibetans, he didn't have much respect. People, because he had no label, he had no hierarchy, he had all these Western students. People, maybe there's jealousy, who knows, because he had a lot of students. And it was only really after he passed away, you know, that I remember when he passed away, we did this magazine. I was working for Wisdom Publications. We did a big issue of a magazine we called Wisdom, which was really the forerunner of Mandala. And we spent like ages doing it, like 30 pages. It was celebrating Lama. It was a whole report of the funeral. And then I remember interviewing many different people about Lama. And it was really only after he passed away that then people started to see his qualities, you know. I remember one, Geshe Tekchok, for example. He said all the things that Lama did. He said, I cannot say, because they would never admit to seeing other people's minds, I cannot say if he was a highly realized person, but everything he did was the actions of a holy being, were the actions. He started nunneries, he started monasteries, he started publishing things. He was unbelievable in what he did, you know. His activities were huge. So it's very interesting. And this is where the Tibetans have a saying, you know, and it's really so powerful, that the Bodhisattva path. We don't know people's minds. We don't know who anybody is. So don't judge, you know. And with Lama, you could really see he just looked like I mean, if you know, because we believe in it, we go by appearances. So even Rinpoche, because he kind of looked like what you thought was a Lama. He sort of behaved impeccably, dressed beautifully. He seemed to be just like this ethereal person, you know. But Lama, because he looked like a boy and wore rough clothes and cracked jokes and laughed and didn't look like he meditated, you can't tell by looking. We're so thick and we're so arrogant, you know. what we think a real holy person is. But he almost, and that's the real sign of a great yogi, when it's hidden. Never showed anything, you know. Very interesting. But somehow it was astonishing that so many people were attracted to him, Western people. So many people, deeply attracted to Lama. Somehow he is very, I remember, women especially loved Lama Yeshe. I remember one time in Hong Kong, and his mummy Max, one of his first students, had bought him this outrageous, richly made Japanese, kimono, like a royal one. It was outrageous. And Lama, in the hotel, he came down for breakfast in his kimono, you know. I mean, you couldn't believe this insane-looking thing. You've never seen anything like it, with his sunglasses and his baseball hat, you know. He didn't care about what people thought. And I mean, walking down the street, women would stop him. Women just adored Lama Yeshe. I don't know what it was, but they trusted this person. I remember this wonderful neurotic girl from Beverly Hills, kind of rich girl there. And she grabbed onto Lama, told her whole life story, weeping and crying in Lama's lap, you know. And he was so, and she was then saying she felt really guilty because she was in love with a married man. And she hadn't slept with him yet because she was guilty. She had a lot of morality, but she was very worried. And Lama said, "You don't tell anybody I told you, but you go and have a nice weekend with him." You know, like, so really just simple advice, sweet, simple kinds of advice. You know, the dear, just kind and funny and down to earth Lama. He really was. It was amazing. You know, very amazing. I remember Lama Ursel recently. I saw him in France. Lama Yeshe's reincarnation, and he loves hearing stories about Lama Yeshe. I mean, he's Lama's reincarnation, but he says Lama Yeshe is my best friend. That's how he talks about Lama. He likes to hear stories. So he's heard lots of stories. Everyone tells him stories about their memories of Lama Yeshe. And then one time I told him this particular story about me, and he said, "Oh, I'm so happy to hear that," because he heard the story differently, which made Lama sound really mean. So this is where stories can get be told wrongly. But I remember one time in London when I was Lama Yeshe's attendant for like 10 days, me and Harvey Horrocks. We were just taking care of Lama in London. And I remember I was out of my brain at the time. Something had happened. I got concussion. I wasn't in a good state mentally. I was being all ridiculous and self-piteous. I remember that just being ridiculous, you know. So I brought Lama home after this meeting we all had, and he was exhausted because he had a bad heart. He died a couple of years later. He couldn't sustain. This heart was filling because he had one valve missing. And with his own effort and his own realizations, he shouldn't have been alive, you know. He was able to he grew his heart to adjust this missing valve. And he was 49 when he passed away because his heart was filling his whole kind of lung cavity up here. It was huge, squashing everything else. So you get exhausted very easily. So anyway, I remember he was lying on his bed when I took him back to his hotel, and I was moaning about something, being all self-piteous. And I told him that I banged my nose on the door that day when I went shopping. And we went to have a cup of tea, and I walked too fast straight into a glass door, so I got concussion. So I was telling Lama, and he was lying on the bed. He said, "Come here." So I went over. He said, "Kneel down." So I knelt down right close to him. He said, "Close your eyes." And he spat on me. Now, I'd never heard of that. But holy beings, from the Tantric point of view, which is the Tibetan medical system, when you purify your mind, because it's inextricably linked with, this is the Indian system, based upon the prana in your body, this subtle wind energy, you purify your wind energy. And which means your body, literally, you heal your body. So your wind and your spit, your air and your spit, it becomes purified. So they use it to heal. So one time, I remember in Tibet, Lama Zopa in 1987, Lama Zopa and a whole bunch of Westerners went to Tibet. And I mean, Tibetans can recognize a Lama from 1,000 meters. They mobbed Lama Zopa wherever he went. And all these sick people, they're broken, their little diseases, and he's spitting and blowing to his heart's content, and all these people healing them, you know. Do you understand? I mean, you can't spit on people in the West. Blowing is okay. So anyway, there's Lama Yeshe. So he laughed, and when he spat on me, on my nose to heal me, you know. And he laughed and he said, "Well, we do that in Tibet." But I didn't know. I wasn't insulted. But Lama Ursel was very happy to hear the story because he just heard that Lama Yeshe spat on Robina. And he couldn't understand it, but now he got the right story, that Lama was healing me, you know. But I remember feeling so proud. Oh, I said, "Oh, Lama Yeshe spat on me. Lama Yeshe spat on me," you know. I felt so proud. Lama spat on me. But close your eyes. I would have ducked otherwise, you know. If you start spitting, getting ready to spit, I would have ducked him, you know. It was very funny. I was so happy. Lama spat on me. I don't know if it helped me or not. I can't remember. Maybe it did. I can't remember. I was just so proud to have Lama spit on me. So anyway, talk about whatever. I was very, and I think with me, you know, Lama Zopa is my teacher too, but it took me 10 years to recognise Lama Zopa. I don't think my very first teaching was from both of them. I stayed there for 2 months at Chen Raising Institute in Australia. My first 1 month intensive course was Lama Zopa. I did not understand a word he said. I can understand his words, but not understand this weird, arcane 14th century stuff, you know. But whenever Lama Yeshe would come and he'd give a talk at night, I would sigh with relief. I just go, oh, thank God, you know, that makes sense. Somehow, for me, whenever he talked, I kind of sighed with relief. That's the ability he had. And whenever you read his words, you feel like it's possible. He somehow gives you it gives you confidence that it's possible. And that's a really powerful quality. Because, I mean, more than anything, he doesn't, I mean, if you go to Lama Yeshe's teaching, you come away and you can't remember what he said, but you feel good. And that's the power of his words, I think. I mean, you've got two things for teachings, and that's what His Holiness is like that. He gives teachings and he ends up just inspiring people to make you confident so you can go and do it. Well, the other one is you go to the teaching and you get the knowledge. You've got to write down the recipes. Then that can be very boring, you know. And some of the geshes are so boring you go to sleep, but you get the knowledge from them. You need the knowledge. But the real function of Lama, he did give knowledge. This book is incredible, what he gave. This is so incredible, this teaching he gave on this really high topic, you know. But he would give you encouragement, the way he said it. He'd make it easy and simple. And that's pretty profound. Because, I mean, our self-pity is so incredible. Ego is so incredible. And as Lama Yeshe would call our ego, the self-pity, he talks about the self-pity me. Our self-pity me, which is the irony of ego. You know, ego means really hopeless and negative and depressed and jealous and angry. And he spent his whole life with all these students trying to pick us up. Just giving us enthusiasm, giving us some confidence, you know, that it's possible, we've all got potential. And that we can see in our culture. We don't believe we've got potential. We identify with our rubbish, we identify with our depression and our jealousy, we kill ourselves and kill other people, we're so hopeless. And that's why I was talking like yesterday or the day before, one of the most important things in the Buddhist teachings is to get some confidence that we can change our minds. This is Buddha's key thing. He's got his outrageous radical point that Buddha makes, that anger and jealousy and ego and depression are not at the core of our being. Psychologically, that's a pretty radical concept, you know. Nothing like that in the West. Nothing like that in the West whatsoever. We just we give equal status to anger, depression, anxiety, love and compassion. But the Buddha makes this utter distinction. Unbelievable. So to have that confidence that you've got some potential, that's the thing that causes us to sustain ourselves in our lives. Otherwise we go crazy, you know. So Lama had that ability. That's something powerful, you know, to inspire you. We need that desperately. That's what I find. What else? I don't know. Go. What do you mean, Bertie?
Can you say something about Lama Yeshe's teachers and how they reacted on what happened with him later, as he was not accepted, you said?
Oh, by the other Tibetans. I said, no, just, I mean, what I meant by that was not some absolute not accepted, not as if there was an official not accepting Lama Yeshe, just in the general way, the gossip among ordinary Tibetans and Tibetan geshes and people, you heard they didn't have much respect for Lama Yeshe. I'm not all his teachers totally knew who he was. He was renowned. He was highly respected by His Holiness and by people like that. But among ordinary Tibetan contemporaries, people didn't have much respect for him. That's what I meant. Not like in real. I mean, His Holiness, his gurus, they knew who he was. Or he was utterly respected. He had a close relationship with His Holiness. And I don't mean that was a real mistake I made if you misunderstood that. Among ordinary people, and because human beings are human beings, a bunch of young geshes and people, they're all holy lamas. So there's like this Thubten Yeshe, you know, among Tibetans. I remember actually when Lama had invited His Holiness to Europe. That time we were the security guards. And one of the Tibetan lay people in some group of people, I forget, like maybe one of the politicians or something, and he asked me for certain things. And just you could hear the way he's very cynical about the FPMT, for example, Lama's organisation, or the whatever you call it, you know. Well, there wasn't much respect among some people, but among His Holiness, the main lamas, his teachers, he was utterly respected. Because they knew they were high beings, they knew who he was. He was a great yogi, you know, but he didn't look like a great yogi. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's an important point. Thank you for that. I didn't mean to mislead you there. But it's only afterwards, you know, that he was really respected for what he did. When you see the result of his work, you know. Because that's the proof of the pudding, isn't it? What a person accomplishes. But it's rather funny with Lama Ursel, because he left the monastery when he was 18. And I joke now, he seems, Lama Ursel to me looks more like a hippie than all his hippies of the 1960s. I mean, his behaviour looks like the aspect of being a complete hippie, you know. Doesn't seem to have a job, goes from here to there, you know, plays the drums, makes movies, maybe he smokes his marijuana, I don't know, but he looks like more of a hippie than his own students from past life. So who knows? Who knows what Lama Ursel is showing? All these young lamas are really showing the most interesting aspect, isn't it? Anyway. What else? Yes.
I heard that Lama Yeshe said something along the lines of you don't believe in reincarnation, but I will prove it to you, prior to then taking incarnation as a Western.
I don't remember hearing that.
No.
Who did he say it to? What do you mean, I will prove it to you?
I remember he said, I know you people don't believe in reincarnation, but I'm going to prove it to you.
But, and how did he prove it?
By being born as Lama Yeshe, or Lama Yeshe.
Why is that proof to anybody? I know, but I mean, you hear things sometimes. I mean, I can't tell the whole story. I have never heard that. I don't know who he's saying it to and in what context. I've got no idea. But I mean, it's all provable anyway. It's all there to be proved. Just have to have an open mind to it and take all the arguments as a. It's all provable. We just don't like believing it. That's all. A stubborn mind. Isn't it? I mean, the whole concept. You know, the thing that we forget. You know, I joke and say, well, reincarnation and karma weren't made up by the hippies in the 60s, which is what we actually think about Buddhism. But I mean, this is coming from this vast body of knowledge, well before the Buddha. I mean, the knowledge that was existing in India several thousands of years before the Buddha was absolutely stupendous, vast, these highly realized great yogis. They're the ones who created single point of concentration. They invented that. They're the ones who were able to completely control their minds and go to this subtle level. And they were the ones who discovered the subtle level of mind, the direct experience of the mind. They mapped the mind internally. Buddha came into that, was born in that, and then he moved in his own direction afterwards. So there was an astonishing body of knowledge existing for several thousand years. But what, I mean, like I joke, but it's true. In our modern Christian, Judaic culture, Europeans, we love the Greeks. That's it. We go back to the Greeks. We think they're the ants' pants. Have you heard that saying before? Ridiculous, isn't it? The ants' pants. Just because it rhymes, you know. But what do we know about India? Absolutely nothing. And most Western Buddhists know zero about India. And even we even think, oh, you Hindus, these wacky old people with dots on their faces, you know. What do we know, even Buddhists, about Indians? Indian philosophy, Indian, was unbelievably sophisticated. This astonishing worldview that was existing for several thousand years. And where's it coming from? Not from revelation, but from the experience of these great yogis, these great meditators. And then Buddha came out of that tradition. And then since then, you know, Tibet, since the 8th, 7th century, fully developed in Tibet, this astonishing, unbelievable body of knowledge, this system of knowledge. Absolutely stunning. It's only really now, these days, more and more is being published. Like Wisdom's got a whole series of books now coming from Thubten Jinpa, that Geshe, who was Dalai Lama's translator, who lives in Canada now. There's a whole series of all these books from all the great Indian literature, the Buddhist literature, forget the Hindus before. It's an incredible body of knowledge. And it's only now with His Holiness doing his Mind and Life organization, you know, talks the last 30, 40 years, meeting scientists and other people, and His Holiness publishing all the stuff being published, that Westerners are beginning, scientists, serious thinkers in the West are now beginning to appreciate the unbelievable genius of India, you know, the amazing knowledge in India. But we Western materialists are so arrogant. So the hubris is unbelievable, I think, you know. We really believe we're the only ones who know anything. These idiot Indians, what do they know? Idiot Chinese, idiot people, these weird Asians, you know. We're so arrogant, you know. It's astonishing, isn't it? It's only now, really, and that's His Holiness. And Lama Yeshe's got a lot to do that as well, in a way. For example, with all the nuns, he was behind all that. You know, the nuns in Tibet were really backward. It wasn't cool to be a nun in Tibet, I promise you. The men ran the show completely. And even, I mean, there was hardly any monasteries left of nuns, you know, whatever. But when Lama, when he came to the West, he could see women, you know, have more status in the West. So he in 1979, when Kopan had been going for like 10 years, Kopan Monastery, already, you know, probably a couple of hundred monks there, 100 monks maybe, he then told one of his disciples, his students, a nun, Senla, who was the brother of Yangtze Rinpoche, she's the sister of Yangtze Rinpoche, who now runs Maitripa University in Portland, FPMT Centre. And so he got Senla this nun, young Tibetan nun, he got her to go study with the philosophy at Kopan with the monks. And Senla's very funny. She's very wonderful because, this is my observation of it, usually Tibetan nuns are very kind of humble and don't say much and look embarrassed and don't talk because they're used to being behind the monks, you know. But Senla was educated like the upper-class Indians. She was educated by the Catholic nuns. So all upper-class Indian girls get educated by, so they're really kind of very kind of, they're sort of like upper-class. So Senla's like this upper-class girl with this upper-class English, Indian accent sort of thing, who acts not like a Tibetan at all. She acts like this upper-class Indian aristocrat, in my opinion, because she was educated by these Catholic nuns. So she's very powerful, this woman. Amazing, most unlike normal Tibetan nuns, in my opinion. It's my observation. So he got her in 1979 to study the philosophy at Kopan, and then he got her to start a nunnery. So she had to cobble together, like, she had to go around with all the neighbours and buy about 20 different pieces of land, which is now where this amazing nunnery is. Lama started this in 1979. There was no study for nuns at that time. No nuns in Dharamsala. They study all exactly the same things. They're becoming geshes now. They're doing 3-year retreats. It's huge. That's from Lama Yeshe. He started that. His own students, Western students, you know, he treated the men and the women just the same. His main attendant was Yeshe Kata, this 23-year-old cute Australian nun. And that's unheard of. He'd go down to Sera Je Monastery, with these medieval monasteries where only men go, and young Lama, with this young cute nun, I mean, risking his reputation. I mean, you wouldn't do that, but he didn't care what people thought. He was very radical. Even the fact of getting 5 of us women to be security guards for His Holiness was unheard of, you know. He just could see how things were. He was very modern, very radical, very unusual, very direct, no nonsense, a great yogi, and very, very admirable in that way, really admirable. And now the status of nuns among Tibetans, all the Tibetan nuns are now studying the same stuff. They're wearing their robes, there are monasteries. That's from the influence of Lama Yeshe, there's no question. He would treat his nuns in the same way he treated his monks, you know. If he could see your qualities, he'd give you a job. Just because you're a male or female did not matter to him. He was very unusual in that way, because Tibetans are very traditional. Do you understand? And that was very inspiring, actually. Because you talk about, like you hear about, say, Jetsunma, this English nun who spent years in meditation. And her guru was a typical Tibetan, not typical, he was a Tibetan, but he didn't speak English, and all her fellow students were Tibetan. So she had a really hard time surviving as a nun. She got no support. But from the very beginning with us, there was as many women, if not more, becoming ordained as the monks. And we all got treated the same way. Lama treated us the same way, gave us the same education, gave us jobs equally. So we were very fortunate. You understand? That's because of Lama Yeshe. Very, very amazing, modern, contemporary, and a great yogi at the same time. A scholar and a yogi and modern. It was a very amazing combination, you know. And he died when he was 49. Did so much. He died in 1983, 84, 74, maybe 15 years he was around. That's it. He did 15 years he met Westerners. That's it. What he achieved was unbelievable. So, that's Lama Yeshe. I'm glad I met him. I mean, for me too, I don't think I would have been, I wasn't open to Lama Zopa. He seemed too pure to me. I couldn't get him. It took me 10 years to recognize him as my teacher. So Lama Yeshe somehow, my mind anyway, able to subdue me, his words had power for me, that's what I'm saying. I was very proud, I am very proud, very stubborn and proud, but whatever Lama Yeshe said, somehow it worked for my mind, you know. Just immediate. I was very happy with that. It's the first person I met in my life whom I felt I could trust to know my mind, you know. We don't meet people who know our minds. I mean, we're yearning for that. As Lama Yeshe says, we're dying for love, you know. We're always looking for partners, and we're dying for a person who sees us and understands us. It's like a miracle to find a person who knows you. I felt that with Lama Yeshe, the first person in my life. Very consoling. To a person you can trust, you know, who knows your mind, who can guide you. Yeah. That's all I have to say. What else? You can say something now. What time is it? 8 o'clock. It's only an hour. We're going to be talking for an hour. Huh?
Explaining also the sadhanas and things, how he made them. I mean, even just making offerings, how he made everything.
He made everything understandable. It's
yeah.
true. He brought it down to earth. Incredible. He unpacked it. And that really is only, that's the skill of a person who knows it. If you only got intellectual knowledge, you could never do that. So that's where you can see that. Yeah. when a person who can make something simple, it's because they understand it, isn't it? And that was Lama, absolutely for sure. And he was very untraditional. He wasn't afraid of not being traditional, you know. But the thing is, because even though he wasn't traditional, he didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. He always, because he was a great yogi and a great scholar, he never lost the essence. He wasn't just being clever, you know. He wasn't just being modern for its own sake. He had the ability to cut through all the nonsense and get to the heart of it. And I suppose coming to a brand new culture like our culture, that really would help him do that. Because, I mean, he could see what we needed. He didn't just say the usual things, you know. That's why his own ability to find words was so astonishing, you know, to communicate. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think also on that point, that something that has really inspired me was Lama Yeshe's vision of universal education, and very early on talking about finding ways to put it into different presentations and context without losing the essence. Exactly,
and that's his great skill, and I think that can only really happen also because of Buddha's amazing teachings. If I remember when I first met the teachings, first heard the teachings, I remember because at that time was a very serious feminist, so it was a real struggle for me because Tibet's very patriarchal, and it seemed very clear to me that if Buddhism was innately sexist, innately patriarchal, how could I possibly, as a female, it would be schizophrenic? Isn't it? You kind of smashing yourself. You couldn't do that. So for me, from the very beginning, I was forced to really try to find the universality of it. I'm not saying I'm so clever, but I knew I could not sustain it. I couldn't continue to be a Buddhist if it truly wasn't for women. If women were truly secondary, which is what some people say Buddha said. It can't be that way. It's not possible. So for me, when you start to think about the mind, the Buddha's teachings on the mind, which are so amazing, and Lama talks about it a lot in Mahamudra, it's so moving and inspiring, you know, that when you think about it, consciousness is not physical. The consciousness is not male, is not female, it's not animal or even human. It's something more. So it's in its nature is not patriarchal. How can Buddhism be patriarchal in the end? It's just cultural packaging. It can only be cultural packaging. So I knew I had to get some sense of confidence. At that first course, I had 2 months of teachings. I had to feel some confidence before I could continue with it. Otherwise, it's insane. Why would I want to practice a philosophy that's against females? It's kind of schizophrenic. And so, because the Buddha's teachings are so amazing, and a person who's experienced the truth of them, like Lama Yeshe, a genuine yogi, then it would be just perfect for him. And this is where you can see, if you really do understand Buddhist psychology, you don't have to say the word Buddha. If it really is universal, then it is literally universal. If it's not universal, then it's for Tibetans only and Indians only, which is demented. It can't be. It absolutely can't be, you know. So it's absolutely vital. And that's what anybody practicing, so if you're going to really seriously practice, we've got to find the universality of it. Of course, if you talk about reincarnation, it doesn't sound very Western, but even then, but if you talk about the mind and its nature and how it functions and how you can change it, that's universal stuff. And that's the essence of universal education. Dealing with the mind, knowing yourself well. Meditation, its nature isn't Buddhist. Buddha doesn't own it. And in its nature, it is universal. But you've got to have, and he had the skill to make it that way. And so it's so important. And that's why His Holiness all the time now talking about secular Buddhism. Don't have to talk about Buddhism. Secular ethics, sorry. Because, I mean, that's the thing. Buddhism is in its nature ethics. It's a body of ethics. In its nature, it's a philosophy. It is psychology. It is metaphysics. But it all comes down to, and it has to be beyond some kind of culture. It has to be beyond culture. If it isn't, it's not universal. It has to be, you know. And Lama had that skill. Yeah. And that's what you can see with these young Tibetans now, all disrobing. These young tulkus stopping being monks, and Lama Urso, for example. I mean, he just talks like this Western hippie person, talking in a very universal, ordinary way about the heart, which is what we need these days, isn't it? Communicating with human beings. Very interesting. Yeah. What else do you want? Maybe have a cup of tea and a cake. We've got cakes to eat.
And after.
Okay, I can talk about that, yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, he first showed, he was getting sicker and sicker over the years, it seems like. And the last teaching Lama gave was in Kopan Monastery in November 1983. I was quite sick. And then he, I think before that he's already in hospital in Delhi. No. And in hospital. And he's getting sick because of his thing. And then eventually he went to America. One of his lamas said it would be best to go to America, so he was around the Santa Cruz area. And he had a house there, someone had offered him, near Aptos, near Santa Cruz. And people would his students would take turns in taking care of him. And then as he got more sick and more sick, he was then sent to hospital. And he went to Los Angeles, to a hospital called Cedar Sinai or something. So I spent quite a while there, and then at some point on New Year's morning, at dawn, he stopped breathing. So then what they did was, they tried to keep him alive, they tried to bring him back to life, but he didn't. So what they did, the hospital were very kind, Lama Zopa said. Lama Zopa was with him. So they put him on one of those stretchers, and the hospital gave him a room to put him in. Because the Buddhist view is the consciousness doesn't leave just because you stop breathing. An ordinary person even can stay at the subtle level of their consciousness, and there's no evidence of any life there for up to 3 days after they've stopped breathing. But because Lama was a yogi, Lama Zopa knew implicitly that he was already meditating. He wasn't losing control. And that's what the great yogis can do. They've learned over all their life. In Lama Zopa's wonderful book called How to Enjoy Death, which is Wisdom published, which is also available as a PDF, and which is being republished by Wisdom as a paperback, which I edited. So that's Lama Zopa's teaching on how to help at the time of death. So he describes there's lovely stories in there about Lama, about how Lama passed away. Maybe I'll read you from that. It's very moving. Okay. There's different bits in here about Lama Yeshe. Which are you talking about? Okay. So I'm describing the subtler physical energies. We've got this gross level, which is connected to this body and our gross consciousness. Then we've got subtle consciousness, which is inextricably linked with the subtle wind energies, the subtle nervous system, and the prana coursing through these energies, these subtle nervous system, as well as the kundalini, the white and red kundalini. So they talk about what they're trying to do, the great yogis who meditate all their lives. They're trying to bring the mind to a more subtle level, to have all the winds which are all coursing through all these channels, to go and all come into the central channel. And because the mind, as they say, the mind rides on the winds. Our mind goes through all these channels in our body, mixed with the wind energy. The wind and the mind are mixed together. So the great yogis, with their concentration, doing the tantric meditations, are able to bring all those winds into the central channel and eventually bring it to the heart chakra. They've been practicing that their whole life. So as Lama Zopa says in the chapter here, I'll read, that death is what the yogis have been waiting for. Because what happens at death, when there's this gradual deconstruction of all the components of the person, that's the most natural and the most radical deconstruction, and they get to the very subtle mind very easily, and that's what they're trying to do, because that's the most potent level of their mind, like the microscope of their mind, that's easily able to realize emptiness and get all the realizations and even become enlightened then. So Lama was able to do that. So while we're alive, all the knots at the chakras prevent the winds from entering into and flowing in the central channel. So throughout their lives, the great meditators train their minds to do this. Lama Yeshe, for example, in his daily tantric practice, was able to experience the various visions of this deconstruction process that occurs naturally at death. So he didn't need to wait until death to experience them. He was able to open the chakras, causing the winds to enter into and flow in the central channel and dissolve at the heart chakra, so he could meditate in the clear light. So when he passed away, he was in complete control. So he was on this stretcher for like the whole day, and then they had to leave the hospital. It was 5 p.m. and then they drove him very slowly. The students took about 14 hours to drive him up north to Vajrapani Institute. And then eventually people from all over the world, I went there, we went to have for this funeral thing, this big fire puja where they build this special kind of thing, a special little structure, and all according to all the the tantric instructions, and put the body in a chair, and then you have this fire puja. Well, we were there for like 5 days, and it was only when they moved his body had been in the coffin for 5 days, and the Tibetan monk who arranged Lama Yeshe's body in a chair with special tantric things to wear, and the way they put him in the fire puja, he said then his body was still very flexible, and there was no smell. In fact, the body smelled very sweet, because his mind had been there for 5 days. He was meditating the whole time. And this is the point, the way they describe the mind in Tantra. As I said, we've got gross consciousness, which is the gross level of sensory consciousness and our gross way of functioning every day, linked to this body. Then we've got subtle consciousness, inextricably linked with this subtle physical energy, the 72,000 subtle channels, the subtle wind that courses through those channels that our mind is connected to, and then the Kundalini energy. And these great yogis practice this their whole lives. And when death comes, because it's the most radical deconstruction, they're able to go to the clear light mind when all these 8 stages of death occur. And then he was able, like these yogis, to spend time meditating. And many of them spend weeks meditating, getting all their realizations, So he was 5 days meditating. And then they had the fire puja. They burned his body, all day puja we had, I remember. And then they seal this stupa thing. They seal all the holes, and then it's left for 3 days, and then they unseal it. And then Lama Zopa's job was to go into all the to the remains or the fire, and to find relics, what they call relics, different things that showed special realizations, something like that. So then he gave those, and then they were distributed to the students and different people. There's something anyway. But he was a great meditator. He was a great yogi. As Lama Zopa said, a hidden yogi. No one would ever know. He looked like he did so many things with an ordinary life. Yeah.
So this is actually maybe this can be the final question. It's from Facebook and the live stream.
Yeah.
So Jing Shen asking if you could tell us your story of meeting Lama Yeshe the first time. How did you know that Lama Yeshe was your guru?
I understand, yeah. Well, I was brought up a Catholic, very devoted to Catholic. I was naughty, really the worst, most rebellious child there was. But at the same time, I had this incredible love of God and Our Lady and the saints. Had this secret life, And I was just this wish to find a way of understanding the world, know what suffering was, what happiness was, what made things tick, whatever. So by the time I was very religious, then I became sort of social by the time I was 15. Then I became a hippie and decided it was goodbye God, hello boys when I was 19. Then I became like I said, radical lefty, and then it went through this process. Always looking for a way to see the world, I suppose, put it that way. And then when I went through all this political stuff, and then I started martial arts. And I was back in Australia. I've been in London and been in New York for ages. And then I went back to Australia. And I was doing martial arts. And I was doing it 5 days a week. I really felt I'd found my path, And then one day I was driving this car, stopped in the... 2 women had broken down in the intersection, so I stopped. And then I got out and helped them push their car through the intersection. And somehow, this car ran over my left foot. Broke the bone, just there. The bone snapped and I fell on the ground, and I remember thinking, can't do karate. I was hysterical, And this kind gentleman came up, and he was the one who ran over me. Nothing else touched, just my foot. And I said, you ran over my foot. And he said, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He was so sweet. So his name was Bill Bright. And he took me to the Mercy Hospital. That's where I'd been born, just up the road, and took me and took care of me. And then I sued the man, and I got $4,000. Somebody said I should sue him. I never thought of it. They said to sue him. We had insurance, So I remember getting $4,000. But I remember being devastated. I couldn't do my karate. I thought my life had collapsed. And I was feeling so much sorrow, self-pity, and I had plaster on my leg. And I was sitting in this restaurant in Melbourne, vegetarian restaurant, Shakahari. And I looked on the wall, and there's a poster. And I remember seeing the word Lama Yeshe. And there'd be a course in Queensland. Well, my job had just finished. Couldn't do karate anymore, because nothing would have taken me from my karate. So I figured, okay, and what's interesting, until now, I remember thinking, God, where have I heard his name before? I said to myself. And still now, I rack my brains, convinced that I must have heard about him before then. Because the moment I saw his name, it was familiar, you know. I thought I'd heard his name before. I still can't work out when it was, so I probably hadn't. Karma, you know. So I had nothing else to do, so I went to this course. So this is what I'm saying. The first course was a one month intensive Lam Rim course, Lama Zopa. 200 people there packed in this gompa. And I couldn't understand it. I couldn't stand all these men everywhere. I mean, I was a really serious radical feminist, you know. It was quite a shock to my system. But I knew, one part of me knew this is what I'd been looking for 32 years. It was very clear. But I was really freaking out about it. All these males, all these male... I mean, I was a serious feminist. First I was a radical feminist. First I was a feminist. Then I became a radical feminist. I like radical, I thought. Oh, yes. Then I became a radical lesbian feminist, because of course that's more radical. Then even I became a radical lesbian separatist feminist. The outer edge of feminism, you know. Because that's just my nature, to be radical. So I was a serious jump in the deep end. And then I knew I had to find something spiritual again. That's when I started martial arts, and it was really, but it was a shock to my, a culture shock. I can't describe to you. I'd done the hippie thing 10 years before, you know. I was so cynical, and so, I mean, I was just shocked. But nothing would take me away from these things. I went every single day. I'd argue with people, but I knew there was something there. And then Lama Yeshe would come along, and I would sigh with relief. You know. Then there was a 2-month retreat. There was a retreat. I remember there was a Tara retreat, because I really wanted women, so I was going to do the Tara retreat. But then Lama Yeshe was leading a Chen raising retreat, so I thought, no, I'd rather have Lama. And it was a struggle for me. I really mean it. It was a real struggle. He wasn't female. I mean, I'm serious, you know. I was at the time. But I couldn't help but like Lama Yeshe. I just couldn't help but like him. It was a real struggle for me, because all these teachings are so weird. Remember, he made it was a visualization of Chen raising. I kept visualizing a female. I didn't want to visualize a stupid old boy, you know. So I tried to sort of visualize Chen raising as a girl, you know. But anyway, I couldn't help but like Lama Yeshe. I just couldn't help but like him. I had no choice about it. So I took refuge. He gave me a name. Yeshe Chenden. He gave me the name. Took refuge. Then I went back to Melbourne. It was like, 1,000 kilometres down south. And I did some practice every day. I didn't think of him as my teacher yet. I liked him. Then halfway through the year, something changed in my mind. I thought, he's my Lama. And I was embarrassed. And I whispered to one of my sisters, Polly, I've got a guru, but don't tell anybody. I felt embarrassed at this funny word. This is 1976. Who has a guru, you know? Horrible word. But I just knew something. It was something kind of clicked for me. Then I went back next year, the second course he gave, halfway through the next year, and informed him, like I told you. I demanded a meeting. I did all this work, printing a book. We had a printing company. We did this book, a version of Wish Fulfilling Golden Sun, and I'd edited the whole thing and designed it and did it and printed it and typed it and bound it and did everything. So I was determined to, but Lama Yeshe knew I did all this work, you know. So I presented this book to him that I'd done. And then I told him that he was my guru, basically. And then the hard work started. Because what I did was basically give him permission to watch my mind, give him permission to show me my mind, because that's what teacher means. So basically, by me asking him to be my teacher, or telling him as my teacher, that I let him know that he was allowed to show me my mind, basically, you know. So then the hard work started from there. What can I say? That's the answer. And the hard work means Lama Yeshe pointing out my mind to me. And so, okay, even more than that, then, because that's the job. Our job is to see our mind. Our job is to see our delusions. Our job is to see why we suffer, which is our delusions, and to own them and acknowledge them and change them, because that's why we're suffering, and we want to stop suffering. And that's the cause of suffering. So they started showing me that. He started showing me that first thing. No mucking around. So I'd done publishing all my life. I'd always been on the propaganda side of things. In our family, my father was a journalist. We had a printing company. We did graphics. We did design. Then I was a feminist. All my politics, I was always on the propaganda side of everything. So then suddenly, as soon as I went to Chen Raising and they wanted Karma Yoga, I walked straight into typing and transcribing the teachings. It just felt natural, you know. So when I became a nun, I went to Kopan after the car accident, because I had the $4,000, so I'd sued the fellow. So I could go to Kopan. I never had any money. So I went to Kopan, and then I knew I'd be a nun. I knew this is the kind of nun I wanted to be finally. It was so clear, And I was doing all this work for Nick, typing things and being part of the publishing. And then Lama Yeshe moved us, and I became a nun, did my retreat, and he moved us to England. to Manjushri Institute to continue doing all this work. And I just assumed I'd run this publishing. I felt like I was in heaven. I worked out all the publishing lists we'd have, the books we'd do, and then I just assumed I'd be the director of it because it was my expertise. I wasn't trying to be arrogant. I'm arrogant, but I wasn't trying to be arrogant. I knew it was my job. I knew publishing, I knew editing, I knew design, I knew graphics, and it felt like I'd found the job of my life. It's almost like I felt my whole life was an apprenticeship up to this point to do this work. Then I finished my retreat, and I got a note from somebody, Nick, and he said, "Oh, you're going to England to work for Wisdom." And Lama says, "Fantastic, Robina can be the secretary." Well, I mean, I nearly fainted. I was so shocked, I can't describe to you, absolutely gobsmacked. I wasn't being arrogant, it was just so clear it was my job. My whole life up to this point was just so clear. And I said to myself, poor Lama, he doesn't understand, I said to myself. And then he mentioned the name of the person. Nick told me already the name of the person that Lama had appointed to be the director. It was a Tibetan name. He was an American fellow. Well, all I know is just hearing this person's name, I wanted to rip him from limb to limb. I wanted to throw him into the toilet. I wanted to destroy him. I wanted to cut out every organ and cut them into pieces. I can't describe the rage and the shock and the horror. Lama just did not understand what's going on here. I mean, so how kind Lama was, putting up with me. And then I did, worked in this place. We did this printing, and I did all the work. He didn't know anything. I did everything. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I did the editing, I did the accounts, I did the design, I did the graphics, I did the production. I took the books to London to sell them to the bookstores. I didn't act like a secretary, that's for sure. To the poor guy running the place. Must have been hard work for him. Being my boss, can you imagine? But the point was, I didn't understand why Lama couldn't see it was my job. I'm not being naive or anything, but I sort of knew it was practice. I knew, because he was showing me my mind. I could have done Wisdom fine, I could have run a nice job, but I wouldn't have worked on my mind. So what else was he showing me? My pride, my anger, in my face, tasting my own vomit every day. That's practice. Are we communicating? That's the skill of Lama. I would not have done that without Lama. There's no way in the world. Anything I ever liked, everything I ever did in my job, any relationship, any job, if it got uncomfortable, I was gone like the wind. I was out of there. I didn't sit around. But I knew I couldn't escape this. For like 1 or 2 years, I can't remember. Every night I'd close my door and cry and do my prostrations, begging Lama to make the pain go away. So I couldn't stand this guy, I'm confessing now, in public, on Facebook, oh my God. So then, one day, Lama came to the centre, and I took him to my office to use the phone. And he cracked a joke about this guy. I said, "Oh, Lama, I don't hate him anymore." So I woke up that morning with no hate. It was all gone. I'd worked on it for 1 whole year, maybe 2, I can't remember. And Lama gave me a big kiss. He was so happy to hear it. That's all. Didn't say anything. But that's the skill of the Lama. So you've got to want to, I'm not saying I'm so holy, but you've got to want to know your own mind. You've got to want to see your delusions. And you've got to be prepared to be uncomfortable. I mean, anybody who even does therapy, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? To vomit all your yuck out. You're not just going there to have your hand held and feel like a nice person. You've got to see your mind. That's what really being a Dharma practitioner is. Because if you don't get rid of attachment and anger and delusions and neuroses, you can't grow. So Lama, out of his kindness, and because I trusted him, aren't I fortunate? I trusted him, otherwise I would have left, But I trusted him. But it was hard work. I can't imagine all the poor people who had to work with me. You understand? This poor guy was my boss, I think I even threw teapots at him. I don't remember. I mean, I shouldn't confess too many things. Yeah, go. That was how I met Lama Yeshe.
As I said, this was the last question, but this is really appropriate also from Facebook. Yuval Alfeld, she asked, what would be your recommendation for a daily practice? Maybe that could be...
Well, talking like Lama, I'll just... Yeah, sweetheart. Let me read Lama to you. It'll make you happy. Who is the person? What's your name?
Yuval Alfeld.
Yuval.
Yeah.
Hello, sweetheart. I'll tell you what Lama says. In Mahamudra, okay? Well, no, he says very sweet, kind, relaxed. Everything he said makes you feel, oh, phew. Very relaxed. So he'd say, just sit and relax and watch your mind. That's what he'd say. The last chapter here. The last chapter. Make your human life profound. Be practical. Enjoy life. If during this time together you've had even a glimpse of Mahamudra, even just an intellectual experience, then that is valuable. It's good enough. Actually, I think it's so simple. Sometimes I think the way Buddhism is presented makes it all sound so difficult, even more difficult than samsara, and then people get scared. Life is difficult enough, and now this. It's a matter of just practicing as much as you can. Be practical. Enjoy your life. By practicing Mahamudra, and that means the first part of it is to simply sit down, close your eyes, and observe your thoughts. That's it. Just sit back and observe whatever pops up in your mind. You cultivate the skill to develop inner clarity and go beyond the world, even as you go about your life in the world. You can make your human life profound. That would be super. Mahamudra is simple. You don't have to believe in anything. It doesn't involve any Tibetan ritual. In your own home, you simply visit your own reality, your own mind. You don't need to light incense or a candle. Actually, for me, incense is the enemy. I prefer Western incense, perfume. So I don't want you to think that Lama Yeshe comes along and pushes Tibetan culture on you. I hope I never push. The main thing is to have a clean, clear awareness of your own consciousness. That is super, super. That's good enough. At night when you go to bed, just lie down. Your body relaxed and your mind in a state of clarity and selflessness. And then you go to sleep peacefully. Your sleep will be much lighter, as if it's meditation. Then even sleeping becomes profound, your path to enlightenment. Think about emptiness before you go to sleep. Sometimes during sleep there can be hindrances, physical or mental, but Buddha says that meditating on emptiness is the great protector. No one can harm you. Use the pleasures of the world. When you practice Tantra yoga or any other wisdom, you can make use of the pleasures you experience, whatever their source. You don't need to stop having pleasure. You use it to develop internal peace, internal bliss. This brings you satisfaction. I think you already understand the difference between sensory gratification and the pleasure you get from meditation. Such satisfaction. Even if it is unconscious, on some level you know. I believe that every human being at some point experiences the inner quality of peace, the inner quality of bliss, the inner quality of love. We do have these kinds of experiences, but we don't have them continuously in our practice, and we haven't integrated these experiences into our lives. When you've found your own clarity, you are more peaceful, and then you are satisfied. You don't blame, and you don't make demands on the outside world, and you don't demand pleasure from other people. In fact, if the external world doesn't work for you, who cares? Somehow you are no longer afraid that you won't get chocolate because you found your own inner chocolate. Like this, you liberate your mind. The nature of this peaceful state, the clarity state, is love. There is no room for hatred energy. Love is soft, gentle, relaxed. Of course, it's difficult to stay in these states. It takes a lot of practice. You need to habituate yourself. Then, when you are happy, when you are satisfied, you give good vibrations to others. It's so practical. Look at the sky. Sometimes it's good if with intense awareness you simply look at the blue sky. Well, not really look, rather just experience the space, the infinity, and then you can bring this experience into your own consciousness. Or look at the morning sun or a body of water like a lake. That's super. Just watch it without discrimination. Then close your eyes and clarity is there. That is good enough. Just keep the memory of the clarity of your own consciousness. This is a direct way, a quick way to cut the confused thoughts. Lama would always say, it's enough. Good enough, he'd say. Good enough. All right? Yes?
I think that might be it.
Good.
So, thank you so much, Venerable, for sharing some of, and giving us a taste of Lama Yeshe.
That's right.
I feel that we all had a taste.
Good. So I hope you get a taste of your own mind. That's what this is for. Get that Mahamudra book, please.
Yes. We don't have it here yet, but we'll get it.
Get it, yes. Good.
Yeah. Thank you so
pleasure.
much.
Good.
And now it's fika time.
Good. Well, let's sing Jangchu Bud. Lama would do that too. That's the prayer that says, may bodhicitta grow and grow in the hearts of all. Jangchob semchog rinpoche, ma kie panam ke gyo chig, kie panyam pa me payang gong ne gong du pelva sho. And if you do have teachers, if you do have gurus, these mirrors for our minds, then we just think, may we never develop, even for a moment, wrong views towards the deeds of our most precious teachers. With faith and respect gained from seeing their goodness, may their full inspiration flow into our hearts. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Very much. Good.
Okay, welcome to Yeshe Norbu Mind Training Center. Old friends and new friends, and there is some kind of distortion or a waterfall. Yeah, that's better. This weekend is entitled Cultivating Emotional Awareness, and I think most of us sometimes feel that our emotions make trouble for us. They sometimes torment us, and they sometimes seem to be completely out of control. And the question is, what can we do about that? And actually, this whole place, Yeshe Norbu, it's in a way it's about that, getting to know our minds and cultivating the wholesome qualities like stability and clarity of mind, focus and kindness and all the good stuff, and also working on the things that tend to torment us, the anxiety, the anger, the despair. So it's really like we have all these physical fitness centers where we go to take care of our bodies, but this is a place to come and take care of our minds and our brains. And we're part of a global organization called the FPMT, Foundation of the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition. Very easy, simple name there. And there's about, I think, about 160 centers and services across the world in about 40 countries. Our tradition was founded by two great teachers who are here next to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa and Lama Yeshe. And Venerable Robina, she was ordained a monk, I think it's 76 or something like that. 78. Did I say monk? Oh. Yes, she's most certainly a nun. That's interesting. Anyways, and she's been just devoting her entire life to teaching people like us with a great urgency. She just travels around the world, lap after lap, teaching people these, I think, really vital skills for our time. She's edited a lot of books. The Dharma, she's been the editor of a magazine called Mandala. She started something called the Liberation Prison Project, which is working with prisoners in death row, for example, in the US and now across the world. So she's just a wonderful, wonderful teacher. She's been coming here to Sweden for about 10 years. She's been instrumental in getting this place up and running, and I am just honored to have her back here. A few practical details. If you haven't turned off your phone, that's a really good idea. Also, don't leave it on vibrate, just nothing, otherwise, yeah, it still makes a noise. There's 2 toilets in the back, one there and one if you go around the corner. There's an emergency exit over there, and of course you can go out where you came in. Yeah, and also this is being streamed, so we're actually live on Facebook and YouTube. So if you don't feel comfortable being broadcasted, then maybe you could, if you have questions, you can maybe write them down and give them to me if you don't want to speak. The camera will be on Venerable, but still. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say, and we'll see if we can find Venerable. Does that mean 1 minute? It's okay. And if you like, you can, just as a sign of respect, stand up when Robina comes. Not mandatory, but it's customary.
All right. Bit lower. Okay, I'm really fine. I promise. Okay, no, do it. It's going to be too close to my clothing. Oh, the plant. I'm sorry, the plant. Okay. Okay. It's fun. It's hard to be conscious while I was thinking. I was trying to remember each thing as it was happening. You know, falling, seeing the dirt, feeling my body going down, noticing all the things. Sort of all. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know whether there was 10 stairs behind me. I was waiting to fall. You know, it's very interesting keeping your mind clear while that happened. Most interesting experience. Okay. Where were we? What are we supposed to do today? What are we here for? What's the topic?
The topic is cultivating emotional awareness.
Oh, very good. That was a very good test. No, I really was doing it as I was falling, because all your normal expectations are gone. You know, you're sitting in a chair, then suddenly you're not. So I remember, I noticed seeing everything go, and the dirt on the floor, and the plants go boom, and my head go bounce. You know, and notice immediately. Check the body, of course, to see if there's anything broken. And nothing. Only just my elbow. That's only just a bit of pain there. Nothing else. Head's fine. Emotional what? Balance.
Awareness.
Awareness. Okay,
yes.
Awareness. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just sing our little prayer that sets us going. And it's expressing two things. For those of us who in the room already identify with being a Buddhist, it's reminding us of our reliance on the Buddha and his teachings to help us get emotional awareness so we can develop our amazing potential. So that in turn, as the second line express, why? Because our altruistic, our bigger motivation, our bigger reason, not just for our own sake, but because we live in this crazy planet together, so we can be a benefit to others, you know. That's the essence of it. So we're here for this reason. So that means we're listening to these teachings as advice. It's advice. You don't have to take it. You're the boss, not Buddha. It's really important to remember that. But it is advice. It's meant to be, every word should be advice to help us do that job. Okay, so I'll sing a little in Tibetan, these ideas. Sangye charang soke chognam la jangcho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shog sangye charang soke chognam la jangcho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shog sangye charang soke chognam la jangcho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shog. Well, it's really interesting in Buddhism. I don't think there's no word for emotion. Not that they don't acknowledge emotions, but it's really not. There's not that word the way we think about it. And I think when we can understand the Buddha's approach to this, it's really very kind of. It really is a revelation to us when we understand Buddha's very specific approach, and that's what we've got to realize. You know, I mean, we know words like love, compassion, kindness, emotional awareness, empathy, stability. We know these words. We know them so well. And these are all the words of Buddhist psychology. I mean, not like in Western psychology, all the brand new words we've created the last God knows how many years. You know, they're not the terms Buddhism uses. And Buddhism hasn't changed its tune in 2,500 years. I mean, so really Buddhism's either very stubborn, stuck in the past, or how it still talks is relevant. And it's very often, even as Buddhists, many of us Buddhists studying for years and practicing for years, we really don't know the Buddhist view of the mind because we haven't studied it. So because we hear the word love, attachment, anxiety, jealousy, we assume we all have the same definition. But the Buddha's view is so specific, Quite unique in many, quite unique. The first way, in describing the states of mind. But second, the really crucial piece that plays the role in our practice is the causes of what goes on in our mind. The causes, So from the Buddhist point of view too, we can look at the bigger picture and see there's many ways of entering into Buddhism. You can very comfortably say, validly say, it is a series of methods for how to stop suffering and get happy. That's the most tasty for us. It's also a method of how to stop being ignorant and how to get wisdom. That sounds a bit more abstract. Who wants to get wisdom? Not sure about that, you know. Sounds okay. You understand? But not so exciting. We'd rather have happiness, please. And then another way is definitely it's a system of ethics, a system of morality, of ethics. It's exactly that. But what's fascinating, these three different ways of presenting Buddhism come to the same thing. And that's a surprise. So, you know, we talk about wisdom in our culture, and we think of geniuses. We think of genius mathematicians or genius, you know, musicians, genius artists. We never think of it in terms of ethics. It's sort of, well, we think they're nice if they've also got good ethics, but we never think of the development of that wisdom as a thing that's dependent on good ethics. That's a surprise to us. In other words, you could be this genius mathematician and go home every day and beat up your husband. You understand? We're not surprised by that. And so we value intelligence, and so we're prepared to forgive geniuses if they're a bit neurotic and mean, you know? Or forgive artists, for sure. If you're a great artist, but you're a bit of a maniac, we think, oh, that's okay because you're a great artist. But this is what's really important to understand. Is from the Buddhist point of view, it's not possible to have wisdom that the Buddha talks about without ethics. It's dependent upon ethics. They come together. And all of that practice is what brings happiness. So to understand this, it helps us, it really will give us an insight into the Buddhist approach. We've got to dig a bit deeper to understand these words, you know. So we all know the word awareness. We mightn't be sure about emotional awareness. That's maybe something we think about these more recently. But awareness just means, you know, observing something, noticing something, seeing something. That we get. And we are actually good at it. We're absolutely ingenious when it comes to knowing mathematics, understanding the intricacy, the subtlety of all the mathematical things, you know, of music. Look at the amazing genius of incredible musicians, the clarity and brilliance of their awareness. You know, anybody who's... So they're the things we're very familiar with, and we get that, and we use our energy and our enthusiasm and our wisdom to accomplish those things. But that's not... But we don't think that way when it comes to psychology. We think it when it comes to physics. Of all the sciences in the world, we admire most, of all the bodies of knowledge, we admire most scientific these days. I think psychology is the lowest on the totem pole. Because there's no real, I think it doesn't seem like in our culture, any real agreement on what the mind is, where it comes from and how it functions. And then we don't trust psychology because it's subjective, you know. So we don't really, and philosophy just seems a bit sort of, you know, whimsical. Every week someone comes up with a new philosophy. And then secondly, we don't think philosophy is what you practice. You fill your head with many views about how things are and become very wise and, you know, and chat away about how things are. But the Buddha's view, again, it is philosophy, it is psychology, it is metaphysics, and is it all, and it's all practice, and it all comes to the same thing. It also all comes down to the mind. For the Buddha, the mind is central. That means we have to understand what he means by it, because we can be forgiven for thinking we all know what that means, but we have to get his definition. And it's so radically different in many respects, in what it is in its nature, its source, its function, and its potential. Absolutely fundamentally nothing like Buddha's view in our modern culture. So that's why if we want to understand Buddhism, and how we don't have to be a Buddhist, just you can use it, you can use Buddhism, you can be a 1% Buddhist, you know, no one says you can't. But you've got to know what he means by it. You can't put your interpretation, that's just rude, you know. So the end result of Buddhist philosophy, psychology, metaphysics, practice, methods for getting happy, ethics, you name it, or the result the final result is the achievement of Buddha, Sangye in Tibetan. That's the end result of applying Buddha's methodology. If you go all the way as far as you can go, you'd end up being a Buddha. Sangye. And the concept is very simple. The etymology of the Tibetan word is very delicious. Sang implies the utter eradication And these words are too shocking, but I'll say them exactly, and this is exactly what Buddha's saying. But we can't hear this because there's nothing equivalent in our psychology, in our science. The Sang, Buddha, Sang implies the utter eradication from one's mind. Tibetans always point here. Consciousness, mind, of all ego, all fears, all neurosis, all low self-esteem, all the nonsense, all the stuff that we know is painful. As soon as we say the words, anger, attachment, neurosis, low self-esteem, whatever words you like. This stuff, for the Buddha, this is his key finding. They say it's adventitious. Meaning here, not at the core of our being. Therefore, can be removed. Well, these words aren't complicated, but the concept, my God, it doesn't exist for us. It does not exist in science. There's no neuroscientist would say those words. In other words, because the brain is the mind, there's no piece of the brain that we think we have to cut out to stop all the suffering. That, like I joke and say we tried that in the 30s, we called it lobotomies. It didn't work, So there's no equivalent. So we've got to hear, if we're going to take Buddhism seriously, even if you're not going to be a Buddhist, but take it as a serious body of knowledge, which has been around for thousands of years, coming from these amazing Indians before him, then if we want to respect it, we've got to know what the definitions are. If you're an allopathic medical person, which is the common one in our culture, you can't just leap into acupuncture and use your own definitions and kind of squeeze it into your system. You've got to put your system aside and learn this whole new body of knowledge with its new definitions and new reference points and new framework. You can't just squeeze it into some other view, There's many ways of seeing things. We get that. So the word Ge, Sangye, Buddha, not only can we rid the mind of all the nonsense, we can develop to perfection, this is exact for the Buddha, all the other stuff in here. Love, kindness, compassion, joy, you name it. These words are so simple, but this is exactly the end result. Now, if we were to sit here and describe the qualities of a Buddha, we'd think we're in science fiction. We'd go home. We'd just think it's a load of nonsense. So we won't go there. We can say it. I'm just joking. I'm not joking. Because we'd be so astonishing having done this job. The qualities of a being who's accomplished this, which Buddha happens to have found for himself, from his own experience, that this is the nature, the potential of every single living being, it'd be kind of mind-blowing. But just hear the words even. And this is the point. This already implies, the end result implies the method. If you're trying to even, forget about ridding the mind totally of the rubbish, even just to think that, wow, I can get less neurotic, less depressed, less angry, less anxious, less suffering. Because for Buddha, he identifies this stuff as the source of our suffering, the main source. This is all the exact Buddha's words. So it's kind of encouraging to think this. He's got methods to help us get less suffering and more happy. Wow, thank you very much. But his methodology, his view even of the word happiness, his view of the word suffering, his view of the word mind, his view of the causes of suffering, they're what are different. They are so different. And to get Buddha, we've got to understand what he means. Otherwise, how can we apply it? So if it is true that our consciousness, our mind, I, have the potential, to be less neurotic, therefore more happy, thank you, then I'd better know what he means by those words. I better dig deep, I've got to know what he means by the mind. So the first point for the Buddha in the mind, for the Buddha, the first point, and this is taking from the big picture point of view. Many people who practice some Buddhist techniques like mindfulness and all these different things we talk about from within the context of being a materialist, a philosophical materialist, you don't have to think about this bigger picture at all. You don't need to. There's so much you can do with Buddhism without looking at the bigger picture. But I like the big picture. So we're going to discuss the big picture too. We're going to discuss this emotional awareness in the framework of the big picture. So from the big picture point of view, which means the whole entire world view that in fact is Buddhism, which is often is a surprise to us. We don't think it's a world view. It's a vast body of knowledge of philosophy, metaphysics, as I'm saying, about the universe, about the world, about happiness, suffering, beings, what is it, all that. all of those things. It is all that. It is all that coming in this integrated way from the thousands of years before on the basis of all the amazing findings of these ingenious Indians before the Buddha, you know. As His Holiness said, it was these amazing Indians more than 3,000 years ago who were the ones who first began the investigation into the nature of self. We probably thought it was Freud, you know, being so arrogant in our modern culture. I mean, we're absolutely ignorant. I keep saying it, and only lately have I realised that we're so utterly ignorant of these amazing genius Indians and their culture and their history and their philosophy, you know. Astonishing. Absolutely mind-boggling, you know. So, okay. So from the Buddhist point of view, first and foremost, your mind is not your brain. And that's not going to insult neuroscientists. It's not even contradicting what they say. This is why the Dalai Lama and his amazing conversations the last 40 years, organised by the Mind and Life organisation, bringing these views, seemingly opposite views, together, finding continuity. Fantastic. It's so amazing. So it's a wake-up call for so many us, you know, modern philosophical materialists, philosophical materialists. So, okay, it's not your brain. It's not physical. It doesn't mean the brain doesn't play a role. Clearly it does. But he's not discussing the brain. You ask these genius yogis thousands of years ago where their brain was, they'd say they have never heard of such a thing. But they know their minds intimately. That's their expertise. That's Buddha's expertise. Meaning, here, then, if it's not physical, so forget that one, but say that. Nevertheless, so what do we mean by the mind? It's a much more subjectively used word. It's referring to our actual thoughts, feelings, emotions, unconscious, subconscious, this entire spectrum of our inner being, stuff that we are ignorant about, that we notice most of the time until it's vomiting out our mouth. This is Buddha's expertise. His ability on the basis of getting single-pointed concentration, this ingenious technique invented by the Indians well before the Buddha, that enable us to get this amazing disciplined, subtle focus that enables us to plumb the depths of our own mind that we don't even posit as existing, to unpack, so we can unpack and unravel its contents and eventually do the job of lessening and eventually ridding it of all the nonsense and developing and growing to perfection all the goodness. Speaking simply, that is the job of a Buddhist, from here to the end result. So, the next point that's different about the mind, like we just already indicated, is this potential, this insane potential to be rid of all the rubbish and full of all the goodness, to be free of suffering and full of happiness. Not physical, has far more subtle levels of cognition, of capacity for cognition, has the potential to rid the mind, to be utterly free of all nonsense which is causing suffering and full of all, whatever, the wisdom and clarity and all the rest. This is our natural potential, Buddha says, long term. And the other way it's different, of course, is the radically different point that disagrees fundamentally, at least in one way, with the one view that we would say that the creator religious philosophies and the materialist philosophies at least agree upon, that you began in your mother's womb. If God made you, you began in your mother's womb. If your mummy and daddy made you, you began in your mother's womb. Buddha disagrees with both of those findings. But he says that's a mistake. He doesn't agree with that. He says our consciousness, as mad as this sounds, it's the product of the law of cause and effect. Like everything we know is the product of the law of cause and effect. Very simple. If you have this, at any given moment, whatever this might be, it's got its own series of causes, and the first most simple logic is it comes from a previous moment of that stuff. It's like the chicken and egg idea, you know. So consciousness for the Buddha, like all phenomena, is a product of cause and effect, which means this moment of this cup, the stuff that it is, its main cause is the stuff of the previous moment, and the stuff of the previous moment is the cause of the previous moment, and so on and so forth. And if you kept tracking back that cup, you'd end up at the first moment of the Big Bang. Because each moment of whatever that stuff is, whether it's labeled cup or the stuff that makes the cup, it comes from something before. It comes from something before. It comes from something before. This is kind of logical. In other words, if we take the view of cause and effect, you cannot posit such a thing as a first cause. That's a complete contradiction. It's an insanity. But that, even those simple words take time for us to hear. So given that logic, you can't find a first moment of your consciousness. Therefore, it's beginningless. I mean, even as I say it, it sounds ridiculous. But this is the only logical conclusion what the Buddha would say. Your consciousness is beginningless. So is matter. And indeed, your consciousness is also endless. And that is not how the Christians talk, and it's certainly not how the materialists talk. This is Buddha's view. And this is observation. And that's the point to keep remembering. When we think of Buddhism, we think, it's kind of like, it sounds like we like it because it doesn't sound just like a religion, but we still put it into the category called religion, and that's okay. You ask a Tibetan, am I religious? They'll say, yep. Oh, you believe in a creator? No. So our view of, our definition of religion is linked to a creator, but not for Buddhism. So the point here is, the key thing to get, and this takes a while to hear as well, that Buddha is not a creator. He doesn't assert a creator. There is no concept like that in Buddhism. Therefore, there is no concept of punishment and reward, which is how we all think about morality. One of God's jobs is to, because he runs the universe, I'm not being sarcastic here, if you have faith in God, please, I'm not going to insult you. Necessarily, I mean, speaking very simple terms, the concept of a boss, God is the boss. God created me, he created the laws of morality, he created the universe, so necessarily God is to be obeyed. And this is the view, I mean, of my Catholic priest friend, when I asked him, what is a sin by definition? He said it is by definition doing what God said not to do. Well, that's our view of morality in my mother's household. When she says, do that. And I'll get, I'll say, why? We know her answer, because I say so. That's the view of the world. That's why, the police, the judges, the laws, your boss, your mummy, God, it's the same. Someone's the boss, they run the show, they hold the power to punish and reward. That's our view of ethics. We have that instinctively. There's no concept like that in Buddhism. Buddha's not a creator. Therefore, he's not a boss. Therefore, he's not the punisher or a rewarder. Therefore, there's no punishment and no reward. There's no person wielding a big stick, in other words, which is how we think about it. But for the Buddha, if there's cause and effect, there are consequences to what we do. Naturally, if you sow a seed in the ground called an apple seed, you won't get a pear. You'll get an apple. There's logic to cause and effect. So you learn the laws, you test it, you get the result, you can replicate it every time. That's the Buddha's view. That's his expertise as far as he's concerned, when it comes to getting happiness and stopping suffering. Because he says he's identified the causes of suffering, so that once we apply that, we can get rid of suffering and get happiness. This is Buddha's teachings. This is Buddha's methodology. So where's it come from? Well, I say it's true, I joke, but it's true. We all ask the same questions. And that's, for me, very, very consoling, actually. All over the planet, wherever I go, we ask the same questions. But there's only one question ever, so far, still, I've had once, from one person, a scientist in New Zealand. And he said, who revealed the teachings to the Buddha? Which is a perfect question when it comes to creative religions. Perfect. And then he was shocked when I gave the answer. I said, nobody. What do you mean? I said, would you ask Einstein who revealed the teachings about relativity to him? Of course you wouldn't. You'd laugh. You know that Einstein's information comes from his own observation. And he's presenting it. And he says, here is what I found to be so. He's not asking us to believe it. We know he didn't have a vision of it yesterday and is now telling us about it. We know he's not speculating. He says, this is my findings. Here is my methodology. If you'd like to come to the same conclusion, follow the steps that I did. That's a Buddha. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not joking. That is exactly the approach in Buddhism. But it really takes us time to hear that. It really takes us time to hear, because we have all these assumptions that, let's say, in the bigger picture point of view, that consciousness, reincarnation, all this stuff, karma, this is religion, therefore is made up by a creator, therefore can't be proved. We have that assumption. Well, that's not Buddha's view. He's not a creator. He didn't make it up. He's observed it. How? With his mind, which is more subtle. Remember that. You've got to remember the Buddhist view of the mind. It goes to these more subtle levels, which means it has the capacity to cognize things at a subtler level, such as the past, the future, etc. This fits completely with the Buddhist view in psychology. If you were to study it, you'd learn all that. You have to believe it. Buddha's not asking you to believe it, nor is Einstein. You prove it. And if you disprove it, as the Dalai Lama said, then great, Buddha's happy. Bye-bye, Buddha, I'm out of here. If you go along and practice his methodology and you get to a point where you see that he's wrong in his findings, then of course you will find that to be true and he'll be very happy to hear it. That's what he did with the Hindus. He went as far as he could go, and he found that they were wrong in their final conclusion. So he kept moving. He didn't chuck out what he'd learned already. He kept moving. That's how you do with Einstein. Just the same. We call that science. That's the Buddhist approach, as surprising as that is to us. So our mind is not physical. Our mind is not the handiwork of a creator or mummy or daddy. That's a big surprise. It's a result, it's a continuity of mental moments. Beginningless and endless. That sounds ridiculous initially, but it's all there in the findings. It's up to us to look into it. It's got these far more subtle levels of cognition that we, in the long term, to do this job that he says we have to do, want to do, if we do it, to perfect the mind and rid the mind of rubbish, we've got to access these subtler levels of mind. Using these amazing techniques invented by these Indians before the Buddha, that the Buddhism uses, are central to Buddhism still. Single point of concentration, shamatha. And that the delusions in the mind, the neuroses in the mind, are adventitious. They can be removed. This is the essence of Buddhism. And all the methodology are rooted in all of this. Let's look at it now from the point of view of how we start. How do we start then? If it's true, we can change our mind. If it's true, we can lessen our neuroses. And again, remember, this is the crucial one, is why would I want to do that? And this is one of our main stumbling blocks. Why would I want to do that? From the Buddhist perspective, because they're the source of your suffering. This is massive. We could spend the whole day just on that topic, because that's not how we think. So that flies in the face of our deep assumptions, because as far as I'm concerned, I am suffering because Martin did this, or Mary did that, or the weather did this. And our science reinforces that with respect. That's the dualistic view. That's the samsaric view. That's our philosophical view. That's the view we live in and exist in and reinforce every second of the day. And Buddha says we're missing a fundamental point. We're missing the role of our mind. So, we all know we want to be happy. I mean, speaking really simply, don't get all fancy and intellectual about it. We want pleasant feelings and we don't want unpleasant feelings. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And this word happiness and suffering, they're very interesting. Let's look at those. From the psychological model, from the point of view of the Buddhist model of how they describe the internal qualities in here. They talk about, in the West we say we've got 1,000 thoughts a second. Buddha agrees with that. But in the Buddhist model, you talk about sensory consciousness and we talk about mental consciousness. And this is a really crucial distinction, by the way, that's very helpful to even understand initially. As Lama Yeshe says, we make the body the boss, meaning that because we think we are only the body, everything for us is physical. The way our body experiences things second by second is how we determine happiness and suffering, basically. The second there's a pain in your knee, the mind gets distressed. The second the weather's pleasant, your mind gets happy. So we can see the role. Well, that's the wrong one. It's about the body. The second the body feels certain things, then we base our happiness and suffering on that. And the Buddha says we're giving way too much power to the body. That's not being, that's not being mean. Practical. As Lama Yeshe says, we make the body the boss. Complete mistake for the Buddha. So we've got sensory consciousness and we have mental consciousness. So how do we distinguish those? Well, again, speaking clearly, using Buddha's view, consciousness or mind, synonymous, virtually, not physical. So I consciousness. That part of my mind that functions through the eyeball. The nerves, all the bits and pieces working together. The physical part of me is not what cognizes its objects. It's the consciousness mixed with the physical that allows me to have an I consciousness, a moment of cognition. Of what? So every part of our mind, whatever part of our mind is functioning, its function is to cognize. That's the actual definition of mind, that which cognizes. So everything is always the mind is always cognizing something. And we have to, and one of the major ones when we study Buddhist psychology is to identify clearly the object of each of our states of mind. Because Buddha's saying that we're misconceiving things now. So I consciousness It's got more capacity than this, but in general, eye consciousness has two objects. It cognizes shape and color. That's it. Ear consciousness cognizes sound. Tactile, tongue and nose, 5 senses. They've each got their own function, each got their own objects that they cognize. Then you have mental consciousness. So in all the teachings, there's more. The senses can do more things, but in general, when we look at the simple function of eye consciousness, it has 2 objects: shape and color. But I will say, wow, and I do, because I got it yesterday. Craig bought it for me, and I'm all excited and attached to my new cup, my travel cup. I wanted a thin, black, with no words on it, thermos cup. And now he found one for me, so I'm already attached to it, already. So what I see is a really nice cup. I see that, But that's, Buddha says, don't be ridiculous, I'm sorry. The shape and color here, my eye consciousness cognizes shape and color. So then you've got to ask the question logically, what part of my mind goes, wow, what a gorgeous cup, You understand? Well, that's my mental consciousness. That's where the workshop is, as Lama Zopa says. That's the Buddha's expertise, to unpack and unravel this. This is where the workshop is. This is where the suffering is. This is where the happiness is. This is where the potential is. This is what we have to learn to understand, the mental consciousness. This is Buddha's expertise. So, then in the mental consciousness, then what happens is my eyes see that shape and color in a millionth of a second, and I'm really not joking, quicker than Google. It accesses mental consciousness, and up comes a story. Well, the very first time I saw it, because David took us around yesterday to about 4 shops, and Kind, Zarina, and Anne-Marie went around, we looked at 20 cups and about 100 online. None of them suited me. I knew what I wanted. And Craig randomly goes across the road and buys the one cup that he sees, and it's the perfect cup, So straight away, as soon as my eyes saw it, I instantly checked, isn't it, against what I want. And except for this dent here, which I think is rather nice now. I admire the designer who did that, because it helps you hold it better. It was very wise of the designer. I appreciate that now. In the beginning, I didn't like it. I thought, no, I don't want that dent. Do you understand? And then I looked inside, and there's this extra layer here, and I thought that's really extra messy, but then now I appreciate it, and I appreciate the designer. They really thought it through. I so admire. So all that happened in the beginning, so now I've got this picture in my mind, my pretty cup, my delicious cup. Where's my cup, I'm going to say? Where's my cup, Do you understand? We all know this, right? All of that is mental consciousness. It's these elaborate conceptual stories that we are every second are making up. Every day, new stories, new conceptions, new thoughts, new opinions. It's a great big bunch of opinions in here. But basically, as one Lama said, we're like children who draw a lion. We create it. But then we become afraid of it. We completely forgot we created it. So in the beginning, all that process of me analysing the cup and looking and checking, yes, this and no, that, and now it's just merged into my cup, delicious cup. And I forget that it's my concepts, based on what I want, what I think, what I like best, all my concepts, my things, my this, I want black and blah. All of that is elaborate conceptual, conceptual story. Elaborate conceptual story. All of it, a bunch of thoughts. We can kind of see this. Buddha is a cognitive therapist. He's the most ingenious cognitive therapist you can find. And because they're all just a bunch of thoughts, he says we can change them, because we made them up in the first place. The trouble is, he says, we've been thinking these thoughts for eons, and so now they're totally entrenched as absolute truth for us. Which is why we have a panic attack when things aren't what we want. And this is why we have to understand the way the neurotic states of mind function. But they're all conceptual stories. And this is to really begin to understand the word emotions, we've got to understand this deeper point. That and this we're going to be discussing, when we go beyond, we've got to go beyond the emotional component, which is when the body is involved. That's the only time we notice what's happening in our mind, when our body tells us something's going on, because we're so gross in our awareness. We think it's subtle to notice your body. No, it's the tip of the iceberg. The body's the last part of us, the grossest level. We've got stuff in the mind that's so subtle, so deep, so entrenched, so ancient. We've got to go deep in, and that is an abstract concept for us. We don't get that, you know. And what we normally think that means is looking into the past, what Mummy did and what Daddy did, and when I was 2 or 3. That's not what Buddha's saying. He's not saying look into the past. It's helpful if you can, but that's what we do in our culture, because we think all the sources of me are back there. Why am I angry? Because of what happened when I was a little girl. That we're convinced we'll find this needle in a haystack. Ah, now we know why Robina gets jealous, gets angry. That's what happened to her. That's how we think. Buddha disagrees with that logic. He's not saying it doesn't play a role, but we give all the power to that. Because we believe, and that's our scientific model, that we are the product of mother and father and genes and DNA. And we go back to mummy, daddy, grandma, grandpa, and back to the monkeys. That's the only place we know where to look. Buddha says, no, you look in the mind, deep down, down, unpack, unravel, deeper, 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 deeper. We can't get that concept. So it's a very different approach. Such a different approach, you know. We've got to go beyond the emotional component. This is the tip of the iceberg. It's just the indicator that something's going on in here. So, the mental consciousness is what we have to become familiar with, and that's, when you study Buddhist psychology, that's what you're studying. The Buddhist model of the mind, the way the mental consciousness functions. And we're not discussing the brain. So the Buddhist view, and this is again coming from these Indians, this is thousands of years old. The Buddha, you know, they've tweaked it over the centuries. People got variations in their definitions, but pretty much it's stable for several thousand years, this view. And where has this information come from? This is the big question. Not revelation, not with a microscope on a brain, but with a microscope of your own mind, in your own mind itself. They map the mind internally. This is something weird to us. We can't get it. Based on brilliant, ingenious, single point of concentration and the knowledge of the mind, the contents, you know. So, we can say there's many ways of presenting how the mind functions, the way the mind works, you know, what's the contents and how and what they are. But here, a really good way to put it is that he divides all the contents of our mind, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of different types of thoughts. That's how he says, conceptions, into 3 categories. There's no 4th category. And the 4th 2 are the crucial ones. The 3rd category are I like to call it the mechanics of our mind. They're the parts of our mind that enable us to do the job of unpacking and unraveling. They're the part of our mind that everybody needs to do anything. If you want to be a good sniper, you need very good concentration. You need really clear awareness. You've got to pay attention. You've got to know exactly the distinction between that person and this person. Otherwise, you'll kill the wrong person. You've got to have good attention, good awareness, good discrimination, good concentration, good mindfulness. They're in the 3rd category. They're the mechanics of the mind. Whether you're a murderer or a meditator, they've got to be functioning properly. So they're not in their nature good or bad, in the sense that Buddha would refer to the first 2 types of states of mind that they use very simply, refer to them as very simply negative and positive, non-virtuous and virtuous. Now we get nervous about these words because it sounds like religion, doesn't it? And it sounds like judgment. And in psychology we don't like to judge people. It's not judgment, it's just a proper label. You know, in a garden, you don't say, oh no, you can't call that a weed. You can't judge. You're very stupid. If you can't call it a weed and know a herb or a weed, you'll die if you eat the wrong one. We think of it as moralistic. It's so silly, it's so emotional, so childish. Buddha says there's a bunch of stuff in our mind, that the stuff that we can get rid of is neurotic, deluded, disturbing. They're conceptions at a deepest level, and they're misconceptions. This is his point. So to understand that is the revelation that then gives us insight into how the Buddhist view works, and how therefore you apply it in daily life. Then you've got the 2nd category. They're the good ones, the nice ones, the virtuous ones, the happy ones, the positive ones, the beneficial ones. Love, compassion. Nobody says, oh, don't you judge that person, say they're a nice person. Don't you judge that person, call them loving. Come on. We're so silly, we're so ridiculous. So the Buddha happens to say there's a bunch of states of mind in here that break our heart. They're the source of our own pain. But we hear it as punitive and judgmental, and I'm bad. That's what we put onto it. He's not saying that, but we hear that. That's our mistake. So the job of being a Buddhist, which is implied by the end result, is to distinguish between the neuroses and the virtues. It's to know the difference between a weed and a herb. Not complicated. That's what you're trying to do. That's the point of Buddhist psychology. That's what you want when you have emotional awareness. To label what's there. But you have the view of judging and being scared to say it because you might blame the person, then you're not going to get far. Part of the process of knowing your own mind is indeed to step back and simply observe there's anger, observe there's jealousy, or indeed observe there's compassion without judging. That's part of a process. It's very good to do that, to step out instead of all the neurotic interpretation of it. That's necessary. But often the biggest misinterpretation of Buddhist psychology, and therefore meditation, is that you just leave it there. This is nihilism. Oh no, you don't. One person, I remember a group of people in one country were amazing, all going in to help people in prisons, And they were talking about the different types of meditation they were doing. And this is one of the types of meditation. Buddha would suggest it. It's coming from Buddhism. But people think it's everything, So you sit and observe the thoughts and the emotions. There's anger, there's jealousy, there's love, there's this. That's fantastic. You must do that. There's a weed, there's a herb. And then I said to her, well, then what do you do next? How do you advise them next? Oh, no, you just leave it there. I said, oh, well, that's interesting. You're driving on the freeway at 120 kilometres an hour, and you notice you're driving in the wrong lane. And you just leave it there? You don't make a decision to act? Oh, no, that's judging. Well, excuse me, don't be nihilistic. You don't just look at your garden and go, oh, there's a weed. What will you do about it? Oh, no, you don't say that. Excuse me, you've got to have an action point. The only reason to call something is to decide if you want it or don't want it. It's pretty reasonable, and we get that when it comes to maths, science, cooking. If the recipe says 1 teaspoon, but you put a half in, and someone says no, it's supposed to, you're not supposed to have a half. Well, don't you tell me, or don't you insult me? I'm allowed to put a half a teaspoon if I want. Well, you won't get a cake. But when it comes to emotions, we're like less than infantile. We can't bear what sounds like judgment and criticism, because that's the tragedy of ego. We're so fragile. And this is what we have to recognize. We are fragile. We can't stand pointing out what sounds like a mistake. We can't. It literally makes us mad. This is the major stumbling block. So when we hear Buddhist teachings very simply presented that anger, depression, anxiety, attachment are the cause of your suffering, we just can't hear it. It seems like too mean, too unkind of Buddha. He's so brutal. So we hear, I'm bad, we beat ourselves up, we become guilty, neurotic. Well, anyway, that. We just increases when we hear Buddha, That's not meant to be that's not meant to be the attitude at all. I mean, if you go to your doctor, and she wisely says that she's found from her own experience that cancer can come from smoking too many cigarettes. So she advises you out of kindness, maybe even sternly, you've got to give up those fags, Robina. You call them fags in Sweden? Used to anyway. Smoking is not ubiquitous now, is it? When I smoked, the whole world smoked. Everybody smoked. So you can manage to smoke 80 a day, but now you couldn't even smoke more than one, because everyone's going to put you in prison, isn't it? I can't imagine trying to smoke now. I smoked normal, 40 Marlboros a day was normal. Then when I was really extreme, when I was on speed, I'd smoke 80. I'm serious. In between the marijuana. Truly, I did. Anyway, whatever, now you can't, it's possible. So imagine, the doctor, you don't say, how dare you insult me? How dare you criticize me? How dare you say you're going to punish me with cancer? We don't say that, do we? But we say it when it comes to looking into our mind. Isn't that fascinating? We have such a different approach when it comes to looking in our mind. We're practical when it comes to food. We know things will harm us. So we kindly, out of compassion to ourselves, will stop smoking cigarettes. Equally, you don't think your doctor's going to punish you with cancer. That's our view of morality. God will punish me. Mummy will punish me. The judge will punish me. That's why we try to hide our bad qualities, because we don't want to get punished. That's our view. We imposed all that view. That's a dualistic nonsense view that Buddha disagrees with fundamentally, but that really takes time to get to. We've got to have courage to want to look into our mind because we are sick of the suffering. We are sick of this suffering. We're sick of the neurosis and up and down like yo-yos, you know. That's the reason you want to look into your mind. So you have to have courage to do that because it means you're going to have to look at the shit in there. Like one of my friends is a therapist and a Buddhist. He said it's having your hands in your own shit. It's a fact. It's not comfortable. But we have to be brave to own it because that's what's breaking our hearts. That's what's causing us our misery. And these words again are easy, but it's hard to hear because it's not what we think. I think Martin is the cause of my suffering. And I think he's the cause of my happiness. It's the same. You blame him for both. Why are you happy, Robina? Oh, Martin's so kind. Why are you suffering, Robina? Oh, Martin's so mean. We blame him for my suffering and we blame him for my happiness. So we put in other words, we put it on the outside. That's the dualistic view we all have. And that's deep in our bones. No one taught us that. That's samsara, Buddha says. And that comes from ancient habit of misconceptions over countless lives. That's why at least even the talk of reincarnation and past lives gives power to this idea the Buddha says that we're programmed with this stuff in the depths of our bones. It's not enough to look at what happened when you were 1. You came programmed already, Buddha says, from the first second of conception. With your own past, not mummy's and daddy's past. But they both agree we come from the past. But the West says mummy's and daddy's past. Buddha says our own past. That's what we have to look at. And that's where karma comes in, which we're going to talk about. So we have to want. Because we want the logic is in the first stages of practice. We're not discussing compassion here. We have to want to stop suffering and we have to want to be happy. That's the impetus that gives us the wish to want to look into the mind. There's no other reason. There's no other reason. There's no other reason. Because you're sick of suffering. And so the first stage is like compassion for yourself. But we miss that one. We completely miss that. When we think of spiritual, we always think of compassion, you know. That comes later. That's advanced. You can't possibly have compassion for anybody until you start to know how you work, how you function, what causes your suffering, what your delusions are. Then you know yourself, then you know others. It's logical, you know. So the impetus for wanting to look into our mind, for wanting to get emotional balance is your own sanity, your own happiness. You've got to want that in a really good, delighted way. Don't be ashamed of that. Then you can help others. That comes next. So, these 3 categories of states of mind. There's no fourth in this mental consciousness. The neuroses, all the ego-based ones, all the distorted, deluded, distorted, deluded, disturbing states of mind. Then you've got the valid, virtuous states of mind. Then you have this third lot, I like to call them mechanics. Concentration, all these things, right? So starting again, if we want to be happy and don't want suffering, let's get clear what Buddha means by those words. This is huge. So for this we look into the 4 Noble Truths. Really it's best to call them the 4 facts for the noble ones. The truths aren't noble, but they call it that's the 4 facts for the noble ones. And truth always sounds a bit like religion to me, so I prefer the word facts. Sounds very, doesn't it? The facts. The 4 facts for the noble ones. This is Buddha's first teaching, and they're all in reference to suffering. There is suffering. There are causes. You can get rid of it. Here's the method. Pretty simple. Of course, it's presented in a much more complex way, and you read it and you drown in confusion because it's so complex and so, complex. But simply speaking, he's identified that there is suffering. He's identified the causes, which is a miracle, really. And he says you can get rid of them. That's even more amazing. And there's how to do it, the 4th one. That's it. So what's suffering? Well, the first one, there's 3 levels, he says. Different ways of presenting, but one way is in terms of 3 levels of suffering. The grossest level, the more subtle, and the most subtle. So the first one is what we all agree on is suffering. It's easy. When the bad things happen. Not complicated. When the bad things happen. This is easy to say, and we can all agree on this one. Monks and dogs also agree. They what we call suffering is when the bad things happen. And what the bad things means is when they're the things that I don't want, isn't it? So if someone likes carrot cake, then that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. And if I don't like carrot cake, then that's a bad thing. So I suffer when carrot cake comes, and Martin's happy when carrot cake comes. Because we all have our assumptions, don't we, what we want and what we don't want. Well, putting Buddha's words to those words, it's called attachment. This powerful, for him it's a neurotic, not the word you think of attachment. Don't use your definition. Being close to your family, being attached to your children, that's not what Buddha means. He's talking a neurotic, distorted, disturbing, primordially deep misconception at the level of assumption, ancient in us, that basically is this, it's multifaceted. And it's a deep assumption, panic-stricken assumption, that I must get what I want every millisecond. That's what it is, essentially. When it comes down to it, that's it. And it's completely programmed in us. Where from? Not from mummy and daddy practicing it, but from our own practice in the past. We come fully programmed. The Buddha identifies in the first of the three kinds of states of mind, in the negative ones, he identifies 84,000 distinct, different delusions, distinct, different misconceptions, distinct, the term they use in Buddhist psychology, or mental illnesses, which is a really good translation. Well, that's pretty shocking to hear that. 84,000, but he luckily, helpfully narrows it down to 3 that are the source of all the others, which is really helpful. And there he calls them the 3 poisons, or we can call them the 3 toxic emotions. Wonderful phrase we use in English these days. And there's a hierarchical relationship between them. And again, this is not how we talk in our world. The root delusion, which we'll get to, we'll see, is known simply as ignorance, or known colloquially as ego grasping, and it's the root of all our problems, such that when that's uprooted, we've achieved our liberation, Not all the way to Buddha yet, but we're on the way. This is really the primordial misconception of our very own self. And it's fear-based. It's panic-stricken fear-based. They're all fear-based. This ego grasping is so primordial. So on the basis of that, its main voice in daily life is attachment. This panic-stricken emotional hunger, this assumption, this frantic, panic-stricken assumption every millisecond that I must get what I want. Another way to say it is to get the nice things. What I mean by nice. That's it. That's it. That's attachment. And it's got all these different facets, But that's its essence. And Buddha says it drives everything we do every second. And to the degree that we have it is the degree to which we suffer. We've all got it until you're highly realized. It's just there. It's just the deal. It's samsara. So on the basis of that first one, ego grasping, its main voice is attachment to get what that supposed I wants. And on the basis of attachment, not getting what it wants. That is aversion. Attachment, aversion. And we go between these 1,000 times a day, like drunken sailors. Attachment's the assumption that wants what I want every second, and the millisecond it doesn't get it. Panic attack. Aversion, and that can be from anger, annoyance, frustration, irritation, upset, despair, depression, and the whole spectrum. That's all expressions of aversion, and that's the expression of attachment not getting what it wants. Aversion is the response when attachment doesn't get what it wants. These words are simple, but we don't recognize this process. And this is happening all the time at the deepest level in all of us. So if we have 1,000 thoughts a second, it's very clear we're not aware of them. And this is why this is not the level to which Buddha says we can have emotional awareness, not to mental awareness, subtler awareness, is dependent completely on getting single point of concentration. In the long term, the big picture. Without this, we just stumble along. There's masses we can accomplish without getting single point of concentration. But to really progress in the way he says we have to, need to, we need concentration. Then it's like unbelievably easy. So we're really fighting an uphill battle when our mind is so chaotic and we don't have any focus. But that's normal world. But there's still a lot we can do to get the level of awareness Buddha says we're capable of. So we have to start somewhere, obviously. So understanding these three toxic emotions is completely fundamental to understanding Buddhism. If you don't get this, you don't get Buddhism. You're just making up your own story, you know. And these are the summary of the other 84,000. They all subsume to these three, and the three is subsumed to the one, ego grasping. Are we communicating? So let's have some questions before we continue. What's the time? Based on what I've said so far, ask me some questions. Well, it's only an hour, we're fine. Yes.
Hi, Venerables. Thank you. I have a question. If you can elaborate a little bit more the aversion. I didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I will definitely. I'll do that. I will do that. Any more questions? More questions? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question related to that. Like, I'm trying to just understand that the distinction between aversion and angry. Well, no.
Yeah, good. I understand.
Like this,
I will.
The same.
Absolutely, I will.
Because I don't really understand why it's a
understand.
third. Because I kind of get.
We'll go into it. Absolutely, thank you. Any more? Just before we go into this? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's possible then to get free of this.
Get what?
To become free of being like stuck with aversion and.
But that's what I said in the beginning.
Yes.
That's what I said in the beginning.
But if you please let me finish the question.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Is it possible to become free of that if you just live in like
to come what, darling?
society?
To become what? I didn't. Forgive me, I didn't hear
you. I was thinking if it's possible to get
to do this job.
To do this job, yes.
Yeah.
If you live in just
normal
society.
I understand. No, utterly and completely impossible for 99.99% of us. Not because we don't have the potential, but we're not living an ordinary daily life with objects of attachment and objects of anger and children and mortgages and wages and this and worries and fears and pains and bodies. It's impossible. We've got to give up sex, drugs and rock and roll, have years and years of practice under our belt, get some single point of concentration, and then, then we can achieve it quickly. We can go really far. But what I said before is, of course, to really get somewhere, there's levels and levels and levels, isn't there? If you want to become like Lance Armstrong and be, win the what do you call it? Grand Prix on the bike. You can't be you can't just be a weekend cyclist, can you? So it's asking, can I be like Lance Armstrong by living an ordinary life? The answer is no. It's obvious. Can I be like Bach? And, he had 22 children and he wrote like countless pieces of music every month just to keep the children fed. Can I do that? No, we don't have the we don't have the ability of the genius, and we don't have the space and time. So everything's levels of capability, isn't it? Do you understand? So you can do cycling a little bit every day and get somewhere with it and grow it and grow it. So you can look at your mind every single day, and that's what we're talking here. I'm giving the big picture as a reference point for what we can do every day. So to the degree to which we have any will to do it is, of course, the degree to which we will do something, and we can get results. We can be very optimistic. That's the big Does that make sense to you? Good, okay. It's contextual. Do you understand? So now let's look into attachment and aversion and the relationship between these two and what they are. Okay? So we say the word anger, you hear that one, don't you? So describe what you think anger is. Tell me, how would a person look if they were angry? Describe what you see if you see an angry person. What would you see? Yeah, you. Let's just give example. You. Just describe an angry person to me. What would you be seeing?
Lion.
Huh? No, be very simple. Describe to me. You say, oh wow, you say, oh, Fred was angry yesterday, and I've never heard of anger. So what would you tell me how Fred was behaving?
Out of their mind. Like
Good. Keep saying it. What else?
Like agitated
and shouting probably.
Yeah, and
the fists going everywhere and the eyes wide.
And hijacked by a strong emotion.
Yeah, but no, they're just you're observing a person who's kind of crazy, isn't it? They're shouting, yelling. Yeah. That's right, exactly. So you get anger, don't you? You get anger, right? Now,
but I'm Nordic in neurotic suppressing anger.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is this. So already you're making the point. Aversion is like the bare bones. Listen, I'm answering your question. Aversion is the bare bones state of mind that anger is a violent expression of. Are you hearing me? That's all. So normally when we think of anger, we only think of the people who shout and yell. Do you understand? But you can, like you said, you're Nordic and you're probably quiet. And what's your name? Esther. We'd say, oh no, Esther's not an angry. Esther's not an angry guy. You understand? But when you begin to know your mind, Esther, You know intimately all your thoughts. Maybe, this is why the good point. Let's say you got Robina, who's clearly got angry potential. You can see her energy. And when she's a little girl, that was her main default mode, right? When she didn't get what she wanted, anger, panic attack, scream, yell, shout. So it's easy to see Robina was angry, but Esther not. So now this is the point now. Let's say you record my angry 5 minutes of raving, and you write it on a piece of paper. And let's say Esther, who knows his mind well, writes down his angry thoughts. Do you understand? But doesn't express them. So you'd have 2 bits of paper with a bunch of words on them. Well, words are concepts, don't you agree? Are words concepts? It's very clear, isn't it? And so you're not hearing any shouting. And maybe even Esther's words are more violent than Robina's. Are you hearing this, people? This is making the simple point that Buddha's pointing out, that anger, yeah, the physical behavior of anger is just the tip of the iceberg. It's the most harmful one because it harms others. That's clear. But that's all we think of as anger. So if in our world, in daily life, you don't get angry when your boyfriend or your girlfriend doesn't do the right thing, and you don't express anger when the lights are red, and you don't show it physically, but every second of your mind is responding like crazy, because that's what our mind does, then you're not going to notice, because we don't look inside for the problem, we look outside. And you're the kind of person who one day will wake up inert, in bed, unable to move, because you're now overwhelmed by depression. So depression is on the internalized spectrum of aversion. So aversion is this whole spectrum of responses when attachment doesn't get what it wants. The volatile anger, the word irritated, annoyed, frustrated, upset, everybody knows those words. You understand? They are mild levels of aversion. Then you've got depression and despair. And because we don't pay attention to what is happening here until it comes out the mouth, or until you're inert in bed and depressed, then we don't notice 99% of what's going on. Therefore, we're not in touch with what the hell is happening in our lives. Do you understand? And this is Buddha's expertise, to help us get this emotional awareness that brings us then to the more subtle awareness of all the thoughts in the mind that are going on, 1,000 thoughts a second. Are we communicating? Are we communicating here a bit better? Right, you understand now? So aversion is the response when attachment doesn't get what it wants. This is such a powerful way to say it. And we understand aversion. We understand annoyed, irritated, upset, frustrated, angry, depressed. We get all those quite well. But we don't get attachment because we don't have a similar word in our, we understand emotional hunger. We understand kind of a neurotic, a person who's very needy. They're extreme examples of attachment. We understand a person who is a junkie for alcohol or heroin or sex, but they're just extreme examples of what Buddha refers to as attachment. Attachment is this, so the spectrum of attachment, the way to describe attachment, this spectrum of it, this experience, and it's more subtle than aversion, obviously, because it's the default mode that drives the aversion. So like I said, the essence of attachment is an assumption that I must get what I want every second. So the deepest, the subtlest level of attachment then would be this feeling in us, this aching feeling of never being enough, never having enough. No matter what I get, not enough. No matter how much Martin tells me he loves me, never enough. No matter how much food I get, no matter how much music I get, no matter how much heroin I get, no matter how much whatever it is that I'm attached to that I get, it's never enough. We're bottomless pits of dissatisfaction. This is the tragedy of attachment, the deepest level. Dissatisfaction. And this is so pervasive, we don't really label it. So naturally, if we got dissatisfaction, the deepest level of attachment, the next one, the logical next step of attachment is to hanker after something. And of course, the first level of attachment is to get something out there, an object of the senses. This is obvious. That's the world we live in, isn't it? It's the objects of the 5 senses. And naturally, attachment believes there's something out there somewhere, that when I get it, it'll fill me up and bring me satisfaction. This is the assumption, all working without our analysis of it. And it happens every second. The next level of this attachment, after the hankering, you do all the searching to find the right boy, the right handbag, the right cup that fits what you think in your mind, this concept that you've built up. The right cake, the right whatever. Then what attachment does, and this is its worst crime, it grotesquely exaggerates the deliciousness of the object and its power to bring me satisfaction. This is what attachment is. This is a rough analysis of what attachment is, and it goes to the primordially deep levels. So for us, because it's utterly normal, we're all born with it, it's only for us in our modern psychology a problem when you become a junkie, when you want 27 girls a day, when you're never satisfied with 40 billion, kronas, when you're greedy. We only understand it's a problem when it's extreme. Well, Buddha's view is more nuanced, more subtle. He says having any attachment at all is a problem. This is really intense. He's much more subtle and more dramatic in his analysis of the cause of suffering and its causes. Are you with me, people? And he says we can rid our mind of it. Of course, one step at a time. Don't hold your breath, you know. You can't become Lance Armstrong overnight, not working on the weekends either. But you can chip away at it. That's why we've got to have confidence and humility with ourselves. One day at a time. It'll be a long time before these delusions go completely, which is what he says they can, but we've got to learn to live with them, you know, while we're working on them. And that takes courage, because we can't stand the pain. We wish they'd all go away. And that brings one of our major misconceptions about meditation. We think meditation is an alternative to a pill. In other words, we only turn to meditation when you've got a problem. Well, a gross problem. When the anger is going berserk, when the depression is unbearable, when the anxiety is running the show. It's only when it's serious do we even think there should be an a pill. Complete mistake. Wrong. You know. Buddha's view is meant to be, the real application of it every day is preventative. We've got preventative medicine. Everything we do is preventative. You guys don't wait till the snow goes up to the ceiling before you start doing something about sweeping it away. You don't wait till your wheels fall off on the freeway before you go to the mechanic. You don't wait till we often do because we're so uncontrolled, until we're 400 kilos before we go on a diet. But we often do. We can see that because our attachment is so intense. We often don't wait. I mean, we do often get collapse on the street with alcoholism before we start to change. So we can see we do have that. But in general, we have methodology for health, physical health. Not for mental health. We don't even know how to look at our mind until it's too late. You know. Then it's too hard to deal with. It's so no wonder we all have mental breakdowns. You know. Be with me, people. You understand? So this view of Buddhism is just start early, start young, start when things are going well. Then you can deal with your life every day. And I'm not joking here. This we can accomplish before we have realization, before we have concentration. Before we do it day and night. We can accomplish some real stability in our mind where we can handle what goes on in life instead of being pulled from pillar to post. That's the point the Buddha's making. And that's what gives us confidence. You know. Are we clear? Communicating? What's your question, Esther?
It's a question about will. Like you like you mentioned, self-respect, and if you're not trained in self-respect,
that's right. We're not
to really know what.
That's right.
Like, and also like what is will in one way? Like, is there actually a,
of course,
free will?
Yeah, of course.
So I have a question about close to like what I experienced as aggression. I was at the retreat that is had this summer, and I had this to wake people up with a bell. But then I have some problem with being. This is really silly.
The microphone still has a problem.
What?
The noise constantly.
So when I was going to wake people up, I felt like, oh no, now I'm going to disturb them.
Oh, I see.
But you know, that's so silly because I actually.
It was your job, and they wanted you to do it. Yeah,
they
that's right.
I
understand. Well, this is a good. Okay, Esther, that's a really good point you're touching on there. Okay, thank you. Well, you said several things. You said what is will, and you said self-respect, and then you said, and then the third point I'm going to answer. The third point's very interesting. Buddha's saying we don't really learn this until you get to the bodhisattva path. The deepest attachment we have, more than the sex, drugs, rock and roll, money, power, I mean, all those things. That's gross level. But once we start to work on our mind and get more and more deep inside and recognize this neediness and recognize the attachment and recognize the aversion and work on it and process and become more stable, then we get to a deeper level when we start to realize the deepest attachment is to be seen as a nice girl and a nice boy. So you're just upset. If you never got angry, you're a nice boy, Esther. You've been a nice boy. You've been a good boy. That means you never shouted and yelled at your mother. You did things to be nice boy. You did what you expected of you. You don't want to upset the apple cart. You don't like fighting. You don't like violence. So your attachment, my attachment was to get what I wanted, and I didn't care how many people I upset. Your attachment is to be a nice boy, to not upset anybody because you might get hurt. And that's exactly an example. Even if it was your job, they agreed you'd ring the bell, but you're nervous of upsetting them. What you're really nervous about is they won't like you. They might criticize you. That's the attachment we've all got, the deepest, deepest, deepest. And this is a shock to hear. This is the one in our head every single second. This dualistic, demented, schizophrenic voice of always talking to somebody else, always referencing someone else in our head, always thinking of what person thinks of us, always thinking of doing something and someone seeing me do it. It's there all the time. And it's a revelation when we can start to see this, and it's embarrassing. But that's our deepest attachment. So in other words, we're frantic. You could even say this attachment is the symptom of a really schizophrenic, unhappy, demented, low self-esteem, nothing person. In other words, we're nothing until someone... It's like that song that, I think, what's her name, that lady with a high voice who's now about 80. It's very still gorgeous looking. Barbara Streisand. She looks impeccable, doesn't she? Anyway, what's that song? You're nobody if no one loves you. Isn't there a song like that? That's what attachment says. I am... The default assumption of attachment is I'm nothing until someone says I'm somebody. Can you hear that? That's the deep, and that's the suffering. Some of us have that in a really serious way, and that's what dissatisfaction. I am nothing because no one looks at me. Even when a stranger doesn't look at us perfectly, we have a panic attack because we're constantly craving this feedback from other people to give us confidence that even what I said was valid. We have attachment is having zero confidence in anything that you do, and you're always wanting other people to approve of us. That's our deepest attachment. Hello. Happy to see you. So happy to see you. So they say the yogis in the mountains who've given up everything, given up sex, drugs, rock and roll, money, you name it. They're still thinking about what the people in the village are thinking about them. I love that story. Do you understand? Because we've got this voice, because we see what we're doing, we're washing the dishes, and we're hoping the person we live with is noticing we're washing the dishes. Do you understand? So it works in the grossest and the most subtle ways. That's exactly that one. And we've all got it. And we call it, we don't want to upset people. Good boys like you say, I don't want to upset people. Rubbish. You don't want them to dislike you. But it's too embarrassing to admit that. Do you understand? I mean, there can be real compassion there as well. But it's not as if you have no compassion. It's not as if we don't also want to be mummy's little helper because we really do love mummy. But our attachment drives it. So it's more easy to see attachment in a person like me not getting what I want. You understand? Much harder if you're one of the quiet people or one of the depressed people or you understand? There is kindness in both of us. But it's harder to see how you're driven by the need to be seen as a nice boy and a nice girl. And that's where people in their relationships, that's the classic example of a person who is so kind, puts up with the horrible husband or the horrible wife, but then becomes a victim. And then always, why do people always abuse me? Why am I a doormat? It's because of attachment, not because of being kind. And it's very hard to distinguish the difference. And this only comes from inner work, from emotional awareness. It only comes from introspection, from practicing looking inside, not just looking outside. That's the job. We have to reverse the energy of the bomb and develop this ability to be inner aware. And it's not cosmic, but here we're using the Buddhist view of how you identify what you're seeing. And when you go beyond the emotions, as you get better and better at practice, you go beyond the emotional feeling of the physical, you get to hear this elaborate conceptual story that attachment is, that anger is, that anxiety is, that jealousy is. They're all elaborate conceptual stories, elaborate assumptions way deep down. And we have to listen to them. And then the point is, we have to start to see from the Buddhist perspective how they're misconceptions, how they're distorted conceptions. They don't have a valid basis. They're not accurate conceptions. That's Buddha's key point, which is very fascinating. Are you with me, people? What else? Any more questions? We're going to keep talking. Yeah, go, sure. 11:30. It's time for tea in a way. After you, we'll have a tea break. Go on.
I feel really attached to the Dharma books and to the practice of sitting meditation.
I understand.
Yeah. But I really don't know if it's a sane attachment.
I understand.
Or is it an
virtue?
Insane.
In other words, no. Is it a virtue or a non-virtue? That's your question.
Is it a virtue?
Good. Let's analyze. Go on. What?
No, I have finished
let's
my
analyze.
question.
Good. Let's analyze. Keep the microphone, because I want to ask you questions. Keep the microphone. Let's analyze it. The sign that it's attachment mostly is if when you can't do it or someone interrupts you, you get upset.
No.
Okay, then so it's virtue. So be happy. It's very simple. That's the answer. It's virtue. Are you hearing me? I just answered your question.
I hear you.
So it's not attachment. It's called listen. It's not attachment. Attachment is by definition a neurosis, a delusion, a neurotic, I-based, panic-stricken wish to get what I want. So if you're attached to your practice and your wife or your boyfriend or your dog come in and disturb you, I'm practicing, go away. That proves it's attachment. So then it's virtue, which means it's not called attachment. It's called the habit of wanting to practice Dharma. Rejoice. How amazing. But nevertheless, until you're highly realized, there will be some attachment there, and the Bodhisattva path says, great, go for it. Use your attachment wisely until you've eventually got rid of it. That's skillful means. So fantastic. Well done. Tick the box. Yes, all round. Do you understand?
Merci, madame.
Are you sure? Okay, good. Okay. So what else, people? We'll have tea time now. Tea break, okay? Tea and cake break or whatever it is. So see you, I don't know, we've got time all day, we've got until 5 o'clock. So it's now 11:30. We can have lunch any time?
1:30, I believe.
Oh, did we say that? Good, we'll have a half an hour break, half an hour cake and tea, and if you can, make it part of the day. Discuss this stuff while you're having your tea. I mean, you can discuss the politicians and the football if you like, but it makes it really helpful if you want to. Otherwise, be quiet, doesn't matter. Then it makes it all part of the day. Yes? Okay, I'll go into my room now and do something. Thank you. Okay, get my cup. I think my cup with me. Thanks, darling. Yes, please, I will accept your help. I think I... All right. So far what we've been talking about, just to have as our framework the end result. Sangye, Buddha, rid of all the rubbish, full of all the goodness. So that's the long term. So therefore the job, obviously, if we're going to take it seriously, it's obvious the job is implied. We have to learn to distinguish the rubbish from the goodness. Which again, like I'm saying, speaking simple words, we don't have that view in our culture, like there are bad states of mind and good states of mind. You know, but this is Buddha's very clear thing. And the key point, which we've discussed, so therefore we have to start looking into the mental consciousness. Buddha divides the contents of our mental consciousness, the hundreds of thousands of thoughts in there, into three categories. There are those that are the neurotic, deluded, distorted misconceptions, the emotional, the difficult, the painful emotions. Then there are the valid ones, the reasonable ones, and then all the mechanics, I call it that. So the key point then, if the job is to distinguish between the rubbish stuff and the good stuff, we've got to see how you distinguish. What are the factors you're looking for? And this is where it gets distinctly into the Buddhist approach. We might agree that jealousy is painful and love is not. But unless you are precise about what jealousy is and what are the characteristics that it has that cause the pain, and therefore, if you think it's possible, how do you change? You have to know that, it's clear. And then you have to know what are the advantages of love, what is love. So the Buddha's approach, initially it seems very strange, but all these states of mind, these, as we call them, emotions, when we say emotions, what I'm saying, isn't it? We're referring to the obvious, more evident level when the body's involved. It's the best way to put it, when the body's involved. If you're depressed, your body can hardly move, you're inert. If you're angry, your body is violent. When and when you talk about jealousy or depression, you talk about like it's a physical feeling, isn't it? You know. So the way to put it here is that Buddha's saying all this stuff is roaring along deep inside us. We come programmed with all these viewpoints. They are viewpoints. Finally, they're viewpoints programmed since before. From the second of conception, we come into this life programmed with these tendencies, with these habits, you know. So the stronger, the more habitual they are, the more likely there is to be the emotions. But if they're not so strong, like some person, when something goes wrong, they might just go, oh, what a drag. That's it. That's the end of their anger. I mean, wow, I praise that person. That means they don't have very strong aversion, which means they haven't got very strong attachment, which means their mind is flexible. Oh, I can handle carrot cake, no problem. Do you understand? In other words, instead of, I ordered chocolate cake, how dare you give me carrot cake, I'm not going to come to this restaurant anymore. I mean, we know the difference. So the key thing here is it's the concepts. So if you think that everything in your mental consciousness, you know, is a bunch of thoughts, which initially seems ridiculous, because when we think thoughts, we think rational. You know, a thought is a rational thing. No! The neurotic ones aren't rational, they're irrational. But the point is, we are so overwhelmed by the feeling component. We get obsessed with the feeling component. So we've got to learn to look deeper, which is why, as I'm saying, even the beginnings of some kind of mindfulness meditation, concentration meditation, what you're learning to do, don't think of it as a magic tool that makes all the stuff go away. No, it's the simple technique that we'll do a bit, you know, that enables you to really, what you're trying to do is step out of your head. I mean, usually we're like this, immersed, aren't we? Immersed, but unconscious of what's happening. There's no awareness. You know, when you're trying to go to sleep at night, you can lie there for 3 or 4 hours tossing and turning, but you don't have a single memory of a single thought. You don't even know what you're thinking because you're so immersed in it, right? All these neurotic uncontrolled thoughts, isn't it? Well, that's happening all the time, surprisingly. But when you're busy cooking the dinner and driving the car and dealing with all the people on the outside world, you're not paying attention to all those thoughts. So when you're lying in bed with nothing else to look at, then of course you hear them going berserk, but they're always there. This is a surprise to us. They're always there, those crazy thoughts. But now there's nothing else to look at, so we're stuck in it. So we have to learn the skill to look inwards, and don't hear it as cosmic, it's practical. That means we've got to start getting some focus. And a simple, so that's what okay, let's talk about meditation then. Classic Buddhist meditation. There are 42 variations of it around the world, and that's okay. Buddha does not own meditation. He didn't make it up. He doesn't own it. He's not a creator. Anyone can use the word. But if you say you're doing Buddhist meditation, well, please be accurate. Well, if it is Buddhist, then say. But if it's not, if it's your own variation, then be honest. Otherwise, you're it's wrong marketing, isn't it? You're misleading people. So there are two kinds of meditation in Buddhism. Millions of techniques, but two modes of meditating. Two ways of using your mind. Well, the first one, the classic terms that are used, it's known as shamatha in Sanskrit. English usually translated as calm abiding. So it's a level of what's called single-pointed concentration. And the term in Sanskrit for that is samadhi. So there's levels and levels of that. And these great Hindus are the ones who created that, who accomplished that. And there are levels and levels and levels of subtlety of mind. And the Buddha, he went as far as he could go in all that, and totally subduing all the grosser delusions. He got as far as he could go, but then and got to where they said what was liberation. But he said, no, there's more to remove from the mind still. There's still some leftover neuroses there. And that's in relation to his particular findings about the very nature of self. So then he diverged in his own direction, particularly in relation to his experiential findings about the nature of self. So now we have what's called Buddhism. Indeed, there are many interpretations over the centuries of just that, when you study this stuff seriously, So, concentration meditation, we can call it that broadly. The world often would refer to it as mindfulness, but many people have made up their own variations and call it mindfulness. And that's okay, you're allowed to, but I'm going to tell you the Buddhist view of mindfulness meditation. They don't even call it that. We call it that. It's called concentration meditation. So then the second mode of meditation in general is known, and each of them is known in terms of the end result. They're known in terms of the accomplishment. So the second one is known as special insight. Now in English that's a great word. I don't know what your Swedish word is, but I know in Italian and French there's weird words. That makes it sound like religion. But insight, inner seeing, it's very good. We say in ordinary daily life, yeah, I thought about that problem and I got some insight into it. It's a great word. It's a perfect word. Inner seeing, not just with your eyes. It's a perfect word. Very nice. No, the French word's a very good one for it, but some other languages are ridiculous. Oh, okay. So insight is a great word. So clearly the obvious question is insight into what, please? Well, for the Buddha, it's really obvious, and all his different kinds of, and this is vipassana. So there's one that's in the world that's popularly known as vipassana, but it's one of the many insight meditations that Buddha taught, but it's often known as exclusively only as vipassana, that one. But it's just one of the many techniques. So basically you have to ask the question then, what does Buddha want us to get insight into? Well, it's really clear. Into how things exist, which tells us his whole approach to the mind, that the delusions in our mind, the neuroses, the misconceptions, are inaccurate in that they cause us not to see things accurately. This is a literal statement for the Buddha. This is the key function of all the neuroses. They have one function of being deeply disturbing, emotional disturbance. That's evident. Look at the angry person. Look at the anxious person. Look at the depressed person. Deeply disturbed. That's evident. But the key factor is that they're distorted conceptions, which are the habit, and then that we grow the emotional component on top of those misconceptions. And then we believe in those misconceptions. So when I'm angry with Martin, this is the point here, and my anger, let's say, is very strong because my attachment to get what I want from Martin is very strong, and I don't question any of those assumptions, this is how we all are, then the more he doesn't do what my attachment wants, the more angry I am with him. So we all know when that happens, you never question your assumptions, do you? I don't sit back and go, well, is my assumption that Martin should put the toilet seat down exactly as I like every day, is that a valid expectation? I don't ask that. I just assume because I'm attached to the toilet seat being a certain way, that he must do it. You get my point, don't you? I mean, this is all of us. This is attachment. See, this is the difference here. When he said, is it attachment or is it virtue that I like my practice? The sign that it's attachment to having the toilet seat down is if I get upset when it's not. But if I just like the toilet seat down because they say it's good feng shui, and they say that because it blocks all the money coming. You know, all the money goes down the toilet, so you have your toilet seat down and your door, your toilet seat and your toilet door closed. So let's say I'm into feng shui and I want the toilet seat down, and we both agreed, but he keeps forgetting that it's fine to want the toilet seat down, but if I get upset every time, that proves his attachment to the toilet seat being down. That's the difference. Can you get my point? In other words, there's nothing wrong with wanting the toilet seat down. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get to work quickly. But when the red light comes or the toilet seat is up and you get angry, that's the proof that you've got attachment to those things, and that's the difference. You get my point? And we have to distinguish that. So don't think that giving up attachment means giving up wanting anything. That's nihilism. That's absurd. So that anger is the response when he doesn't do what my attachment wants. So the thought is, when we can't distinguish the difference, this is our problem, because we don't have that level of nuanced look at our mind, an ability to look in such a nuanced way. We don't distinguish between wanting the toilet seat down and attached to the toilet seat down. We don't distinguish between wanting chocolate cake and attached to chocolate cake. We don't see the difference between wanting this and attached to it. That's the skill we have to cultivate. And that means we have to understand the characteristic of attachment that's different from merely wanting. Attachment is clinging to it, holding on to it. It's exaggerating its importance. And then a panic attack when it doesn't get what it wants. So to question our assumptions is one of the major ways we're trying to practice. So in other words, it's fine to want the toilet seat down, but to be attached to it, Buddha says it's not useful. It's not useful to you. It doesn't help him. It makes a mess because it's a distorted state of mind. It over-exaggerates the importance of the toilet seat being down, and it's just a voice of the ego. I want the toilet seat down. So it's, in its nature, it's a distorted, exaggerated expectation. It's a distorted conception. It's a series of, it's a bunch of thoughts. But this is so primordially deep in us, and it's pervasive, and we've all got it. This is what the definition of being in samsara is. I'm going to have to move here, so just wait. I'm not going to fall over. Okay? A little tweak. Thank you. So, see, in every other place, people warn me. They're paranoid about me falling off the back. And I say, no, I'm not going to fall, but nobody warned me this time, so I will get back, you know. It's very funny. I could sue the man. How much could I get from you? I sued the guy who ran over my foot when I first met Lama Yeshe. I got $4,000. That was 1976, so I probably got $40,000 from you. Oh, that's handy. Good amount. Okay. Oh, my knee is so sore. Oh, my shoulder's broken. Okay. Attachment. So the thing is, we don't, you know, it's just to recognize that the neurotic states of mind that have emotional pain have this characteristic of being over-exaggerated assessments of something. That's their key function. So attachment over-exaggerates his deliciousness, over-exaggerates the importance of whatever it is I want. Some people are attached to things, some people are attached to getting what they want, some people are attached to people, some people are attached to food. We've all got different objects, you know. Don't understand? All got different objects. So attachment in general is the disease, and it's an over-exaggeration. That's what makes it a problem. It's not a valid state of mind. That's what it means. It doesn't mean it's not valid, meaning you're a naughty person, you're a sinner. No, because all states of mind have an object. They all are cognizing something. So attachment, you know, is an over-exaggerated assessment of the deliciousness of the object, the money, the body, the food, the thing, whatever it might be. That's its problem. And then, of course, the pain of attachment is also one of the aspects of attachment is a belief that when I get the object, I'll get happy. But this is where the classic type of attachment, the obvious one of, like, say, the objects of the senses, food, alcohol, sex, the things that, you know, that bring pleasure to the body, bring pleasure to our mind. The real, and this is now getting us, okay, this is interesting, this is now getting us to the second level of suffering in the First Noble Truth. The first level of suffering is when the bad things happen, but the second level of suffering is, the Buddha calls it merely the suffering of change, but he's referring to what we call happiness. So if the first kind of suffering is when attachment doesn't get what it wants, which is when the bad things happen, the second kind of suffering, a more nuanced, subtle level, is when attachment does get what it wants. So initially that's quite depressing. You mean I'm not even allowed to have pleasure? No, he's not saying that. This is the suffering of attachment. The first one's the suffering of anger. This is the suffering of attachment. So the belief of attachment, like the boyfriend, the obvious one, like the boyfriend, the cake, whatever, is an utter, deep assumption again, which we never question, that Martin will bring me happiness, which means he must do what my attachment wants. So there's this massive expectation that he is the cause of my happiness. This is really logical. We all think that. He's the cause of my happiness. That means the next level of attachment is I expect him, therefore, to do what I want, which is to make me happy. So the millisecond I don't feel happy, which is when he doesn't do what I want, then of course I blame him. So the point is, these are deep assumptions, but we never question. So the real practice in Buddhism is unpacking and noticing, observing, identifying these assumptions beyond the emotion. This is the real skill. And questioning those assumptions. You need courage to do that. Because I believe he'd better do what I want. It's his job. So to question that is very scary. And that's the point. If I'm analysing attachment, I have to look and say, is it valid for me to get angry every time he doesn't do what I want? And I have to analyse and say no. And the real point about this too is this. This is so interesting. Stop seeing it in a punitive way. Stop seeing this as kind of morality or even moralistic. Stop seeing it as someone saying you're a bad person. Buddha's being practical. He's basically saying that attached to getting what you want and then angry when you don't, forget the harm you do to other people. Who do you think you're harming? You're the suffering. You're the person who suffers from this. So it's a practical approach to stop you suffering. But it's very hard for us to hear that because we hear it in a moralistic way. Like, I'm not allowed to be angry. I'm a bad person. That's all nonsense. That's not the issue. And this is why it's hard, And because it's so habitual, we don't question our right to be attached to Martin doing what I want. We just assume it's true, So it's really this, we've got to look deep in and look at this. In other words, looking at our assumptions. An assumption is a series of concepts, very deeply ingrained, that we believed in as true. This is the work we have to do. This is the being your own therapist, as Lama Yeshe puts it. Not kidding. So the second kind of suffering is when the good things happen. And this is really hard to recognize as suffering. You've got to be quite advanced in this practice, but at least we know it first theoretically. So why is getting what attachment wants a subtler, a deeper level of suffering than when attachment doesn't get what it wants, which seems a more evident kind of suffering because it's painful. So this is now where we have to, interesting, now look at the third category of states of mind again. Let's look into these, they call them negative, positive, and neutral. Neutral not because they're not important, but neutral insofar as they're not virtuous and they're not non-virtuous. But they're necessary. Concentration is necessary. Mindfulness, which is, I was talking about meditation. I'm going to go back to it. I will come back to it. I'm going to come back to it. I'm talking insight now, but I'm going to put this in the framework of the two types of meditation. In a second, I'll come back to that. So, what did I say? What was I saying? Oh yeah, okay. Because attachment, like anger, is a liar. It exaggerates, and because it's a bit simple. It's very simple. If you've got a $50 krona note, but you believe it's 500, just say. Then you get very excited, don't you? And you have all this anticipation. And naturally, when you go to spend it, you expect 500 kronas worth. It's logical, isn't it? So what would be the response when the person who's in the shopkeeper, because they're not stupid, they recognize 50, then they will give you 50's worth. Well, naturally, you're going to be disappointed. Well, that's exactly a polite word for anger. When attachment doesn't get what it wants. So our attachment believes that Martin is the person to make me happy. And then my attachment exaggerates his deliciousness, which increases my expectation because he's so divine. And then I expect that his job is to do what my attachment wants every millisecond. So that's an expectation. So that's like expecting more from Martin than is valid. It's not his job, and he couldn't do that. And in other words, there's no way. Every time you spend 50's worth thinking it's 500, you will always be disappointed. So every time I expect Martin to make me happy, literally Buddha says you won't get happiness because it's not possible. This is the point. It's not moralistic, but it's just not possible. Because happiness is a state of mind in my mind. Happiness is a state of mind in my mind. So let's look at what that word means, happiness. So in the three categories of states of mind, attachment, for example, is an example of a negative, neurotic, distorted, deluded one. Love is an example of a valid, positive, useful, beneficial one that is valid because it's not distorted, it's not exaggerated. And third, look at, say, a state of mind which is very linked to these two called feeling. There's one of these many neutral states of mind called feeling, but not in the way we talk about emotion, not like that at all. It's like, and the Buddha says, given the way we're constructed, given we have a mind and a body, there's three kinds of feeling. There are feelings that are called pleasant, and they can be in the mind and through the sensory consciousness in the body. We have pleasant feelings, and that's another word for happiness. Clearly there are levels of it, from the mildest feeling of the warm air on a cold day to the most intense joy, triggered when you have your divine boyfriend. There's clearly a spectrum, isn't there, of pleasant feelings. The feeling itself is simply pleasant, and we label that happiness. The second kind of feelings are now called unpleasant, and another word for that is called suffering. And again, that's from the mildest cool, hot breeze on a hot day to the most intense, unbelievable pain of the worst kind of physical suffering. There's pleasant feelings, happiness. Unpleasant feelings, suffering. There's a third kind called neutral. Well, for our purposes here, forget all about them. Who cares? So now we know we want, just speaking normal world, we want happy feelings and we don't want unhappy feelings. Now this is where the point about happiness and suffering. When we describe now happiness, because we're so addicted to believing that the external world is the cause of those feelings, when we describe our happiness, we will describe the external world. Oh, tell me about your happiness, Robina. Tell me about your happiness, Robina. Well, the day was beautiful, the weather was good, Martin was kind, the food was delicious. Because we're so addicted to believing that the cause of those pleasant feelings is the external event, we almost conflate that with being happiness. Can you hear my point? You talk about happiness, you think of the object. You talk about unhappiness, I think of ugly Martin. He's looming large in my mind, why I'm so unhappy. But that's just the external event. That's just the mere trigger. It's a mere trigger for what's called an internal experience called a feeling. You get my point here? So it's very precise in Buddhist psychology. Pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling. So now, being in samsara, attachment's job, this junkie in us, it's a junkie in us, to find whatever object out there that I've got the karma to have a connection with, bodies, money, food, you name it. Attachment's job is to search for that object, and these are very precise words here, such that when we have contact with that object, a pleasant feeling is triggered. That's how we spend our life. Now, Buddha's saying, nothing wrong with good feelings. More the better, please. That's not a non-virtue, and it's not a virtue. It's a bare bones thing. It's not non-virtuous, and it's not virtuous. It's in the third category. It's like the mechanics of the mind. It's simply what happens. It has no character of being virtuous and no character of being non-virtuous. This is why these three types of categories are so important to understand in Buddhist psychology. So right now, without ever thinking and without any analysis, we completely mix attachment and pleasant feelings. And we mix anger and unpleasant feelings. But pleasant feeling, and therefore when we think, as Lama Zopa said, when we hear that Buddha says you've got to give up attachment, we go, oh, I've got to give up all my happiness. I've got to give up pleasant feelings, because we don't really know that they're different. Because we know that when attachment gets what it wants, it does in fact trigger a pleasant feeling. So we make the mistake of assuming the main cause of pleasant feelings is the chocolate cake, is Martin, is getting what I want. It's a misconception, it's a wrong analysis. Are you with me, people? Nothing wrong with pleasant feelings. In fact, this is really the point. Buddha's saying, you know what, guys? I have found a method that will bring you such unbelievable bliss, joy, ecstasy, rapture, happiness, pleasant feelings all the time without relying on an external object. It's free. That's what he means by nirvana. It's liberation from suffering because you've given up attachment. So our view is this: happiness, pleasant feelings, are what we get when we get what attachment wants. And that's our methodology. But Buddha says, no, no, baby. Happiness, pleasant feelings, is what we get when we give up attachment. Sorry, shouting. And that's why it's so hard. That's why we've got to understand these words precisely. We don't have these definitions in our culture, in our science, in our modern psychology. This is Buddhist psychology. And this is the point about the mind, when we're reading from Lama Yeshe in his Mahamudra, which I'll read later. It's very inspiring. So Buddha's view of the mind is so outrageous, it's so amazing, so marvelous, so inspiring, that our mind, which is not physical, has the natural potential to be joyful, happy. Natural. It's completely natural. And what prevents our experiencing of that natural potential for joy, whatever word you like, is the presence of the delusions, the presence of the pollution in our mind. You know, the disturbing emotions of attachment and anger and fears and jealousy and neurosis, all of them pervading our mind all the time, covering our true nature. And don't hear this as religion, please. Covering our natural potential for clarity and joy and bliss, not to mention love and compassion. This is literally what Buddha is saying. So getting Singapore in concentration, you know, in the text it describes it in terms of 9 stages of cultivation, coming from the Hindus, invented thousands of years ago. And people today, right now, countless people have been, since then, millions have been achieving and are achieving this second. Up in the mountains somewhere, they're getting it. People like you and me, Swedish people, Australian people, not just Asians, getting single point of concentration. Buddha says we've had it countless lifetimes, but we've lost it, you know. So Lama Yeshe, he waxes where's my iPad? Oh, I left it in my room. Can I have it, somebody? Thanks, Kaiser, darling, my iPad, yeah. I'll read you. In this wonderful book of Lama Yeshe's, Mahamudra, How to Discover Our True Nature, it's exactly a presentation of these 2 modes of meditation: concentration meditation and insight meditation. And it's a particular method for realizing ultimate reality, finally realizing the reality of emptiness, which we'll talk about. So Lama, being so kind and so sort of inspiring, he tells us some of the qualities that we'd accomplish having single point of concentration. Normally in the text that is tell you all the technicalities of each stage, but Lama wants to make us excited. So he gets us excited by showing us our own potential. This is not the reason you concentrate. This is not the reason you meditate. But it's one of the byproducts. It's like a bonus. Because the reason we concentrate is to get insight, and we're going to go into that in more detail. Are we communicating here? Good, happy. Mahamudra, okay. How to Discover Our True Nature. Came out in September. Wisdom published it. You can get it digital as well. Mahamudra. Oh, where'd you get it? You bought it somewhere else? Yeah. You've got to get it in the shop. Yeah. Definitely. Good. Wonderful. Show people. Put it up. Lift it up high. See? Just have a look. There it is. Mahamudra. Very short little book. So cute. So sweet, so wonderful. Chapter 5, the benefits of samadhi concentration are incredible. Okay. As I mentioned, to achieve the realization of Mahamudra, and this is another word for emptiness, to realize ultimate reality, finally to cut the root of all the rubbish so you can discover your true nature, so your mind can be in the nature of bliss, so you can have love, compassion, and be of benefit to others. It's just, this is Buddhism. It's practical. We need, so to achieve the realization of Mahamudra, the reality of non-duality, we first need to develop calm abiding. In fact, it's not possible without it. We're talking, of course, long term. So we must achieve the subtler levels of consciousness of an indestructible one-pointed concentration, what in Sanskrit we call samadhi. It is difficult to realize non-duality, not because it's hiding from us, but because our concepts are so thick, our misconceptions are thick, driving our mind, polluting our mind. This is our problem, So we must refine our concepts. We must achieve subtle mindfulness, subtle awareness, and subtle clarity. Otherwise, there's no way we can see the unconscious levels of ego grasping an independent self. Not possible. Samadhi is the source of liberation. Without perfect samadhi, then there is no way to become liberated from samsara and no way to achieve enlightenment. There is no exception. Whether we are Christian, Muslim, Hindu or Buddhist, to cut the dualistic view, we need calm abiding. On the other hand, some people actually think that this state of samadhi, this one-pointed concentration, is all we need in order to cut ego. Now the point about this is that this technique is astonishing. It does help you completely subdue all the neuroses, all the delusions. And you can go to the subtlest level, even beyond this. They're called the formless realms. The Hindus went as far as they can go in the deepest of absorption in this state, necessarily subduing all the delusions, achieving this. And they said, that's as far as you can go. That's liberation. And that's where Buddha said, no, there's more to go. They're still positing a subtle sense of a concrete, real self. That's why single point of concentration is not enough. It's stupendous, unbelievable, but not enough. We also need, so Lama Tsongkhapa reminds us that calm abiding alone is not enough to cut the dualistic view. We also need to develop special insight, or vipassana in Sanskrit. In Tibetan we call it hlak tong. Hlak meaning extra and tong meaning seeing. We can interpret this to mean that we go beyond seeing conventional reality and achieve the extra seeing of the universal reality of Mahamudra. In other words, we need the two kinds of meditation together, calm abiding and special insight. And I'll discuss that more later. So, the benefits of samadhi are incredible. Nevertheless, even without special insight, the results of samadhi alone are unbelievable, almost unimaginable, certainly from the perspective of Western psychology and Western science. No question. When we understand this, when we realize how amazing the results are, we cannot help but try to develop it. There's no way we become lazy. We'll have much energy and make great effort. We won't even worry about eating. I'll explain some of the benefits. As your concentration develops, it's described in great detail in all the literature in terms of 9 stages of cultivation, various things, each step of the way that you accomplish, don't accomplish. It's all very technical, but this is like experiential. Give us excitement, get us excited. As Lama did that. As your concentration develops, you will go beyond your body. Your mind will be non-conceptual. So it becomes easy to cut the complex world of the 5 sense objects, to eliminate all the superstitions. In such a unified state, your mind becomes so subtle, so sharp, you can easily eradicate the complex dualistic thoughts. You can touch reality. This is the feature of samadhi. And out of meditation, you can easily deal with your delusions. They are so light, you can stop them immediately. In other words, it's a practical issue. If we've got no concentration, which we don't have now because we don't have techniques in our world, and as we know, our mind is just berserk all day, it's just underneath. It's a miracle we're not all going completely crazy, but all the thoughts underneath we never deal with. Then when you've got concentration, this is almost inconceivable to us, the thoughts aren't crazy. It's like you've managed all the thoughts, you've edited them all, they're all organized, and they're completely subdued. And you can deal with any delusion that might pop up right there at a subtle level. Nowhere, a million times before it gets anywhere near the emotions. This is hard to conceive of. This is practical. This is technical. You experience bliss. It sounds like naughty, doesn't it? Even pleasure sounds a bit sort of religious. Oh, that sounds naughty. You can't have pleasure. In the subtle state of concentration, you experience bliss, ecstatic bliss. Just naturally. Lama somehow knew all these words. He couldn't speak English. He was a disaster. And these are his words, edited nicely, but they're his words. We're not made up words, I promise. He had this ability to somehow know the words to choose. It was amazing when he first met Westerners in the 60s. The more concentration you have, the more integrated you are, and thus the more rapture, the more bliss you experience. The point is to hear this point, please. Think now, our lives, being embodied, we've got these bodies, right, which are dominant, absolutely dominate our lives, frantically all day thinking only about the body to make sure we get pleasant feelings and don't have unpleasant feelings, have to feed them and sleep them and touch them and clothe them and wash them. You understand? I mean, it absolutely dominates our lives. In fact, as far as we're concerned, this is who I am. I'm the body. That's it. So just to get a pleasant feeling takes an immense amount of work, doesn't it? You wake up in the morning and you're hungry. So you're distressed. The mind is distressed because the body, is doing its things and the stomach rumbles. So you've got to do all this work to go to the kitchen, to get the stove, get the coffee pot, do this, have a stove in the first place, have a house in the first place, pay rent, get a job to do that, so you can buy coffee and a coffee machine and do the beans and crunch them and put them in and get the water in a tap, which you have to pay the company for, the world, you have to pay the tap. Then you have to get the water in there, the gas. You turn it on, you put it on, you have to mix it with the poor old cow milk, and you drink it. And the first mouthful is the best pleasure. It's downhill from there. And it lasts about a second. And this is getting us now to the second kind of suffering, the suffering of change. Because in other words, we don't know how to trigger a pleasant feeling without getting an object. This is the point. All that work just to have, and then the first mouthful, and then all the anticipation, all the misconceptions, all the exaggerating of the happiness that's going to come when you get your coffee, and then the first mouthful, and already you're greedily getting the second mouthful, greedily anticipating more happiness, but already if we really analyse, the happiness is going down from there. And by the time you get to the bottom of the cup, and you're still trying to get the happiness, but as you're going, already it's changing and this is the point now about why it's called the suffering of change. The first moment is pleasure. He doesn't argue with that. It does trigger a pleasant feeling in your mind. It does. But we are hungrily wanting more of that pleasure. So we have the second mouthful, still all perky and excited, convinced it will come. But if you really analyse, even the second mouthful, maybe that's pretty good, but the third, the fourth, and by the end of the cup, you're dying already anticipating the second cup, but it's never as delicious. We know that. And by the time you've eaten and drunk the third, the second cup, you're now what? You're now full. And you look at the different delicious cafe latte of someone else's and you go, oh, yuck. I'm full. So it's already become an ugly object. Already if you kept drinking cafe latte, you would vomit. The Buddha says this is the logical scientific proof that it changes from a pleasant feeling inexorably, gradually, with more contact with that object, into unpleasant feelings. This is scientific truth, but we can't bear it because we don't have an alternative method for getting happiness. It's not being mean. It's being technical, being scientific. So all Buddha's saying is not only do you not get real happiness from the coffee, you do get some, you do get something, it's guaranteed. But all it's doing is like the junkie, it's like your fix. It allays the pain of craving enough until the next coffee. That's about the best we can get with pleasure. But not only does it bring genuine pleasure, and we don't have a concept of genuine pleasure, it just sounds like silly, like religious. But it even, the worst, the saddest part of attachment is it actually brings more craving tomorrow. That's what the junkie is. And that's evident with the junkie, or the alcoholic, or the sex person, whatever you're attached to. The more you, as my mother would say, the more you get, the more you want. That's the Buddha's point. And we all know it, but we just don't join the dots. We don't think it through. We don't get the revelation of it. Because we don't have an alternative. So Buddha says, I've got a method for you, babes. Just get single point of concentration. And you're going to get such bliss you won't believe it. And anybody you talk to, people who talk, who quietly, humbly will tell you about their meditation experiences, and you hear it in the text, and you hear it from the yogis, this bliss that they're talking about, which sounds like, to us, hyperventilating and hysterical, when you talk about ecstatic bliss, rapture, you see a person hyperventilating, hysterical, hysterical. Our bliss is hysterical bliss. I mean, I'm not being gross here, but look at when you have sex, it's hysterical bliss. Lots of noise and movement and lots of energy. It's not peaceful bliss. But everybody says this is unbelievably peaceful bliss. We can't conceive of that. Are we communicating here? Okay. In the beginning, the bliss you experience is physical, which is a grosser level. But as your concentration deepens, as you throw off the layers of blankets of grosser consciousness in your meditation, as you get more subtle, which means you're going beyond the conceptual level and beyond the physical. Of course, we don't posit such a level of consciousness in our culture, and if we do, we don't know how to access it. It's like a kind of a hit and miss, As we throw off the layers of blankets of grosser consciousness, you experience bliss exclusively at the mental level. The sense is not involved. Remember Venerable Rene, the wonderful Swiss monk? Do you ever invite him? Do you invite him? Never. Where's Kaiser? You must invite Rene. He comes to Switzerland. You keep inviting, but he comes to Switzerland to see his mummy, So you must grab him when he does. Okay, but beforehand, well before, a year in advance. So the point is, he's a meditator, serious meditator for like 40 years. In and out of meditation retreats, comes out, teaches, studies more, goes back in, I interviewed him in Mandala magazine in 1995. And he'd talked about his 2.5-year retreat at Ursaling in Spain, up in the mountains above Granada. And he was very humble, he talked about it, And that's 24 years ago. So he said then he maybe touched upon the 5th of the 9 stages of this concentration technique, he said. And he said something like this. He said, there's no question, I forget the words, that the joy he experienced in his mind was so superior to any joy he'd ever experienced through his senses. So this is really this is a practical, technical issue. When we hear about it, we just hear it as cosmic and religious and mystical, all this rubbish, And this technique was invented by these Indians thousands of years ago. And we know nothing about it in our culture. Even when we study mindfulness, we know nothing about this. It's unbelievable, these people, such geniuses, This is because it's only mental, because this is because you've stopped perceiving the objects of the 5 senses. You have closed the door to superstitions. All the contradictory concepts have disappeared. Your mind is now crystal clear. As your concentration gets stronger and you reach ever subtler levels, your mind becomes super powerful. From his own experience, Lama Tsongkhapa says that you can reach a point of such clarity in your meditation that your mind feels almost infinite. Your mind is so clear, so sharp, it's as if you can distinguish all the subtle physical energies. You'll have the courageous thought, I can count all the atoms of the universe. This level of mind is more powerful than even scientific instruments. And he means that literally, Now I think I'm showing pride in Buddhism. You are always joyful. When you arise from your meditation, you feel liberated instead of uncertain and full of doubts and conflicts. You experience inner peace. And this is the point. When we hear peace, it's boring, isn't it? We don't think bliss, do we? But these two come together. Very fascinating, isn't it? Utter joy, utter contentment, fulfillment, not hungry, not anxious, not neurotic, not angry, not wanting, craving more all the time, not jealous, not low self-esteem, not depressed. Try and conceive of that. This is our potential. This is not even realizing emptiness yet. And we've had this in countless lifetimes, Buddha says. We lost the plot. We kept losing the plot. This is our potential. Natural mental potential. But as Venerable Rene said, he said with certainty, back even then, that's 25 years ago, with certainty, he wouldn't have been qualified to even get to the mountains, to do this, to get to that level without years of practice and purification and hearing the teachings and even giving the teachings. That's what prepared him. In other words, to go off and compete with Lance Armstrong tomorrow, you've got to do years and years of practice first, don't you? So going to the mountains to get concentration is like that. You can't just go there and just do it. You're not qualified. You've got to do years of preparation and understanding first to get you to that. And that's what we can start now, slowly, slowly. And when you die, because nothing ever goes astray for the Buddha, nothing ever goes astray. There's nothing we've ever experienced in our mind since beginning this time that isn't stored in our mind. That's why we can have clairvoyance. That's logical for the Buddha. Nothing goes astray. So be happy that we're sowing our seeds, doing our cycling every weekend. You know, will we Lance Armstrong one life or other? Do a little bit every day. Sow the seeds, you know, be happy with that. You experience inner peace. You'll always have a joyful, happy vibration. In fact, you continuously experience tremendous pleasure. When you hear the word pleasure, it's kind of exciting. Peace sounds boring, but pleasure, wow, I like that. Now the pleasure of chocolate is nothing to you. Not to mention bodies and everything else. What you can now experience with your mind is super. It's like another realm, another dimension. And when your senses do come into contact with the objects, of course, you experience bliss then too. It's like a bonus extra bliss, you know. You hardly even notice that it's night or day. Actually, even now, when you have samsaric happiness, you have a similar kind of experience. You dance and drink all night, intoxicated with the pleasure. Time just flies. Oh, now it's morning already? Well, this is what happens when you're intoxicated with the blissful experience of samadhi. And he means it, literally. And of course, this shows that time is not fixed from the outside. It's made up by your mind, you know. Your body feels so light. They call it, they have a name for it. It's called pliancy, physical pliancy. There's some particular kind of quality of your body once you've really got good concentration, because you can, in using the subtler level of looking at our energy, the tantric one, there's certain wind energies that become infinitely, that manifest when you've got concentration. So your body, even though you could be, 400 kilos, your body would be like a feather. You'd be joyful and infinitely flexible. You know how our body feels like lead sometimes, especially when we're miserable. It becomes like light as a feather, as if you've got no body at all. Because your mind is so clear. You develop clairvoyance. Because everything you've ever experienced in your mind gets stored there as a memory. As Lama Zopa says, we're like shooting movies all day, and everything gets stored in our mind. But we can see we don't remember 99.99% of even today, and it's only 12:30. Because conceptuality doesn't have that capacity. But everything's stored there, like as images and memories. That's how when we clarify our mind and get rid of delusions, we can see the minds of others. We can see the past, see the future. This is natural at the subtle level. Lama Tsongkhapa says you'll develop clairvoyance. According to the Abhidharma teachings, there are two kinds. One is what we understand as intuition, an untrained sense that we all have to some extent. For example, you might feel strongly without any logical proof that something has happened to your dear friend back home. The other can be gained by training the mind in meditation, as we're discussing here. You are able to see long distances as well as other people, including their minds. At first your experience seems like a dream, but the more your concentration develops, the more clearly you can see, just as you would if you were there in person. This kind of clairvoyance is not imagining something. It's real, in the present, not a fantasy. Normally, with your deluded thoughts, you create images of your boyfriend in your mind when he's not there, let's say, and it's almost as if he's real. But when it's clairvoyance, you literally see your boyfriend. And the only way to comprehend this is by asserting, which is what Buddha's saying, that we do have these subtler levels of mind that are capable, therefore, of cognizing phenomena that are subtler than the gross ones we can cognize now with our conceptuality and our sensory. That's why it's logical, you know. And this technique's available to anybody. You're really clever at it, really qualified, you can get it in a couple of years, you know. But not at home while you're looking after your kids and your husband. Unless you're highly realized. Unless you come into this life with lots of qualities already. Then, of course, you can. Any questions about all that? It's just concentration meditation. We haven't discussed insight yet.
I have a question.
Oh,
sorry.
Yes.
It's very interesting. I really like to know, you mentioned the calm abiding and especially insight. I listen a lot also to His Holiness talking. He referred to that very often. I don't know much about this special insight. If you can
I'm going to talk about that. I will eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. That's the point. Yeah, exactly. I will. This is concentration. Any questions about it? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So, okay. This is where we get very confused, because we're so addicted to thinking that this is meditation and that's it. Well, people who do mindfulness, all the variations, they're all variations of concentration. And we think that's meditation. That's meditation. But for the Buddha, this is just preparing your mind. It's like accessing the microscope of your mind, so that you now use that clarity, that wisdom, to then get insight. So now let's look at what that means simply. Simply. In general. Insight in general. Right now, the Buddha is saying that because of all these delusions, we are living in la-la land in relation to reality. These delusions, as Lama Zopa says, what these delusions do, delusion is a great word for these unhappy emotions. It indicates that particular function of distorting reality. So again, remember, attachment, for example, when it's in the mind, and it's particularly focused on the object called chocolate cake. In the simplest way possible, we can see that what it does is cause the chocolate cake to look more delicious than it really is. The more hungry, the more emotion, the more attached, meaning this emotional hunger, not just physical hunger, emotional hunger I have for chocolate cake. We know, logically, we know the cake that I see on the plate is a divine, delicious, heavenly, wonderful, wow cake, such that when I get it, the amount of pleasure will be equal to that fantasy. Is this not how we understand this, don't we? When you're in love with somebody, this is an extreme example of attachment. Now get the distinction between attachment and the pleasure that it triggers. We conflate those two. But the attachment is the build-up, the anticipation, the thinking all day and all night about Martin. Never stop thinking about him, exaggerating. You're obsessed with him. You can't stop thinking about him. We understand this. This is a function of attachment. You're obsessed with the object. You think of it all the time. You anticipate having contact with it. You're craving to have contact. You can't bear to be separate from it. That's an extreme example of attachment to any of the objects of the senses. That's a sign of it. You think about it all the time. You can't bear to be separate from it. You want to have contact with it all the time. The more strong the attachment is. So that's all Buddha's saying, is that attachment is a grotesque and bizarre exaggeration of the deliciousness of Martin. It's a complete extreme, absurd exaggeration of Martin. But we don't question it. It's a deep assumption. It's based on, the only reason you have attachment for an outside object, is, as like I said before, is the extent to which you feel like you're nothing. Like you're empty, you're nothing. So this fantasy, this object, so you've got to have full contact with it, and then the belief is, when I get it, I'll get bliss. And indeed it does trigger bliss, initially contact with Martin. But I'm sorry, being gross here, keep having contact with Martin. I don't mean go to sleep and get hungry again. I mean keep having sexual contact with the object. You will die of exhaustion and revulsion. He will be the most disgusting person when he says, let's keep doing it. I mean, I'm being gross here, but get the point. If you keep eating chocolate cake, not wait till you're hungry again and go to the toilet. Keep eating it. This is the proof that chocolate cake is not the cause of happiness. Because if it were, logically, contact with Martin, the more you have contact, the happier you will get. But we know the more you have contact, the happiness goes down and turns into aversion or boredom, one or the other. And you chuck him out and get another one. So delusions, Buddha's saying, all these delusions, the branch delusions, attachment, anxiety, depression, you name them, these emotional pains, have this conceptual characteristic, because they're so deep in our bones, at the level of assumption that we don't question, therefore don't analyze and don't unpack. So that, and we live according to them, and we believe totally the stories they tell us. Therefore, because they are liars, they're not an accurate assessment. So that's what Buddha's saying. So what he wants us to get insight into, in general, is into how things actually do exist, even conventionally. But forget the special insight. That's the insight into the subtlest understanding of reality. Just look at ordinary reality, of cakes and martins and things and weather and this and that. When they're seen through the lenses of aversion, anxiety, depression, attachment, we're not seeing what's real. We're seeing our own projection. We're seeing a story that we have made up, and we plonk that story onto the object. So we're not in touch with reality. So getting insight, Buddha wants us to get insight into how things exist. So he's got many levels of how things exist. He says at the very beginning of his teachings that things are impermanent. One of the lies in our mind, we believe instinctively that I'm a permanent person. Well, of course we know we're going to die, but we don't believe it because we can't stand the thought of it. We believe this relationship with Martin is permanent. We'll be together till we're 80, guaranteed. That's a complete projection, a complete craving and fantasy, because attachment can't bear the thought that Martin might leave me or might die. So we fantasize, we believe in this grasping at permanence, that we will be together forever. It's a lie. Things don't exist like that. That's grasping at things as permanent. That's another lie. Attachment that is divine is another lie. So they're all not how things exist. Buddha says we're living in La La Land. So he wants us in general, being a Buddhist in general, by lessening your delusions, you're increasing your capacity to be in sync with how things exist. So by thinking about impermanence, getting insight into impermanence by thinking about it is a classic example of meditating on doing an insight meditation. But when we hear the word meditation, we get confused. So insight in general is working out how things exist. This is what we do every day when we learn things, but we don't call it meditation. So if you go and learn mathematics and the teacher tells you that 1 + 1 is 2, brand new information for you, you've never heard it before. So you take it home, you go. So the teacher says to you, I want you to go home, Robina, I want you to get some concentration. Then when you're settled, I want you to go to the second mode of meditation, and I want you to get insight into this. That's what she'd say. Well, what is she saying? Go do your homework. What does she mean? Go home. You've got to close the door because the other kids will come in and out. You get no concentration. You've got to do anything. You've got to have concentration, isn't it? If you can't focus on what you're doing, you can't achieve anything. So you need some concentration. This is normal world. So you close the door, tell the kids to shut up. You get your little pencil, get your blocks, you get your piece of paper. You have to have the information the teacher gave you. 1 + 1 is 2. You have to know what it means intellectually, and then you work through it. You think it through, don't you? Don't you think it through? And then one moment you go, oh, I get it. That is an insight. You just achieved an insight. So you have concentration that helps you focus. You go to the second mode. You use logical analysis, thinking, and then that process triggers the insight. That's called doing your homework. That's called learning how to play the violin, how to do mathematics, how to make a cake. It's an ordinary behavior. Insight is when you're making a cake, you're getting insight in how the cake works, which means you have to have all the right ingredients, you have to know how much of this, how much of that, and you've got to have concentration to do it properly. So we all understand insight and concentration. We just don't call it that. Are we communicating here? Well, here, you've got to get your concentration, and Buddha's a genius at that. You get your focus. Now you go to the second mode, and you want to get insight into what? Well, impermanence, please. So what are you going to do? You've got to have the words about impermanence that Buddha gives you. So you think it through, like your violin music, like your mathematics. You think it through in focus, with a focus in your meditation. And then you'll get an experience, an insight into impermanence. So you'll stop the analysis, and you'll just focus on that, and you'll get the taste of impermanence ever deeper, ever deeper. That's how you learn to play piano. That's how you learn to do anything. We just don't call it insight. We don't call it meditation. Are we communicating here? Are we communicating? Yes. Good. It's common sense, but we mystify because we have all these other words. We don't know what it means, you know. So you know if you're a Tibetan Buddhist, and the classic one of getting special insight is into emptiness. That's the final one. Then you'll hear about how we do analytical meditation. And that really throws us. Well, you know, first of all, let's look at the word meditation in Tibetan. It's a shock to us. It's the verb gom, and it means to become familiar with something, to familiarize your mind with something. Well, that's interesting. Who thought meditation meant that? We don't. We think it means this, spacing out. No, that's just concentration. That's just the first step. Real meditation is insight. And in other words, insight's the point. Concentration is just a method to get you to it. And it happens to have its bonus benefits, which Lama tells us about. So analytical meditation, well, meditation means to familiarize your mind. And analytical is a fancy word for to think about. I'm sorry. So you simply use thinking. How do you get to understand your mathematics? You think it through. How do you play the violin? You think through the music and then you play it with your hands. How do you make a cake? You think through the recipe. You do the instruction, you think it through until eventually you have an experience, an insight into the recipe and how it works. This is just common sense. It's how we have learned anything in our life. This is just what this is. You listen, you get some concentration first. Then you go to the second mode and you take the teachings you've heard about impermanence. You take the teachings you've heard about karma. You take the teachings on the nature of mind. You take the teachings on emptiness. This is all the stuff of Buddhism. And you want to get insight into it. So you've got to have focus. You go to the second mode. You take what you've learned in your class. You think it through with focused mind. And the deeper the focus, the deeper the insight, because the mind is clear. And you'll get a taste of it. And you stop your analysis and you taste that insight. Then the mind gets a bit shaky again. You go back to the analysis and you keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper until you get deep, irreversible insights. Incontrovertible, irreversible, until the insights are genuine. And finally, you've got to get insight into the ultimate reality, that nothing has an intrinsic nature, and that's the realization of emptiness. When you've got that insight, the very first second of your non-conceptual direct insight into the reality of the absence of inherent existent I, based upon single point of concentration, that's the first second that you climb out of samsara and proceed into your nirvana. You've got a way to go yet, but you can't fall back after that. Are we communicating here? Good. So to unpack these words and concepts is kind of important, you know. Don't just put them in religion and mystify them and say them like just without knowing what we're talking about. It's a practical process that we're all very familiar with. It's just that we don't call them that. That's all, you know. So the one that's in the world, Vipassana, is one of the many techniques that Lord Buddha taught. About, you know, the one I've never done it, but scanning the experiences of the body. Is that right? That's one of the many insights. And what does he want us to get insight into? Impermanence. That's his method. That's why he wanted us. That's what he wants us to get insight into. Impermanence in that case. There's many he taught. And concentration is just the method we use to enable us to get insight. But we often, again, when people do Vipassana, they're doing both types. They're doing concentration and insight. People who are doing mindfulness are doing both, but they think it's the same. They're not. We just got it wrong. We were not clear, you know. Do you understand? Are we clear, people? A little bit? I mean, I don't know much. I act like I know everything, don't I? Yes. Go, darling.
If I ask you, do you understand what I say now? If I tell you thinking beyond thinking?
You mean experiencing the taste of it? No?
Beyond that.
Well, there is only the experience of the taste beyond the thinking. There's this thinking, and then that's you use that to experience the taste of the meaning of it. That's insight.
Yes. Okay. I'm unable at that state to go deeply with words.
Yeah, I understand.
And even in French, it will be because insight. I experienced some movement to another part, and I call it thinking beyond thinking.
I understand. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your experiences are. I can't describe because I don't know those words.
No.
But if you read Lama Yeshe's book on these exact things,
Yeah.
then you can relate your experiences to that, and maybe you can speak about them in those terms. Because the typical way of talking is at the very gross. We have gross consciousness, which is the chatty mind berserk, you know.
Yeah.
And then as we get more clarity, even intellectually, the mind can become more clear. You get clear thinking. But then as you go deeper in meditation, you eventually go beyond the concepts completely cease. There's no thinking. Then beyond thinking is non-conceptual, and it's not thinking though. It's just the mind is completely still.
Is the thinking by non-thinking?
No,
You say that?
no. You start with thinking,
Yes,
and then you concentrate, and then the mind gets eventually to the point when you've got really good concentration, the mind literally stops all concepts. That's literally. As your mind gets more subtle, it becomes non-conceptual.
Why do we have those differences to speak about the same thing? For example, in the Zen tradition,
Yes.
we are talking about almost the same thing that
Yes.
the Tibetan tradition do, but we have other words.
I know, that's because even in Tibetan Buddhism, even in the different traditions in Tibet, they have all the different ways they
Because
talk.
in Dzogchen
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
Mahamudra,
Yes.
there is a difference.
There is, and there are many differences, and there even, as I'm saying, in the Tibetan Buddhism, even the 4 different traditions, they talk very, because it's human beings in a certain place of the world developing its own characteristics and its own way of talking. It's inevitable we're going to use different words. That's nothing wrong with that. That's nothing wrong. That's why we have to learn all the different meanings so we know we're on the same page, and that's difficult. Of course, there's many ways of talking, and that's why they have all their debates and their interesting discussions. It's very healthy. Nothing wrong with that.
So can we say also that the meeting beyond words and beyond intellect, I see you and you see me, and it's enough?
I don't know. That sounds a bit cosmic to me, Samia. Maybe. I can...
I'm really here.
No, I know, I understand. Listen, all I can do is use the words that I understand and try to experience. So the less delusions in my mind, the less projections, the less expectation, the less fantasy, the more clear everything will appear. That's it. That's the one. So gradually, yes.
Thank you.
Much a pleasure. What else, people? Nothing? Yes? Yes. A hand back there. No. No? No? What time is it? We can stop and have lunch now if you like. Easy. We can have lunch. There's no questions. So did you all bring it? Did you remind people to bring their lunch? I bet you forgot. You forgot, didn't you? You forgot.
I didn't forget.
You didn't forget. You did last night or this morning?
I did this morning because I was waiting for that email.
Oh no, but you didn't remind me.
No, I didn't remind
That's
you.
exactly right. So don't you blame me.
I'm not blaming you.
So that's the wrong answer. So the answer was, I forgot to remind you, Robina. Wasn't it? That's the right answer?
Yes.
Thank you, Martin. If you can't locate the problem, you can't find the solution. That's very important. So anyway, if you did bring your lunch today, I'm very happy. Then share all your lunch and have little groups around and sit and discuss all this stuff. But if you don't want to discuss, that's completely fine. You don't have to. But I would love you to do that. And then I don't think we need 2 hours.
No, an hour and a half was...
That's more than enough, yeah. Good,
yeah,
okay.
So,
yeah.
20 to 3?
Yeah, whatever. That's okay, people. So please enjoy. Yeah. Okay, darlings, thank you so much. See you soon. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just, while waiting, I'm just going to mention a few things. And the first one is that it's good when you get a cup that you kind of adopt it and hold on to it, get very attached to it. Because then we have to wash less cups. So it's, if you can kind of, sometimes we have, yeah, maybe we should just have so you can mark them with your name. You can't hear me? Okay. I said we should have a roll of tape and a pen so people can mark their cups maybe. So then you can hold on to it. Then the other thing is I just sent out an email with some materials that Venerable put together for this weekend. We actually we had them printed, but they were unable to deliver them, so they're sitting somewhere. So I emailed you the PDF for now, and if you want your physical nice copy, then you have to come back and get it. So that's the reason for you to come back. And I would feel very bad just to have all these booklets sitting here without them making it to you. So please come back and pick it up like sometime next week. And I think that's it for me. Someone asked when we end today, and that's 5 o'clock. Tomorrow we go on till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But also tomorrow we start at 10, just like today.
Okay. So, do you have any questions from your discussions together? Anything that came up during lunch? Just put it in. Just tip it in. Oh, good, okay. So, any questions? Nothing came up for your lunch? Nothing? Oh, missed. Yeah.
Yes, I've been meditating a few years quite regularly, and I have a feeling that I meditate and I get more sort of connected with what's going on inside, and I can feel and hear the turmoil much more, but it doesn't really make it go away. So some extent, I think before I started, I was kind of numb. I didn't notice, and now when I'm stressed, for example, I feel much more stressed than I used to because I tune into it more.
Tell me about. If you don't mind, tell me what kind of, when you say meditate, what do you mean?
Well, it's mainly just mindfulness of breathing and things like that.
You watch your breath,
yeah,
basically.
things like that, or the body. sensations in the body.
Well, that's two things.
Yeah,
There's two kinds. There's concentration is just when you're watching the breath, but watching the sensations, you're using discursiveness, and that's the insight one. So you're doing both of those?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes I do metta as well. Metta meditation sometimes? Loving kindness.
And what kind of meditation is that? I mean, what do you do?
I wish for people and wish for myself and other people to be happy and healthy and things like that.
Okay. How do you do that one?
I guess I sit and meditate.
How long do you spend doing that one? What do you do? What do you think? It's a thinking one. It's a discursive one. So what do you do? What do you think?
I picture different people. I tend to start with someone close to me, or I start with myself and then someone close to me that I have a, let's say, pleasant relationship with, and I go on to people that are more difficult, and I wish them all well, basically.
So in your mind, you're seeing this person who annoys you, upsets you, and you're attempting to have a positive feeling towards them. You're trying to think kindly towards them.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's great. Good. So then what... so what's the problem?
I guess the problem is that many of the things that I find difficult in my life, I feel stressed and things like that. I feel that I almost feel it more now than I did before I started meditating.
I understand.
And I don't really feel that, you know, you kind of, I mean, at least I guess you shouldn't like try to achieve something when you meditate, but I mean, secretly, I kind of do, of course. I would like to suffer less when I meditate more, but it feels like I'm going.
So you don't think any change in your behavior, in your life, in your anything since you've started to meditate?
No, a lot has changed in my life.
Good.
Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
What's like that? How?
Well, I eat less meat. I think more.
No, that's not because you meditate. It's because you made a decision to stop eating meat.
Yeah, but I start to be more conscious about what I'm doing and like consider more, the ethics of my life and things like that. But and I also try to like, I think a lot has improved, but I also think that.
No, wait a minute. No, fine. So what other benefits have come?
I think I'm more of the time I'm calm, for example, and less sort of reactive.
So in other words, you're noticing your mind more. You're seeing what's going on in your mind more. You made decisions. You're making decisions to change the way you behave. You want to become more kind to other people. I mean, I can't see what. That sounds great to me. You're doing well.
Yeah.
So again, I have to repeat. I know what you're saying, but I need you to explain more. I understand you're saying. So in general, there is definitely a benefit from what you're doing. Well, that's exactly what the Buddha would say. So where's your problem?
I guess I would like it to go faster and be more.
Now we're getting
more.
So now we're getting somewhere.
Full
so now we're getting
100%.
somewhere. So now we're hitting the problem, and the problem is called dissatisfaction. In other words, instead of being dissatisfied with food and girlfriends or boyfriends and the job you do, you're now dissatisfied with your meditation. So you can't win. So you've got to stop being dissatisfied. You've got to stop being dissatisfied. So that's even a more fundamental one. That means you've got to learn to be content. Because the fact is, that's attachment. That's its function. Attachment always wants something more, and you just reverted that from sex into your meditation. That's all. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So in other words, you're not satisfied with so the very first point you said is a good point. I'm going to get to that in a second. But in general, there's definitely advantage. You become more conscious. That's why there's nothing mystical about meditation. It just makes you more conscious. And then you decide. I mean, you haven't decided to go and eat more and kill more people and hate more people. You've decided to do less. You've decided to be more ethical, which is exactly the point. And the basis of it is because you're becoming more conscious of what's happening in your crazy mind. So naturally, you notice it more because you're noticing. You're not worse before. You're far better, but we didn't notice before. So it's a bit like if you've got pain in the body, but until you go to the gym, you don't really notice the pain. When you come home from the gym, you think you're a disaster. It's only because you're training your body that you notice the pain. But the symptoms have all been there. So it's actually a good sign. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. And why it's a good... See, again, the very first thing you said, you have an assumption that it should all go away by now, somehow. Well, if you heard about... I mean, you heard about the qualities of a person who's got single point of concentration. That sounds pretty intense, right? Well, way to go, baby. If you really want to see some results, get some single point of concentration, which means you've got to give up sex, drugs, and rock and roll and go to the mountains for several years. Then you'll really see a difference. And then if you want to, and that you've had many lifetimes anyway, so you lose the plot. So you've got to then use that to get insight into emptiness. So way to go. So you're doing really well, it seems to me. Are you not hearing you're hearing my point? So the other thing is this. Until you've got some really deep, developed some deep levels of pretty powerful concentration, you are going to see the mind berserk, because it is that, and it's always been that way, and it's just that you're noticing it. So actually you should be glad you're seeing it. You see, one of the things we have, and they're not quite saying it, but it's a bit of a view we have, we sort of hope it'll all go away. Well, the Buddha would say these misconceptions deep in our bones are ancient habits, and you can very happily have concentration and you won't experience them. You will experience bliss, but it's completely deceptive because it's only gone away temporarily. That's a big advantage already. And then the advantage of getting single point of concentration is then when you're back in daily life, you've got such utter control over your mind, but that's not enough. You've got to then be able to actually cut the root of all that by realizing emptiness, and then you stop all the delusions altogether, finally, eventually when that happens. So as much as we can have single point of concentration even and get such bliss and clarity and all that, still it's not enough until you've cut them all, because they're going to keep coming back. So in general, though, a good result to your meditation. You become more ethical, more conscious. You say you experience more stress, but you're just noticing it. So then you've got to keep moving and keep doing more, because the fact is, it's good that you see the thoughts because they're the problem. Before we didn't notice them. Now you're noticing them. So you've got to have a happy mind about that and be delighted that when you're stressed, you really notice you're stressed more. But you've got to go deeper and start to look at the thoughts that are happening while you're stressed, because it's mental. It's all the dramas, it's all the thoughts in there, and then it causes the effect of having a stressed body. But it's just your thoughts, the neurotic thoughts. So be delighted that you're seeing your mind, and the real skill is to learn to know that they're all there, and they'll be there at a deeper level until you really get deeper and deeper in your work. So learn to live with them happily. That's the real benefit. That's the real skill. So they're all there until you're highly realized. They're going to be there until you realize emptiness. Do you understand that point? So be delighted that you're meeting your thoughts, because so then you can have the clarity to distinguish between attachment thoughts, anger, jealousy, love, compassion in a much subtler way, which is the real job of being your own therapist as a Buddhist. And then your thoughts can be raving on, but because you're so controlled and so together and unafraid of what's in there. And let's say, the worst thing could have happened, and maybe whoever loves you has divorced you, your dog is dead, your house has collapsed, you've lost your job, and you've got cancer. And you meet a friend you haven't seen for 10 years. Now, normally we would wear our heart on our sleeves and they could tell from 50 feet that you're having a mental breakdown. But they wouldn't know now if you're really working on your mind. How are you, dear? Oh, I'm really well. How are you, you'll say. They don't have to know what's going on, because when you know your mind more and more, you're in control of it, you're not afraid of all the delusions, you understand their function, you understand where they're at, you know how long they're going to be there, and you're delighted to see them and live with them, and you make friends with them. That's the real thing. Do you understand? Rather than this deep impulse, we wish they all go away. It's not going to happen. It doesn't happen. It can't happen. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good.
Absolutely.
Okay, so be delighted. Just be delighted. I mean, everybody, whether they're practicing for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, everyone says the same. And in the end, is, I think I should have been better than I am. And that's just attachment never being satisfied. Do you understand? So in other words, another way to put this, and it sounds kind of corny, but it's profound, we need to cultivate virtuous, positive, constructive opinions about ourselves based upon, your potential, not to mention your hard work. But we tend to just always run to the negative, always run to and give them the power. You've got to consciously, actively have positive thoughts about your progress. Now, if you're not making progress, don't have positive thoughts about it. If you are being lazy and doing nothing, don't lie to yourself. But you're working hard, and if you think about it, I mean, even the fact that we're even sitting in this room here this weekend is pretty stunning. That we're actually even considering techniques to become a better person. On this planet, that's pretty unusual. So you should be over the moon and delighted with your progress. And happy that you've got these tendencies that cause you to wish to become more moral, more kind, more reasonable. Do you understand? These are all facts, but we don't tend to see them. We tend to still notice the bad, or the lack of progress, or what we should have done, or you understand? And even then, nothing wrong with seeing where you're at, and I could do more progress. Well, then don't just, oh, I'm a bad person, I should do more. Actually do it, and be happy with it. And that means, again, it's all conceptual stories. It's all the way we assess things. So keep moving, you're doing great. Make sense? Good. What else, people? Questions? Yes. You had one. Samir, you had one. Give the man the mic.
You have already answered my
question.
I'm
very happy.
So thank you.
Good. That's a pleasure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like if you're playing, you know, if you're studying maths and you're in grade 3, of course you've got a long way to go. But the more you put yourself down for being only in grade 3, or I'll be happy when I get to grade 4, I'm only in grade 4. I'll be happy when I get to grade 5, I'm only in grade 5. And you get to grade 1972, I'll be happy when I get to 1973. You'll never be satisfied. So you've got to be happy where you're at and greet and know that, I mean, before you knew mathematics, you never saw any mathematical problems. Now you see endless problems because you know mathematics. Be happy about that. And that'll give you the courage to keep moving because you know you've got this amazing potential. And that's why I think it's so helpful to read sometimes the stories of the yogis and the experiences and the nature of mind. It gives us courage to know what we're heading to and be happy with that and enjoy the journey. It's so important. Yeah. What else, people? Okay, so it's fine. Let's keep going. Okay, so let's try and now identify more the way talk more about these delusions, these neurotic states of mind, and how they're very hard to see. So it's always good to see it in the context of a relationship. So, you know, I use my boyfriend example. It's always a useful one. It could be your boss, it could be your mother, it could be your sister. We've all got relationships. We're very social beings, isn't we? And we all know that most of our problems come up in terms of those. Okay, it can be the food and all those things, but it's people, it's sentient beings, you know, that trigger our dramas, isn't it? So, you know, the point, one of the so if we look at these unhappy states of mind, which we think are normal because we've all got them, and they are normal insofar as we all have got them, but they're not normal for Buddha in the sense that they're mental illnesses, and that's a really interesting concept, and I mean that quite sincerely, but it's a bit shocking to hear it, because the term for all these neuroses in Tibetan, in the Sanskrit language, is klesha. It's the one main term they use to refer to anger, attachment, jealousy, blah blah, and the term that, I forget the Tibetan word, but the English translation is the word affliction. Well, it's just a very old-fashioned word, you know, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you use Swedish what the word is, but in English you don't use the word, but it's in all the Buddhist literature. So we go blah blah. So it makes it kind of separate from life, you know, when you use these weird words. It's okay, some words you have to use, and you've got to get used to them because it's a particular body of knowledge. All bodies of knowledge have their own language. But for something so immediate as what happens every day in your mind, I think it's good to use different terms. So Lama Yeshe is so kind. I mentioned this on Friday. I identified 21 different terms that he has used, some of which are synonyms, but most of which he made up to try and convey the way these neurotic states of mind cause us to suffer. Because affliction just doesn't do it, you know, it's just too abstract. So when you analyze the word affliction, it's very interesting. Affliction is a problem. You've got a problem. Well, what kind of problem? Geshe Sopa, in his Lamrim books, he always talks about mental afflictions, which is being more precise, because it is a mental affliction. But let's use another word for affliction. Well, a word illness would be another word for affliction. Well, in other words, anger is a mental illness. Now, that term in English, as we know, and probably in Swedish, is such a powerful concept that we use in modern psychology. And as people weigh down that end spectrum of the problems, you know, we do not think we've got mental illnesses until we're diagnosed with some heavy mental disease, like you're labelled bipolar, you're labelled schizophrenic, you're labelled now ADID or DDAD or God knows what. More and more and more of these, and they're under the heading mental illness. So then we go, oh my God, I've got a mental illness. And we wear it like a badge, and it's something like a knee, it's like having one leg missing. It's just this absolute problem. Well, the Buddha says we've all, and I'm not sarcastic, I mean it very sincerely, to the extent that we have any attachment or anger or anxiety or worries or fears or jealousy or depression, and join the universe here, is the extent to which we are mentally ill. And that's a perfect term. It's a really good modern word for this word affliction. So they're mental illnesses. And it's very shocking to hear that, because we have this idea of mental illness being so serious and would never admit to it once. You know? But attachment, ordinary attachment day to day, anxiety, stress, all the words we use, depression. We label that because they found a drug for it, so it makes the drug companies be able to be all holy and talk and then make millions of dollars on us, you know? Imagine if they found a drug to subdue anger. My God, they make $1 billion. I mean, the world will be saved. They're all mental illnesses. They're afflictions. So this is exactly what they are. They're mental illnesses. And the Buddha happens to have a cure for them. That's all. That's his trip. That's what Buddhism is on about. That's his thing. So these mental illnesses, like I said, these afflictions, these delusions, you know, they've got two main functions. One is they cause us to be very disturbed, and that's really evident. Every one of us knows that's the pain of, as you said, you know, stress, anxiety, depression, anger, you name it. They're deeply disturbing. The very having of them is itself the suffering. And that's the one we're mainly concerned with. So that's why we will do anything to make them go away, because we can't bear them, you know. But the other one, like I'm saying, the other term that indicates the function of these afflictions, these mental afflictions, these mental illnesses, is the term delusion. And in English, that's a perfect term. In many languages, they don't have a term for that. So when you're accused of being delusional, indeed that's a mental illness, delusional, we use it very casually now, it means you're not in touch with reality. And that is exactly Buddha's point. I mean, that's bullseye for the Buddha. That's exactly what he's saying. The extent to which we're caught up in any attachment, anxiety, depression, anger, is the extent to which we are not in touch with reality. That's exactly his point. When we get that, then we really understand Buddha. We understand what he's on about. So that means we have to locate, identify, understand that characteristic of these states of mind, not just notice the disturbingness of them. That's evident. And that means we have to hear all the conceptual stories beneath the emotions, you know. So let's just use the example of the relationship. It can be any, like I said, it could be your boss, it could be your, just I'll use the boyfriend one, you know. So before you start looking at your mind, before you, like you said, what's your name? Peter, before you started being conscious, like you said, this is exactly right. Before we start to be conscious that what goes on in here plays a big role in my life. I mean, this sounds very depressing, but as Lama Zopa says, the vast majority of all humans on this planet have no idea that what goes on in here, in their mind, plays any role at all. Which sounds initially quite shocking. But it's true. When you're in the real victim mode, and victim sounds a heavy word, but that's exactly the way we are when we're caught up in delusions. We're victims. Because we blame everybody else. I'm an innocent victim. I didn't ask to get born. It's not my fault. Why are you unhappy, Robina? Martin is mean to me. It's not my fault. I don't deserve it. That's the voice of victim. And Lama Yeshe would, that's ego. That's ego. And Lama Yeshe would call it the self-pity me. Self-pity me, you know. It sounds heavy. But this is when the more we see our mind, the more we analyze these disturbing emotions, these mental afflictions, these mental illnesses, these delusions, and to hear this characteristic of their concepts, to hear the story they're telling instinctively. So it's very hard to hear it. Then we can begin to understand how they're not valid assessments of the person, the event, the thing, the situation. So, how does that work? How does it happen in your life? How do you apply this? Well, the first level of the relationship, you know, all the expectations, all the attachment, all the joy, and you know, you might be just a nice person with love and kindness and generosity and forgiveness. We've all got those. But we don't realise we've also got the attachment, the neediness, the expectation, all the other dramas which seem so instinctive. So then I am in love with Martin, dumping all this responsibility onto him to make me happy. That's the belief. So in that first level, when you're in the victim, you have no sense of your own mind, no awareness that you can control anything, up and down like a yo-yo, all the neediness and all the expectation and the jealousy that occurs and the anger occurs when things go wrong, when attachment doesn't get what it wants. So then you start to see yourself nakedly, and then you start to live in hell. It's like you're living in hell now. The jealousy, you can't bear the pain, the depression, the anxiety, the panic, the fights you have. It's just like hell. You're quite comfortable before you got a boyfriend, but look at us, you know. When that happens, and his presence triggers all my delusions. So of course the normal view is you don't think your delusions are the problem. Martin's the problem. And this is not being mean, this is just how we are. It's so instinctive, and we believe this. This seems to be the way it is. We don't think we're making something up. This is what Buddha means by being in samsara. We're literally blaming the wrong thing. We've been doing it for so long. And it appears to that way. It appears to be that way. When I was a tiny little girl, and I'd be crying of anger and hurt when my mean sister hurt me, and run to my mummy, you know, I know I'm angry, I know I'm hurt, and what is looming in my mind is my mean sister, not my mother didn't say to me, well, I understand, darling, Janet was mean to you, but darling, it's your anger that's the problem. I mean, if she'd said it, I wouldn't have understood. When I was 5, 15, 25, I didn't understand. Yeah, I'm angry. That's not my fault. Look at all these horrible people doing things to me. This is how we are. It's natural. That's the victim mode. That is the victim mode. We're not aware. We're unconscious. We're completely addicted to the outside world. Blame the outside world for everything, including our happiness. That's normal human behavior until we start being conscious. So in that sense, so then whatever's in my mind, whatever my tendencies are, they're going to come roaring to the surface. Maybe I didn't know I had jealousy until I got a boyfriend, you know. Maybe I didn't know I had such anger until I met a person who kept being mean to you and doing horrible things and not doing what I want. Because the people in the world trigger this stuff in us. So then let's say I hear that, you know. So then how you are, let's say you've got this horrible relationship, and that's common. Let's say you hate your boss. Forget the boyfriend. Just the boss is horrible. The job is horrible. You can't bear your colleagues. They're mean. They don't appreciate you. People talk about you behind your back. It's horrible. And you're in the typical victim mode. Typical, you know, full of fear, worried what people think, unafraid to make any decisions, not aware that you can change your mind, and not aware that you can change your job. When you're living in the victim one, you're living in fear, you know. Fear is interesting. Fear, people often say, where is fear listed in the the Buddhist analysis of the mental problems? Well, it's not given its own status because all the delusions are in the nature of fear. Fear is their main taste. Fear is their main character, especially the root delusion called ego grasping. The root one, the one that clings to the I. Its nature is fear. That's why when you realize emptiness, there is no fear. This is so astonishing to us. There couldn't be stress. There couldn't be anxiety when you've realized emptiness, when you've cut the root of the delusions. It's not possible because you've given up attachment. Because when there's no ego grasping, there's no attachment. When there's no attachment, there's no anger. When there's no anger, there's no jealousy. There's no pride. There's none of the others. They all collapse into a heap of nonsense. That's when they really go. Then there is no fear. That's amazing to hear. That's inconceivable in our world. When fear and panic and anxiety and stress are our normal mode. That's because we have attachment and ego grasping and the rest. So in the first mode, you're just miserable, you're hopeless, you don't know what to do, the job's horrible, you moan, you complain, you go home, you're driving home to your husband, all you do is talk about it, you go to your mother, you talk about it, you go to your sister, you talk about it, you never give up talking about it, it's mean, it's not fair, and every day every day you drive to work and you go back like a moth to a flame. Not knowing, one, you could change your mind about it, but even more simply, you could change the job. But we don't believe. When you're a victim mode, we're fearful. We don't think we have any control. We're worried about security. We're worried about what people think. We don't think we can do anything. We're paralyzed. We're paralyzed. So we don't realize we can change the job. And then if we establish we really can't afford to change the job because you've got mortgages and children and husbands, then you don't realize you can change your attitude towards the job. So we really do just live in victim. And victim is the part of mind that blames the external circumstance. That's what samsara is. And of course, when it's really heavy things like people abuse you and attack you and rape you, then it seems really shocking to say that you're a victim. Because then we really believe we're allowed to be angry. Look at what happened. We feel that. But even in the mildest situations of mean people, mean things they do to us, we have this sense that I'm allowed to be angry, I'm allowed to be jealous, I'm allowed to be depressed, as if we have no control over it. That's the suffering of being an ordinary, of being a samsaric person. And Buddha's point is, no matter how terrible the situation, as we progress, we do have the power to change our thoughts. In other words, to learn to be happy, even in terrible situations. And this is logic, not some kind of mystical thing. And the key to understanding this is by understanding that all these delusions are distorted, exaggerated conceptions. They're all, but the more we've practiced them, the more habitual they are, the more they manifest as feelings, and the less we can recognize that they're simply underpinned by being conceptual stories deep in our bones at the level of total assumption. So it just demands more and more introspection, more clarity, more unpacking, more unraveling, and more arguing with the misconceptions. All the conceptions, all misconceptions, as Lama Zopa says, this is what Buddha's saying, but Lama Zopa's words, all the delusions, from ego grasping to attachment to anger to all the others, what they do is, they're conceptual stories, remember, they decorate on top of what is there layers upon layers upon layers of characteristics that aren't there. So attachment to Martin, let's say, and his ability to make me happy, and his right to make me, and how it's his job to make me happy, and all the relationship and the whole drama, attachment to all that, what it's doing is over exaggerating all of the power and importance and the deliciousness of all those things. In the same way, the chocolate cake, so simple, the chocolate cake is so simple. Attachment over exaggerates the status of the cake on the plate. So if you ask me, what's on that plate, Robina? What I'll tell you is on that plate is this divine, delicious, amazing chocolate cake. Meaning, that will give me such pleasure when I eat it. That's what I say is on the plate. Now, that's an opinion about what's on the plate. Because if you have an allergy and can't eat chocolate cake, you know perfectly well, if you describe what's on the plate, you'll say this disgusting, horrible chocolate cake that makes me so ill. And what you will see, because you've got your anger aversion glasses on, is something disgusting. And what I will see, because I've got my attachment glasses on, is something divine. Now, we know this. This is not secret. This is how we live our lives. As our mummies told us, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Buddha's saying exactly that. But we know this, but we don't learn from it. Because when I'm looking at that cake through my lenses of attachment, and I know from yesterday, after I'd eaten 5 pieces, that when I looked at it then, it looked repulsive, but I forget that. Because I'm such a junkie, I forget the pain that the same cake that I'm convinced will bring me happiness that actually made me vomit. I forget that. Because that's what attachment does. It forgets, because it's such a junkie. It's convinced that today maybe it'll work. If I eat it this time, I might just get happy. We forget yesterday that it caused me to vomit. So we know then technically that proves emptiness, that the cake does not exist in a definite way from its own side. This is emptiness. The cake is dependent on the mind of the person seeing it. This is logic. This is proving emptiness, that nothing has an intrinsic nature. But we don't learn it, because we know this is true. We can prove this is scientifically true, but we don't question it. We just keep falling into the trap of believing in whatever view is in our mind. So this is where the real unpacking is unpacking these assumptions. So what would you do? Let's say I'm in the relationship with Martin, it's a disaster, and I go back like a moth to a flame, and we keep fighting, and I'm jealous, and I cry, and I'm in despair, and I don't know what to do. Now let's say I hear about Buddhism, let's say, for example, or meditation. So I think, oh, it's a good idea, maybe I'll try. And I really very sincerely want to see it. I start to even believe that maybe what goes on in my mind is playing a role here. Even I believe that, which is pretty amazing. So I now start to work on myself. So everything will start to change immediately, like you're saying. Everything will change because I'm becoming more conscious. And maybe, and also becoming more conscious makes me realize I'm much worse than, you think you're worse than you are, because you're suddenly noticing all these nightmarish dramas. But now I'm starting to become less of a victim. I realize, and that means less attached, less, less grasping, less falling into the trap of believing in every story my mind tells me. I'm more conscious. I'm becoming, and this is hard work. So now at some point, I'm beginning to realize I could make some choices here. When you're a victim, you don't even think to make choices. You just follow. You just kind of drag from pillar to post by like a bull, on the ring. So it might even occur to me, still that's really hard. Still when we're practicing, it's really hard to actually realize I can make some choices. So what are the choices here? Well, when it comes down to it, whether it's work, your sister, your mother, your boyfriend, any relationship, it comes down to two options. This is very shocking. It seems very brutal. And the two options are this. I could change the situation by leaving, or I could change my interpretation of the situation. So you don't have, that's the best one. But you don't have, no, it's not even the best one. That's the real one, because, no, it is the real one. That's the real one, because that's what Buddha's saying. When you change your mind, everything works. But, he also says, if you can change something, please change it. But what if you can't? So maybe you do really seriously decide. Now you're being conscious, you're taking stock of your situation, but you realise the economy the way it is, you can't see any other options for jobs, you just can't risk, and you've got to be honest and know that I'm not prepared to risk leaving the job. Don't blame the job. Say, oh, no, I can't leave the job, there's no other job, no, it's not my fault. No, you've got to own the fact that you've chosen to stay in the job. Now the hard work starts. Now the hard work starts. You stop complaining. You stop criticizing your boss. You start to interpret it differently. Yeah, go to your therapist. I don't care what you do. But you've made a decision, and that's the thing of non-victim. When you know you are in control and you decide to stay. Not, oh, I've got no choice, I can't leave the job. That's the victim talking. So that's already profound. Then now the real work starts. You've chosen to stay. Put your money where your mouth is. Now you start giving up the attachment, the expectations of how everything should be. You give up your anger, you give up and that's what the hard work is. That's the real hard work. Changing your mind. Which means you're changing your interpretation of this job, of the boss, of the colleagues. And that's what's hard. Because we see it as real, believing definitely that's how it is. We don't think that the way it is has got anything to do with how I see it. That's what the Lama Zopa is saying. That's the worst way delusions cause us suffering. We see it as absolute, out there, from its own side, set in stone. And I'm just this victim of it. What do you mean, change my interpretation of it? This is where real practice begins. That's why I always quote my friends in prison. Because they don't have the luxury of choosing to get out of prison. They got no choice. So that's what I'm saying now. You've got no choice. You're on death row. So then the logic of ego is, well, then I've got no choice. I just must suffer. No, not at all. You change your mind. You change your interpretation of it. A book I'm working on editing right now, Lama Zopa asked me to put together as a book all his 100 letters. Letters over the last 20 years to people in prison. He's amazing how he does it. Maybe people get a 2 or 3 page letter, but one guy got a 45-page letter. He gave an entire, seriously thinking about this, he thinks unbelievably, he's got a folder of 2,000 letters, Lama Zopa, at any given time, his attendants say. He might spend 2 weeks on one person. 45 pages he wrote to this man. Unbelievable kind advice, detailed advice for this guy, his own practice, Unbelievable. Talking about the mind and attachment and anger and all that stuff. So anyway, putting it together as a book. And this is where it's so shocking, because Lama Zopa talks directly from the highest level of the Mahayana teachings, which is this level of teachings that's known in Tibetan as Lojong, called mind transformation. So all of Buddhism, as we're talking here, is about your mind. But the most radical level of changing your mind is when you're in situations that are called suffering. In the very beginning stages of practice, if you take the Lam Rim, and you've got these stages, incremental levels of practice. The very first level of practice, when you're a normal, ordinary person who's berserk, the main advice is control your body and control your speech. At least shut up. My first level of practice was stop saying the bad words. That's already profound. Do you understand? To other people or to him. Control your body and speech. There's not even hardly to talk about looking at your mind yet. That's junior school level. Then you go to high school where you've got some discipline over your behaviour now. At least now you start to look at your mind. This is more advanced. So a major part, we haven't started to talk about it yet, but really that's the first level. Talk about emotional awareness. You've got your first level is, given that you're such a volatile person, you vomit out everything you think and feel, your first one is stop vomiting. Don't suppress. Just don't speak the words. That's already profound. That's huge. So my friends in prison don't have the luxury to get out of prison. They don't have a choice. So their choice is one. Change their minds. Meaning, and that's what Lama Zopa's the whole way. It sounds shocking, the kind of advice he gives. It sounds so shocking to ordinary ears. All the chapters, prison is not real prison. Prison is just a label. You are so fortunate to be in prison. How kind all the people are who put you in prison. These words sound mad to ordinary ears. But this is the advice coming from this really radical way to practice. To truly stop being a victim. Is to learn to see it as good. And that's possible, because nothing has an intrinsic nature anyway. But it's intense, So I always quote that woman on death row. I didn't know this woman. I read about her. She's now out of prison. She's on death row for in prison for 17 years, 12 of them on death row. She didn't, her husband and her were hitching in Florida and didn't do anything at all. They were little hippies, and they were accused of murdering 2 police. So they're on death row. I mean, you can't conceive of the suffering. He even got executed. You can't even imagine that, Got executed. Her parents were taking care of their children. The grandparents died in a car accident. They lost the children. She lost the husband, executed. I mean, it's enough to make ordinary people go completely out of their brains. The suffering beyond intense, beyond unbearable. Was an amazing woman, She did yoga and things. I don't think she talked about being a Buddhist or anything. But she had this understanding of this stuff. And she said, at some point, I realized I couldn't change anything. But they couldn't take my mind from me. So I decided, I'm not a prisoner, I'm a monk. I'm not in a cell, I'm in a cave. It sounds so dramatic, But the point is, what is the benefit of her doing that? This is the point. Why would she want to do that? Well, guess what? It meant she became happy. She owned it. She greeted it. She welcomed it. Meaning her attachment wasn't getting what it wanted, so she must have been angry and unhappy. So she stopped being attached to getting a result, and she stopped being angry when it didn't come. So she became happy. That's the point. That's the simple, simple, simple point. So when you decide that you do decide you can't leave that job. You decide you're not going to leave that job. Not, it's not my fault, I can't leave the job. But I have decided I'm not going to leave this job. So I have decided this is where I'm going to be. So now you decide to make the most of it and see it as good, not just live in misery, which is the usual conclusion we have. Most people I know in prison, we hear about, are living in misery. Because they assume because it's prison, how can I be happy? No, because it's prison, you can label it any damn way you like, as Lama Zopa says in the chapter on emptiness. Prison is just a label. This is very shocking for our ears. But this is the point. But of course it takes immense courage to do this, because we're all in the victim mode. We believe what we see is real and therefore can't be changed. That's the worst of our suffering, Buddha says. Yes. I can't really quite hear you, sweetheart. Can you sit up or something? Thanks. Yeah. Okay, wait. Where's darling? You need to turn the mic on.
Hello? Okay. I was just thinking here that in the same sense that prison is just a label and that we're not victims, is rape also just
Everything,
a label?
Speaking like this, in the most dramatic way, taking the most dramatic examples of the suffering that everybody on this planet is experiencing. I mean, the suffering that other human beings inflict upon other human beings is pretty intense, isn't it? Being imprisoned wrongly, being raped, being tortured, being attacked, I mean, look at the suffering that goes on in this planet. This is evident, right? So this is, yes, this level of practice. At the very beginning practice, Buddha says, just play safe, be cautious if you can, and control your body, control your speech, and keep out of trouble. That's first level. Next one, be more dramatic. Really start to see your mind. Really try to change the way you see things. The most dramatic at the compassion level, which is where this is taught, this is you take the worst experiences, especially if you're in them, and you really then also see logically that you can also change those. You can also change the way you experience something. If you can stop having that experience, if you can change it, if you can stop the rape, the torture, the imprisonment, the husband cheating on you, go for it. But the real point is, if it is happening, then what can I do about it? Yeah, everything. Of course it covers everything, which sounds so shocking, which doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean you even don't try to do something to fix it. This woman never stopped working on her freedom in prison. She didn't just give up and change her mind and go blah, blah. She never stopped working on her freedom, and she eventually got her freedom. That's the interesting point. So the interesting extra point there too is, because she had the sanity and the ability, the courage to realize she could change the way she labeled it, so make the most of it, then she didn't go crazy, so she could continue to have the wisdom and clarity to work on her freedom. If you're out of your brain with rage and anger and despair and violence and hating yourself and everybody else, you can do nothing to help yourself. So that's, yes, we are capable, but we've got to know where we're at, and it's not that easy. But this is the point, and it fits logically with this approach. Do you understand? So this is why, don't wait till you're raped to change your mind. Don't just wait till when your boyfriend doesn't do what he wants that you want every time. Just start working on the small stuff. Then it gets us ready for in case you get cancer, in case you get raped, in case you get imprisoned, wrongly accused. That happens to people every day. And this is why the Buddha's point is, we're just floating along thinking life is gorgeous because everything's happening nicely and our attachment's getting what it wants. But we're not ready for we're not prepared. We can't even cope with a small illness. We go crazy. Do you understand my point? So when we work on our mind every day and dealing with the small stuff, then when big stuff does happen, at some point someone's going to leave you, at some point you're going to get cancer, at some point you're going to die, when you didn't expect to, things happen. Then you're able to cope with them. It's practical, Do you understand? Yes, absolutely. Yes.
To continue on this, I was just reflecting, it may look like a delusion when you start thinking, for example, a prison cell is something good happening to you. But in fact, it's just that you are using what is good about it, right? To keep sane.
That's all it is. That's exactly. I mean, it could easily be that you are living in a hallucination. You're completely insane, thinking you're think you're a princess and you're really not. That is mental illness. I agree with you. But this is really proving the point that there's always going to be something good somewhere. And that's hard to see when we're consumed by seeing the bad. And that's even the point I'm saying here. Delusions always exaggerate the bad.
Right. In certain way, you're still grasping at something because you really need to survive.
Stop. When? In what situation?
In an extreme situation, like you describe in prison. So in your attempt to diminish the suffering, you need to grasp onto something.
No, you're not grasping. You wouldn't call it necessarily grasping. I don't think so. No, you're not grasping. You're using your intelligent mind to make a decision to see the good things in this situation so that you stay sane and stable. That's not grasping. That's intelligence.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's another level of refinement.
Absolutely. That's exactly the point. Yeah.
Since I have the microphone, I just want to ask you if you could say something about desire in the context of attachment. So desire, as I understand, it's okay, as long as you don't become hooked on it.
I understand, darling. I think, this is how His Holiness talks, and you can talk in a very general way to the world. Because the way we hear the word desire and attachment, our definition of the word in ordinary world is very different from the Buddha's. We don't have this approach in our own way, daily life, and certainly in our psychology, where we would make this absolute distinction between a state of mind that we'd call neurotic and deluded and a state of mind that's called valid. We don't talk like that. So the way we are now, we think of, you know, wanting to become a musician, wanting to find a husband, wanting a job, wanting a piece of chocolate cake. What we're really meaning is, depending on the person, of course it's attachment in there. But that don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and think that by giving up attachment, that means I can't want to be anything. That's nihilism. So there's a loose way of talking about that and saying, as you said it, and His Holiness would say it that way, it's okay to desire something but not be. But the better way, I'd rather say it, that attachment or desire, they are synonyms for this neurotic state of mind. So they, in their nature, they're grasping, frantic, needy, victim, the whole deal. So that, but a better word to say is, you know, there's a word in Buddhist psychology called aspiration. That's like a more holy, it's a more high wanting. Right. You know, I aspire to get enlightened. I aspire, like he says, he loves to do his practice. That's not the same as attachment. You know, you love your child. Now, this is where we should talk about the difference between love and attachment. Let's say in a relationship, or liking something like your Buddhist practice and seeing the benefit of it and being attached to it. That's a really good discussion. Then we're going to see the difference, see the characteristic of desire and attachment if we use that term for the delusion, and see the characteristics of, say, a virtuous wanting, a valid aspiration. Do you understand my point? Yeah. So it's just, it often really means getting clear the definitions and then using the right words, you know?
And as you explained before, I think it's also a matter of motivation, right? What is the motivation behind?
Well, that's another discussion.
Okay.
That's one that really is, that's a crucial one. Let's do two things now. Let's talk about the meaning of the motivation business. That's absolutely fundamental, yes. And then let's look at the difference between attachment and love, let's say. So let's look at that one first, because in our culture, given that we don't make this absolute distinction between neurotic, distorted states of mind and valid, non-distorted states of mind, then it's hard to hear this, but this is crucial. That's why I said to Samir when he said, is it attachment to my practice, is that good or bad? Then the simple sign, that it's not attachment, or not mainly attachment, is when you can't do it, or when you can't get it, you get upset. So if you getting upset is aversion, and that's the perfect logic to prove that attachment was the main thing. You get my point? And that's why attachment's like a honey-covered razor blade. You often don't notice we've got it until it doesn't get what it wants. And that's why it's too late to deal with it then. So we've got to be aware of it at a more subtle level. So, you know, so let's say I love Martin. Well, love is under the positive heading. It's an altruistic state of mind that's empathetic, that's connected to others, that is valid. And I'll explain why. Okay, invalid state of mind for the Buddha is one that's not in sync with reality. And the reality he's talking about finally is the reality of dependent arising, of interdependence. Interdependence, speaking very simply, is the way everything exists conventionally. Everything exists in dependence upon this and this and this. Nothing, as we'd say in English, nothing exists as an island. You don't exist as an island. You exist interdependently. So everything, and this is a massive meaning in Buddhist philosophy, everything is dependent on something else. Everything is dependent upon causes, this, that, many things. So when you've got love, love is bare bones. The thought, the definition of love, the concept of love is when you see a person happy, you're happy for them. Oh, look at her, isn't she? You're delighted that person's happy. You want the person to be happy. And then even a higher level of love is, what can I do to make them happy? Now, we have that for our beloveds. We have that for our children, for our beloved boyfriends. We want to make people happy. We love them to be happy, and we want to make them happy. That's love. That's fantastic. That's a virtue, because it's linked to interdependence. It's linked to the other person. Whereas attachment, if you see attachment for what it is, it's this totally self-centered, panic-stricken hunger. The other person should do what I want. So if I had just attachment for Martin without much love, and the moment we have love mixed with attachment, so therefore it's harder to locate the attachment component. But if I had mainly attachment for one person, you'd be a monster. You'd be a vampire. You'd really be a monster. You'd be utterly manipulative, utterly greedy, utterly monstrous if you only had attachment and saying not much love. So that's why that's easy to see. You see people who are really selfish, really self-centered. That's because they've mainly got attachment and don't have much love, don't have much empathy, don't have much compassion. So we can see in our own lives we've got compassion. Compassion is, you see suffering and you think, oh my God, look at that suffering. You have empathy with people's suffering. And then even more than that, you want to help their suffering. You want to stop their suffering. They're the two main virtues, love and compassion. They're profound, amazing, valid states of mind because they're connected to others. And there's a validity in that. Whereas attachment just sees a fantasy and is all I-based. The delusions are necessarily absolutely I-based. And the Buddha says that's not realistic because that's really imagining something that's independent. There's no such thing. So, to distinguish between attachment and love is not easy, especially if Martin is doing everything my attachment wants. Then I will continue to love him because he satisfies my needs. And I won't notice I've got a problem. But it's only when he doesn't do what my attachment wants that attachment has a panic attack, you know. That's when we have to notice it. So that's why my question to Samir, or let's look at whether it's attachment or virtue. If you get, like if you're doing your meditation and the kids are making a noise, be quiet, I'm practicing. I mean, that's when you're attached to doing what you're doing, and how dare someone else upset me. That's attachment. Then it poisons. There's no such thing as virtue. So when you've got so in other words, another way of putting this, your main motivation for doing things at the moment, our main motivation is attachment. That's what motivates most of what we do. Buddha's saying that. That's what being in samsara means. Which sounds a bit depressing because we didn't think we were as mean as that. But it really, as long as our attachment gets what it wants, then it's hard to see it. But as long as our attachment doesn't get what it wants, that's when we notice. So at the moment, our main motivation for most things is attachment. Or then aversion and all the other dramas. So we do have love. This is where, if you look at the compassion wing practices, you've got junior school, which is you control your body and speech. Then you go to high school, you start to look at your mind. Now you go to university, you've got the compassion wing, where you're really shifting your emphasis now, based on success at working on yourself. In the wisdom wing, you're now on the compassion wing, and now your emphasis is on to continue to work on your mind in reference to others, to help others, to break down the barriers between self and other. So when we look at the very first practice in the compassion wing, in this series of techniques that have been taught over the centuries in the lineage, to how to cultivate compassion that then culminates in this amazing practice called, this quality called bodhicitta. Then the first one is called equanimity. So equanimity here is a specific one that's used in different terms in Buddhism. Here it's related to how you see others. So equanimity is like the foundation practice in beginning to build up these amazing qualities of love, compassion, great compassion, and eventually bodhicitta, where you make this paradigm shift, where now others are more important than you, which is really the highest level of these amazing qualities. So equanimity is this very powerful state of mind we have to cultivate, that basically is, and when we've got it, when you've got this equanimity, what it is this heartfelt recognition that friend, enemy and stranger are equal to each other from one point of view. They all want to be happy. They all don't want to suffer. That's what equanimity is, precisely. That friend, enemy and stranger are equal in their wish to be happy and not suffer. We're trying to prove that to ourselves. Right, we can hear it. But it's the hardest thing because right now, because we have attachment, then I do have love and compassion, but only for the first group, pretty much. They're my beloveds, and they're the ones I'm attached to. So I have enormous love and compassion for them. Naturally, it's easy for us, and they're the only ones usually that the world would accept that you have love and compassion for. We can have love and compassion maybe for some strangers sometimes. We don't have them for enemies, unless you work at it. But this is just the default view of a samsara, So the point is here that the love we do have right now is completely polluted by attachment. And they come together, and we conflate them. We even assume, we only have attachment for those we love. And we only love those we have attachment for. And we don't question this. So at this compassion wing level, we really start to analyze and look at the fault of this thinking. So, then what's, so that's a friend. A friend is by definition a person you've got attachment for, who does what your attachment wants, for whom you do have love and compassion. Now what's an enemy? We mightn't use that word, but it's a very convenient label for those who've stopped doing what my attachment wants, or who don't do what my attachment wants, or who do what my attachment doesn't want. The ex-husband, the mean boss, the unkind sister, you name it. Now they're the people on this planet that we're totally preoccupied with. So what's the third category? That's called stranger. What's a stranger? Well, a person who, by definition, has neither harmed nor helped me. So I have attachment for the friend, I have aversion for the enemy, and I couldn't care less about the strangers. And that's 99.99% of the universe. They could all drop dead and I won't care. I mean, think about it. It's a brutal way to put it, but that's what a stranger means. It's a person who hasn't touched my life in one way or the other. So there's this complete, distance, isn't there, between us and a stranger. I always tell the story about looking at my iPad and my New York Times, and down on the right-hand corner on the home page, there was a heading that said 350 people die in ferry accident in Tasmania. I go, oh no, And I look, and then I saw that it said, because Tasmania is my people, Australia. So then I looked again, and I saw that it actually said Tanzania, and I went, oh, it's okay. I mean, I caught myself. Of course it's not okay. And then, of course, I tried to have compassion and look up, see the story, and read it, and try to work out where Tanzania is, because they're strangers to me. This is normal life. We don't, unless we stretch ourselves, we don't bother about strangers. It's 99.99% of the universe. So the ones that preoccupy our lives are the ones we're attached to, the ones we have aversion for. I mean, we think about the people we have aversion for more than our friends. So ironic, isn't it? You think you'd stop talking about them. We love our enemies. We run like a magnet. Look at two people fighting. It's like they're in love with each other. You try to get them to stop fighting until you shut up and keep fighting. So the intensity of grasping, the characteristic of all the delusions is it's grasping, frantic, panic-stricken grasping, We are ridiculous, you have to agree. So the job to distinguish between attachment and love is really massive. And in the second high school level of practice, where you start to know your own mind, you learn about these different delusions so you can begin to distinguish. But here in this practice of equanimity, it's very tasty. So, in other words, what Buddha's trying to get us to see here, it's not really complicated, but it's kind of intense, is that these three people, in the equanimity meditation, you're using discursiveness, you're using analysis, you're trying to argue with ego's misconceptions to see how this is not valid. So you have these three people in front of you, even now as I'm talking, the beloved to the left, your mean, ugly one in the middle, and the stranger to the right. And we're going to do a bit of analysis to prove how there's no basis in just wanting to love, have compassion for your friend and not care about, hate your enemy and not care about the rest. This is not valid because it's based on I. It's totally self-centered. As long as Martin does what I want, I adore him, and I do love him. I have compassion for him. There's no question, let's say. But if he gives me up tomorrow for somebody else, my love and compassion turn off like a tap. We know that. So it shows how they're not so valid. They're based on attachment. As we would say in English, they've got strings attached. Lama Zopa says it's because they're so unstable. The love and compassion we have now is unstable. It's selective. Only we have it for people who do what I want. So if you think of it this way, it's very embarrassing to admit how self-centered we are. We just think it's normal life. We just think it's normal behavior. But it's delusion, completely deluded. So that means you've got to distinguish between attachment and love. Love is a valid state of mind that's empathetic, that's connected to the other, that's peaceful, that's clear, that's appropriate, that's based in reality, the reality of interdependence. The virtues are beyond your own eye. Virtues in their nature are connected to others. Delusions are I-based, utterly I-based. That's why if you've got love for Martin, you have attachment for Martin, but you also have love, it's impossible initially to see the difference. We completely conflate them in our ordinary world. Completely. We have to have this wisdom to see the difference. And that's within the massive practice is to learn to love Martin, to want Martin to be happy, even when he doesn't do what my attachment wants. That's when it's genuine love. We can see that with mummies and children somehow. I think mothers never seem to give up. Some mothers don't love their babies, but most mothers seem to have love, and no matter what the child does, they never stop wanting their child to be happy. Would that be true with mothers mostly? So, with husbands, they seem to run out of gas, but children don't seem to. Do you understand? So that's really, and you can see the suffering. I mean, look at the suffering of parents. I mean, I just can't bear the thought when parents come to me in tears that their child has rejected them, doesn't see them anymore, won't let them see the grandchildren, think I'm a monster, blame me for everything. I mean, it's unbearable. I can't imagine that pain. That's so common. Unbearable suffering. Whew. So attachment, if you had it in a raw state, like I said, you'd be a vampire, basically. Because that would be the thing that drives you most. And you can see the nightmare of it. You can see really suffering people. It just that drives everything they do. So you can see the living hell they create for themselves. It's so clear. It's so clear. When anybody even's got a really gross attachment, like for alcohol or heroin or jumping on little girls or something, or raping or torturing people, many humans have these nightmarish, awful tendencies. It's very clear. You can see the living hell that they create for themselves. But that's hard for us to see because we'd rather just get angry with them. When you understand the mind and you see your own suffering, then it's easy to see the suffering of others. And this is Buddha's point. Attachment is like the source of our pain, It's so subtle, so primordial. And that's why I'm saying to Sister Samia, it's a long, over here too, to you, Peter, it's, it's a long way to go before we finally get rid of attachment. So it's a long job we're in. So we've got to learn to know that we've got to lessen the grosser levels of attachment, harness that level, but know it's going to be there at deeper levels because it's like it's levels. It's more subtle, more subtle, more subtle. So we've got to be very welcoming and knowing this is how deep it is, not always dissatisfied, it should have gone by now. That's naive. That's just plain stupidity. So we've got to learn to live with these. And then even on the Bodhisattva path, you can learn to use attachment. In other words, if you're going to have a relationship, then at least please choose a person who can help you be more virtuous, more kind, more compassionate, more wise. Unless you're a highly developed Bodhisattva, then they'd rather live with a creep. Because they're really capable of working on their minds, Do you understand? So if you're an ordinary person, if you're going to be attached to doing a job, if you're a good accountant, this is where motivation comes in. You really love doing accountancy and you're attached to it, your identity as an accountant, then, you don't accept the job at the gun company, please. Using your, being attached to your job as an accountant, what a good job I do to help make, guns more successful. That's heavy duty, You wouldn't do that. Use your attachment, but have a job, be an accountant for a non-profit or for a Buddhist center or something. Then everything changes because the motivation is really key. This is a powerful point. You've got to give up attachment, but at the very first level you play safe. So if you've got attachment to alcohol, you don't try to drink out. You just got to back off and leave alcohol alone. You've got to know your mind well. But you've got attachment to people and you want relationships, then be attached to a good person, a nice person. It makes sense. You can use it skillfully. And there is going to be attachment, no matter what you do, until you're highly advanced anyway. So at least be selective and work on it as well. Are you with me, people? Be very wise, But attachment and love or attachment and liking something are quite different even, you could say. Let's say an Australian, because we're used to Vegemite. As little children, we're fed our Vegemite, this disgusting black, salty stuff that we put on our toast. I mean, Australians get excited when they hear about Vegemite. Anne-Marie had Vegemite. So you can't wait for your nice hot toast with butter dripping on it with the Vegemite. So because it's habit, it's our culture. Tibetans like their yak cheese. It's like eating a rock. But they love their yak cheese, So those things are just habit. And of course there's attachment there. But it's just your preference, because, the way your body is, if you're like a salty person or a sweet person, you just certain things that, trigger pleasure more easily. So that's reasonable. So merely, preferring chocolate cake doesn't have to mean you are attached to it, but you can still not throw, you don't have to throw the baby out the bathwater and hate everything. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. Or not like anything. You can't do that. So you don't chuck out love when you chuck out attachment. In fact, as you chuck out attachment, you grow love automatically. automatically. So it's distinguishing between these. So this is at a grosser level. So the subtle level is to really then start to look into your assumptions. If I'm really working on my mind with Martin, and I notice I've got all these expectations, and expectations is a function of attachment, then I've got to start looking at those assumptions. Is it valid for me to expect Martin to do what I want when I want it? Well, no, I recognise that's my attachment, that's my neurosis, that's my neediness, my in other words, it's like I've made him responsible to make me happy. That's monstrous. That's a heavy-duty expectation of another human being. So you argue with that assumption. It's not valid. No. So you give up that. You try to give up and stop following that assumption. So you argue with that very assumption, which is the conceptual story. And it's an emotion because it's habitual. But you start to unpack it and see the story beneath the emotion. So then what do you do instead? Then you practice. When he doesn't put the toilet seat down, you do an analysis. You see it, you walk into the toilet, and the toilet seat's up. He's agreed to put it down. You know you're attached to this. So you really work on your mind. While you sit on that toilet, you argue with yourself. You do an analysis to yourself. You don't just suppress your feelings. You do an analysis. Here you go again, Robina. I can't believe myself, my ridiculous attachment, my expectation. I want the toilet seat down. What does it matter? Let him keep it up and I'll put it down instead of expecting him to do it. You talk to yourself. We do this all day anyway. This is all being your own therapist means. So you're using the wisdom in your mind to argue with attachment. There are all these stories in your own head. I mean, you can use any analogy you like, but I always think of they're all my roommates. I've got hundreds of roommates. Anger this, jealousy that, attachment, love, compassion, kindness. And this is where really when you are being very good at knowing your mind, you're hearing each of these individual thoughts. They're all a bunch of thoughts. But they're so crammed together and they're so old and they're so emotion-based, we don't notice the thought level, we just notice the feeling level. This is where we really start to be our own therapists. And because your head is full of thoughts, that's it. They're all opinions. They're all viewpoints. And we have to learn to distinguish the valid ones from the nonsense ones and use the valid ones to argue with the nonsense ones. That's real daily practice. And that we just keep getting better at that. Ever more subtle, until eventually we can do it in a single point of concentration at the most sophisticated level imaginable. So in other words, all these are conceptual stories. And the extent to which they're emotional is the extent to which we've practiced them, that they're habitual, that's all. And keep remembering, it's not punitive. It's not like just to make you suffer. It's to cause you to be happy. This is the point. This is the point. Because you're the beneficiary of this practice. You are the beneficiary. You stay sane and reasonable and steady and stable and in charge of your life to the point where even if you do get raped or attacked, you don't lose the plot. This is not a joke. It's a fact. It's a fact. Therefore, because there won't be any fear, you won't suffer. This is too shocking to hear. Because fear is the nature of the delusion. I learned this from an experience I had years ago. I wasn't a Buddhist. It was when I got held up by a gun in New York. It was a really good example for me. For some reason, I don't know, I'm not so scared of violence. I don't know why. I'm just a violent person, maybe. I'm naturally violent, maybe, so I don't mind other people's violence. Men's violence, I don't mind. Men are stupid, I mean, forgive me, men, it's all right. I've been a man in many lifetimes, so it's not being personal. But, like the typical one of females and males, girls. I mean, women are not scared of going out at night because women are going to attack them. So men are going to attack them, isn't it? Men are afraid of going out at night because men will attack them. So men are the naughty ones. We know that, generally speaking. You understand my point, isn't it? So then we have all these projections about each other, don't we? So of course the one of sexual violence is a huge one, but that's, never mind that here. So here I am, I'm walking down, it's a funny story actually. My sister Janet and I, in 1974, we'd just come from London and we'd still been involved in radical politics. And this sounds very silly, but we used to steal things. We'd go shoplifting, being all noble like we're stealing from the rich, like how ridiculous, but that's how we thought. So Janet was still, I'd given up stealing. given up shoplifting. I was a pretty pathetic shoplifter. Doesn't matter. I just stopped. I thought it was stupid. You know? So Jan kept doing it. We're in an Irish pub at 3 in the morning in Lower Manhattan in 1974. And we were naive. I didn't know about violence and people and guns and everything. We were just walking home, you know. So Jan's got a glass of wine from the pub. We're walking home, and this bloke comes out of nowhere and puts a gun in my breasts. Right, literally there. And then he said something like, "Give me your money." Use rude words. So what happens to me when because I'm aggressive, I get very logical. Some of the fear turned into logic. And the first thing that occurred to me was, this is absurd, we're just as poor as him. And I got mad at him. I said, "You man, who do you think you are?" Something like that. And he's right this close to me, you know. And I became very clear. And first I realised he was more scared than me. I think he must have been fairly new at it, you know. He was definitely more scared than me. And I became super clear. That's what happens. I remember this. When I was a kid. And I argued with him. I said, "How ridiculous." I said, "Excuse me, we're just as poor as you. You give me your money." That seemed so clear to me. It was just absurd. You know. And then it was so comical because he kept saying, "No, I don't want." So Janet said, "Hey, brother, have some wine." You know. "I don't want your wine, I want your money." You know. And then Janet kept saying, "Give him some money." I said, "No, you give me your money." So in the end, he could not believe it. He walked away. He just got completely confused, you know. So what I'm saying is it happened naturally. This is lucky. I'm not dead, so it worked. But what I learned from that so powerfully, and even more now as a Buddhist, because I wasn't afraid, there's no suffering. It was like a party story. Do you understand? So we know when you look into your own mind, when people harm you, when you're a victim, and people do harm us, terrible things happen to people, and there's no doubt about it. But I notice from talking to victims of rape or of violence, we're usually raging angry with ourselves because we feel so impotent and weren't powerful and didn't do what we wish we should have done or could have done or ought to have done. That's really that's this impotence and fury we have about ourselves. Do you understand? And so if in that situation, I won. You know, I was the one who had the power. I didn't think of it then like that. I had the power. The guy walked away. He didn't get any money. So I had the power. So I didn't suffer. He probably got really upset with himself, furious, you know. Do you understand? Do you understand? There was No, well, I didn't think of it. Nothing to do with that to me. It was completely spontaneous, completely intuitive. It was like seeing this guy, recognize he was more suffering than me, and then I just kind of like the absurdity of it. I remember thinking the logic came up, you know, this is ridiculous. We're just as poor as you. Don't be so absurd. And so when you have such logic like that, that completely threw him, you know, it was like ridiculous. It was it just happened that way. I'm just not trying to show off. It just happened that way. So I didn't suffer. That's what I learned from that. Are you seeing what I'm saying, people? I didn't suffer. He suffered probably more. Got annoyed, you know, infuriated. Well, I'm not. He didn't. I know, but darling, it didn't happen. We're talking reality here, and what I learned from that. What I learned from it. Something, if you like. Yeah, that's right, exactly. I mean, of course. I mean, even a friend of mine, I remember in her house in Sydney, she was in the bath, because she's naked in the bath, and she thinks her girlfriend coming home, so she gets out of the bath, and she hears the door. No, she hears the door on the same level as the bathroom and wonders who it is because he doesn't answer. But she gets out and there she's this naked woman and there's a stranger. So she lunges at him and yells at him. Well, he runs the quickest possible away. He didn't go towards her. She didn't cower in fear. She happened to be just empowered. So she's this naked woman raging at him. He ran completely. I mean, it's like that. You look at two dogs. You look at two dogs when they're fighting. And then suddenly the one who's losing the power, he cringes down on the ground, you know. The other guy's got the power. Look at between humans every day. It's a power struggle. Every day, it's how it is with us. That's the way delusions work, you know. And if this is the point about the victim, not being mean, whether it's rape or anything. It sounds shocking to talk this way with rape, especially. But it's talking generally, you know. What we can do is do what we can do. When we feel like a victim, which means we have no choice, we are completely hopeless, we are useless, we can do nothing, and this massive person in front of you has all the power. That's how we are. Then that is in its nature unbearable suffering. Are we communicating here? I'm not trying to diminish the harm that people do on this planet. It's unbelievable, the suffering people have. Unbelievable. It's just talking. It's doing an analysis, of these things. Which doesn't mean the other person is right, and it doesn't mean you don't do something about it. That's not implied at all. Like I said, the woman on death row, she never stopped working on her freedom for 1 second. And that's the interesting point. She was more capable because she was sane. And another time, I remember a similar time, I read about one guy on death row, also innocent, but who was fairly normal, like the rest of us, who went completely mad. Who would scream every day as long as he had a voice. I did not rape and kill that woman. Out of his brain with rage and despair. This is normal. That's how we are. But look at the difference. He couldn't do anything. He just went mad. He could do nothing about himself. Could do nothing about his freedom. Could do nothing about anything because he lost his sanity. And that's the suffering of our world. I mean, the Dalai Lama, he's the most perfect example. Don't put him in the sky like some special holy person, please. He's the result of the practice. He's showing us exactly how it works. For 60 years, he has not stopped trying to get freedom for his people, has he? Using every method, social, political, diplomatic, religious. Hasn't stopped. But he's a happy guy. It's evident he's a happy guy. I mean, we should ask that question. Why the hell? I mean, he's got enough reason in ordinary worldly terms to be out of his brain with misery. But he's not. So we should just, that's just the Dalai Lama. He's different. That's just insulting, No, he's worked on himself to the point where it no longer makes him crazy. He's got his wisdom and he's got his clarity and he's got his compassion. When that's stable, you are invincible. This is the point that Buddha's making. This is the whole point. We are capable, every one of us. One step at a time. Who is the beneficiary? First, you are. Then you can get out there and demonstrate and try to change the world. Martin Luther King said it even. It's amazing. Martin Luther King, you could tell he wasn't an angry guy, wasn't he? He was a patient man. You could tell his nature was very patient. He said, it's good to be angry, meaning it's good to find fault. Angry here, again, anger, we're talking about this violent, uncontrolled, berserk victim mind. I'm not talking about strong, like he said, see fault. You see, again, if we think of giving up attachment, we throw the baby out with the bathwater and think we shouldn't want anything. And then if we think anger's wrong, and then we throw the baby out with the bathwater, we shouldn't think anything is wrong. That's nihilism. That's not making the distinction between anger and compassion. Oh my God, look at that suffering, we'll say. The war in Syria or wherever there's a war. So anger will go, how dare those people do it? These, Mr. Trump, that, blah, blah, these bombers, evil, 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 kill them. That's the angry response. The valid response is, as Martin Luther King said, when you see the suffering in the world, you then, what can I do to help? That's compassion. So seeing the chocolate cake and then giving up attachment doesn't mean not having it. It's hard. It means give up the exaggeration of it. Give up the victim mind. Seeing the bad things happen doesn't mean just don't care. It means stop having a panic attack about it and then see what you can do to help. That's wisdom. So it's a fine point to distinguish these states of mind, not just gloss over them, So when people often misunderstand giving up attachment, and you're in a relationship, let's say I'm in a relationship with Martin, and I'm becoming a holy Buddhist, and he wants, have fun with me. Oh no, I'm not attached. No, thank you very much. Well, screw you, Robina. If you're in this relationship, you've got to accept the deal, Have fun when I want it. Or have fun when, if you're going to be holy, go off and be a monk, please, Robina. But that's not virtue. Oh no, I'm trying to meditate. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm detached. I don't need sex now. That's just arrogance. Do you understand? I mean, if I'm really being compassionate, when I'm bored, I'd happily have sex with him and show him I love him. But our trouble is we only have sex when we're feeling excited and like the object. But bodhisattvas would rather live with a person they don't even like because that shows such love to them. That's the one about equanimity. When you see Martin separate and he wants a little bit of a hug and you're tired, out of compassion, give the man a hug. We only give a hug when I feel like it. That's not virtue, that's called self-centeredness. That's following attachment. Do you understand my point? So when you give up anger, you don't give up seeing problems, but you interpret them differently. And when you give up attachment, you don't give up liking things. You don't give up love. No. That's why you've got to make this distinction between neurotic and the valid states of mind. That's unique to the Buddha. And you only know that if you study Buddhist psychology. You won't know it otherwise. And then, and you might know it. So we can do it at we can know it at a superficial level, but to go really deep, you've got to understand the Buddha's view. Be very precise, Very particular view, very specific view. So at some point, Kaiser, you can teach low rig here. You must. Excuse me, the basic program level. You must do it, Kaiser. She's qualified. She can teach it. She studied the text. This is where you learn the details. It's quite abstract. It's quite intellectual. It's quite fascinating. The model of the mind is very, very detailed. It's very amazing, quite sophisticated. Initially, we're talking experientially here. When you learn the facts about these states of mind, it's very, very fascinating. How conceptions work, how delusions function, what is a virtue, what is a non-virtue, what are the type of this type of conception, that type of conception. There's many. It's quite a sophisticated model of the mind, and it's mapped by the yogis internally. What's amazing about it. So let's look now at the one at motivation more, and this now brings us to the idea of karma. So karma for the Buddha, it's just this word means action. And Buddha's just basically saying, and this is his observation, he didn't make it up, is that every millisecond of what we think and do and say programs our consciousness. And one of the ways simply is habit. We call that learning. If you practice piano every day, you develop the habit to play piano. It's not surprising. Well, we're doing that all the time. So they use the analogy of seeds, and then meaning much more long-term, like life after life. But everything we think and do and say sows seeds in our mind that then will ripen in the future in that mind. Not just as the habit, but even as experiences. This is much more subtle. So let's look at how we then create karma. This is pointing out the role of our mind in actions. So, Buddha says negative actions sow seeds in your mind that will ripen in the future in 4 different ways. This is long term. The type of rebirth, a habit to keep doing it, an experience of happening to you, and even an environmental result. It's quite subtle. And it's all explained in the literature, but just saying briefly here. Type of rebirth, the habit to keep doing it, experience of having it happen to you, an environmental result. So use a simple example of conscious, intentional non-killing. An action of non-killing. So the fully ripened result of non-killing is a happy rebirth like a human being. The habit result of non-killing is obvious. You wake up in the next life, or even in this life, you develop the habit to not kill. You program your mind with the thought to not kill, so that becomes spontaneous. 3, you won't get killed or die young. And 4, that the environment would nourish you. Water's delicious, food is good, food is nourishing, you're healthy and fat, and nothing harms you. They're the 4 karmic results of killing, of non-killing. So killing, reverse, So let's look at then how we create, what's involved when we do an action of non-killing, such that it will leave a seed in our main bank vault. Think of these 4 bank vaults. That is the bank vault of the main seeds that bring types of rebirth. This is just how they talk. So the 4 things in place in order for it to qualify as a complete action. It is more complex than this, but I'm keeping it very simple, just giving main bits. So the first one, obviously, has to be there is a living being there. Let's just think of the mouse in the kitchen. First, the object. Second, your mind involved in it. This is the main piece. Well, you'll see what I'm saying. So here, there's many things, but the 2 main things are the intention, not like we use the word intention meaning like good motivation, but the bare bones thought, I will save that mouse. I will try to not kill that mouse. Oh my God, look at the poor little mouse. No, not even that. Intention, the bare bones. But it's the second part, to be, is the crucial piece. And that's your motivation. So in this case, it's compassion. There's intention, and these come so together so quickly we don't even notice they're separate. I will save the mouse. And your reason, as we'd say, your reason, your motivation, compassion for the mouse. You don't want it to suffer. The third of these four things is that you do the action. You catch the mouse. 4, release the mouse. Thank you, Robina. Bye-bye. Happy mouse. Roughly speaking, you could say there's more to it. That's a complete action of non-killing. So the main player, the main factor in those 4 that determine that you even created karma, left impressions in your mind, is your mind involved in it. So Samir can have a mouse in his kitchen. 1 object, a living mouse. 2, his mind involved in saving it or not harming it. No, he doesn't. No, the intention to not harm the mouse, not kill the mouse. No, he doesn't see the mouse. 2, to be motivation. There's no motivation because he doesn't see the mouse. So his mind is not involved, but he puts his foot down, and for some reason that releases something that causes the mouse to escape and get away. But there's no karma. How can there be karma created? Karma is done by the mind. The real meaning of the word intention is karma, action. That's the real meaning. Everything exists on the tip of the wish, Lama Zopa says. So even my walking out that door down there, the first thing that has to occur is the thought, I will walk out that door. If I have the thought, I will walk out that door, and you see me walk down there, you know I'm in trouble. So the thought, but we have 1 million thoughts a second, and we have so many, every millisecond there's an intention, but we are unaware of 99.99% because we're mostly just programmed. We're totally unaware, and this is the level of awareness we have to cultivate to really be in charge of our minds. So intention is the bare bones, I will. That's volition. Will. Your question, will. I will walk out the door. I will save the mouse. Now that's the meaning of karma, but it has no flavour until there's a motivation. It has no flavour. It's neither good nor bad. It can't be until there's a motivation. So if it's the normal one, let's say of killing, the normal one of killing is aversion. There's really only do things for attachment or aversion or variations of those, delusions. So, a typical action of killing, 1, there's a mouse. 2, intention, I will kill the mouse. Motivation, how disgusting, how dare a mouse be in my kitchen. That's called aversion. Maybe the anger's not that violent, but it's called aversion, meaning my attachment doesn't want a mouse in my kitchen. That's the typical motivation for harming creatures, the mosquito, whatever. How dare a mosquito take 1 precious drop of my precious blood? It's aversion. Oh my God, boom, You don't have mozzies in Stockholm, do you? Oh, you do in the summer? Oh, you do. So anyway, then the third one is, 1, the mouse. 2, A, intention, I'll kill the mouse. 2, B, why, Robina? How dare a mouse? It's aversion. That gives the character to the entire action. It gives the flavour to the entire action. That's what causes you to create negative karma. So this is where the point is now for the Buddha. When he talks about morality, ethics, the very first level of practice in general, junior school, grade 1, he would exhort us to not harm sentient beings. At least start by, he gives us 7 little things. Don't kill. Don't take the ungiven, as Tibetans call stealing. And don't, jump on the wrong partner. Don't misuse your body. Don't rape and things, Then 4 of the speech. Don't lie. Don't use harsh language. Don't badmouth people behind their backs. And don't rabbit on about nothing. Just blah, 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 So 7 little instructions, 7 little pieces of advice. Now, the crucial point is this. This is a really important point. Jesus tells us the same thing, doesn't he, roughly speaking? Jesus agrees. Very similar. Your grandmother will tell you the same thing. Now, what's the difference? Well, actually, there's a massive difference, and we need to know the difference. Because God is the boss. If we have a view of God, God is the boss. And Jesus is God, you know, God made man, and Jesus tells us what God wants. So as my Catholic priest friend told me when I asked him, what is a sin? How do you define a negative action, in other words? He said, very clear, a negative action, a sin, is by definition doing what God said not to do. Now that fits perfectly with the creative religion. So what makes it wrong, he said there's some natural law. People don't like getting killed. But the real reason it's wrong is because God said. That's kind of powerful. That's very intense. I'm not criticizing. Now, we assume that's the meaning of morality, that somehow you do something that someone says is naughty. That's why we get guilty. That's why we try to hide our bad qualities. That's why we have all this guilt and neurosis. That's not Buddha's view at all. He is not a creator. Therefore, he doesn't have any power over us. Therefore, he does not have any power to punish or reward. It's not his job description. It's not his role. It's hard for us to hear this because we assume it's like that. So what's his definition of a negative action? It's natural law. He says you can prove it. Do market research in this room. In 1 minute, you'll prove no one likes getting killed, lied to, raped, stolen from, etc. It's natural law. It has got zero to do with the fact that Buddha says it. This is important to understand, please. Therefore, guilt is illogical, but we all have it. It's a function of ego. So a negative action for the Buddha is an action that harms another. The grossest level. It's not the only ones. So, but this is the point now. He exhorts us not to do actions that harm others at the very first level of practice. But his reason is not compassion yet. His reason is because, Robina, darling, if you kill and you lie and you steal, you're going to harm yourself, baby. This takes time to hear. This is his basis for exhorting us not to kill, lie, steal at the first level of practice, all the way through. That's the law of karma. Because he's saying everything any sentient being does, thinks, or says just naturally programs our mind, leaves seeds in our mind that will ripen in the future as a rebirth, a tendency, an experience, and an environmental result. In other words, we are the one who will get the results of those actions. So in the beginning stages of practice, there's no discussion of because of compassion. Compassion doesn't come into the reason you would not do these things. The main reason to not kill, lie, steal, in general, as a guideline for your practice in the beginning practice levels of practice, is because you don't want the future suffering. Of course, that takes time for us because we've not heard that before. The only way we hear that is you'll get punished in the future. That's what makes us stay to be a good girl and a good boy. Because we don't want mummy to punish us. We don't want God to punish us. We don't want the police to punish us. So it's mostly fear and guilt that determines why we try to become nice people. Because we don't want to be punished. Well, no one's punishing you in Buddhism. You do it to yourself. That's the Buddhist point. So the first level of practice is what's called renunciation. We've got to give up suffering and its causes. You've got to know that you are sick of suffering. I'm fed up. And all you got to do is think, do I like getting killed? Do I like getting stolen from? Do I like getting raped? Do I like people not giving me credit? Do I like people hating me? The answer is no. Well, that is the basis for wanting to be a good person first. Later, you bring in compassion. There's no question. That's the first level of practice. It's for your own sake. Your own sake. But nevertheless, the karmic seeds that are left in your mind when you do actions are determined by the motivation. So a normal action of killing, like I said, is, either you want to eat the mouse for dinner or you hate mice, one or the other, Fishermen don't kill fish for anger. They like fish. They're attached to fishing. The person who goes hunting doesn't hate deer or kangaroos, whatever you kill in Sweden. They're attached to that action, So attachment's one motivation for doing things, and then anger's the other. That's about it, really. I mean, it's so simple. Buddhist psychology is very simple, not complicated. We've got to look back at the past and look at the history and their genes and their DNA and their mummy and their daddy and their history and the monkeys to find out why you do things. Much more complicated. Much more complicated. So, okay. A third scenario, Martin might have a mouse. This is an analysis now of killing action. Martin has a mouse in his kitchen. In general, Buddha says don't kill. In general, Buddha says killing is negative because it harms others. So that's a negative action. But what determines, is the point, what karma I create when I do it is based on what's in my mind. So in general, he exhorts us not to harm others. But then what causes me to create negative karma or not isn't the fact that I kill a mouse, is the motivation that impels me to do it. So in the case of virtue, you know, some of you creates no virtuous karma because he doesn't see the mouse. If it, you see a homeless person and you don't want to give them any money and you walk past and 100 krona comes out of your pocket, they're happy, they got their 100 krona. You created no generosity because your mind didn't do it. Even with this one, Martin has a mouse. 4 parts of it. First, the object, a mouse, a living mouse. Second is mind involved. Intention, I will kill the mouse. Motivation, there's some compassion there. And because he's a Westerner, he thinks that killing mice stops its suffering, called euthanasia. You do it to your grandmother as well. And it's law in many countries now, isn't it? So the Buddha would say, in general, here the point is, his motivation, he really meant well. He really has compassion for that mouse, and he really believes, because when the mouse dies, if he's not a Buddhist, it'll stop. Therefore the suffering will stop. That's the logic behind the materialist view of euthanasia, isn't it? Same with your grandma. Well, for the Buddha, we happen to know he says the consciousness will continue. So you might be compassionate, but there's no wisdom there. Nevertheless, 1, object, living mouse. 2, A, intention, I will kill the mouse. 2, B, Y, compassion. 3, he does it. 4, dead mouse, and he's so relieved the mouse's suffering has stopped. That, you could argue he doesn't create negative karma. From Mahayana point of view, for sure. This is motivation. But it doesn't mean he helped the mouse. That's why compassion is not enough. Dalai Lama says, Lama Zopa says, meaning well is not enough, I'm sorry. It's like he's got a pill. And I've got a terrible headache, and he wants to help me. He's so compassionate, but he forgets whether it's cyanide or an aspirin. Well, I'd rather he keep his pill in his pocket and let me with my headache, please. You get my point? I don't care how meaning well he is. He just killed me, Thanks a lot. He's got to have wisdom, and that's very common sense. Meaning well is how we run around like ridiculous, but we're so attached to the end result of trying to mean well. We make a mess half the time because we don't have the wisdom to know what will benefit. So given the Buddhist view is, given the mouse has got a consciousness, given that what goes on in its mind when it dies is what determines the rebirth it gets, then don't play Russian roulette with a poor little mouse, not to mention your grandma, please. You just don't have the wisdom, that's all. It's practical. It's not kind of moralistic, you shouldn't kill your grandmother. If you've got wisdom, please kill her. You get my point? I'm serious. And compassion, of course. Like the Bodhisattvas, they do that. Because they've got wisdom and compassion, know what's best for the person. What's a good example? Lama Yeshe. I didn't tell the story on Friday. I told stories about Lama Yeshe, but not this one. I'll tell you this one. Buddha says basically we can't really begin to benefit sentient beings until we got clairvoyance. And this story proves it, if you want to take the story as a real story, a given, So there's Lama Yeshe, and our friend Harry was at Kopan Monastery, and he was helping one of the Sherpa monks who was very sick. And he'd found a doctor to help him, and he'd happened to mention to Lama Yeshe, his guru, my guru, our guru, he mentioned he found a doctor. And Lama just basically said to Harry, don't worry, he doesn't need a doctor, let it be. So Harry trusts Lama. So the monk got sicker and sicker, went up to the mountains to his Sherpa family, and he died. Well, that sounds like Lama Yeshe's very cruel, doesn't it? Like he didn't care about this monk. But Lama Lundup, the abbot, explained to Harry. Lama Yeshe, he's said to be a holy being. Lama Zopa, his own disciple, he says in here, in the preface, in the book, he was a highly realized being. He was a great yogi, a secret yogi. Lama Yeshe was a secret yogi, an amazing practitioner. But he just looked like an ordinary monk, ordinary, humble person. But he had that means he had minimum clairvoyance. Minimum. This is minimum realization. That's nothing. Not to mention realization of emptiness and bodhicitta, an amazingly compassionate, wise person. If we can imagine that's possible, that's what this path's about. So there he is. Lama explained to Harry that Lama could see clearly, exactly, the karma that this monk had created in the past. And that if he'd gotten better in this life, he would have been fine, had a happy life. But he wouldn't have finished that heavy karma that was the cause of it. And next life would have been much worse suffering. Now, who's got that kind of wisdom? Do you understand my point here? That's shocking to us. To even conceive of you could have that wisdom. But this is the point about now the motivation. On the face of it, it looked like Lama Yeshe just didn't care. Let the monk die, you know. But it was based on wisdom and compassion. So it was the most perfect action if we take all this as given. You understand my point? So the motivation in general is the main one. But it is not enough. You've got to have wisdom as well. So even in his case, he killed the mouse. And even his poor little mouse went to the lower realms. He meant well. So his motivation is, and the point here is not meaning you go around meaning well and killing everybody. That's not what's being said here. It's trying to make the point that the motivation that impels our actions is the key factor that determines the character of the action we do, which in turn depends on, informs the seed we plant, which is what brings the future result. So we have to know our minds. It's the same thing from every point of view. We've got to have clarity and precision in understanding our minds and changing our minds and learning to be in charge of our lives. This is Buddha's deal. Because why? Because we create ourselves. Dalai Lama said one time, karma's like self-creation. The idea that God or Mummy and Daddy make us for the Buddha is ridiculous. And I'm not being rude, okay? He doesn't talk like that. We make ourselves. So we're in charge. Not to someone else to determine our fate. That's schizophrenic for the Buddha. We are the boss. We are the ones who have to decide. And what makes it is our mind. We have to know our mind intimately and be in charge of it and change it so we can create virtuous seeds and know the results we can have. That's called science for us. We know if you're a gardener, and you know botany, and I've never even heard of botany, let's say, and I see the hectare of ground out there, and it looks barren to me, but you've just got all this big plan, you've sowed all these seeds, and you can proceed, can't you, to give me a detailed description of what that garden will look like in 20 years, given the laws of botany behaving properly. You can do that. And I'll go, wow, you're clairvoyant. And you say, no, Robina, I just know the laws of botany. Well, that's the law of karma. Buddha's expertise is the laws of karma. What brings happiness, what causes suffering, what causes human birth, dog birth, monkey birth, this one, that one. That's Buddha's expertise. That's his worldview, the view of karma. And it all comes down to the mind. Mind does it. Minds create our reality. So this moment we are experiencing every second, naturally, the fruit of our past actions. One, our humanity. If we just even realize the Buddha's view of how hard we must have worked in a past life at virtue and goodness and non-killing, supported in a spiritual practice of keeping vows of morality, it would blow our minds. We think someone else made us. That's weird for the Buddha. We're the fruit of our own amazing past practice, just having a human body and a human mind. Two, every tendency in our mind, tendency to lie, kill, steal, be kind, practice. This is the fruit of our past habits. We did all those things before. They are habits, not mummies and daddies. That's wacko for the Buddha. Mummy and daddy might share those habits, but they can't give me a habit. That's demented. They're my habits. Three, how I'm seen and treated by others. The first one's called the fully ripened result, a type of rebirth. The second is called an intention similar to the cause, like a habit, a tendency. Third is experiences similar to the cause, how I'm seen and treated by others. Every one of my experiences, up to now, since I was conceived, people are mean to us and people are kind to us. Forget the strangers. That's the universe. Every one of those is the fruit of actions like that I did to them. Karma's pretty personal. It's a natural law, Buddha says. No one made it up. It's not random. No one's running it. This is shocking to hear. And fourth, even the way the very physical world impacts upon us. So the four results of non-killing. One, a human birth. Two, a tendency to not kill. Like I always quote this story, my friend Dei Chen, years ago when her boy was 3, he's like 40 now or something. She was taking the lice out of his head. And he was crying in compassion. Mummy, Mummy, leave them alone. Don't hurt them. It's their home. Doing everything he could to stop her hurting the lice. She hadn't taught him this yet. He hasn't killed a living thing. He's 40-something now. We can deduce logically from the Buddhist perspective, he'd lived in vows of non-killing. He'd programmed his mind in non-killing and woke up in this life with no thought to kill. Not only that, but even compassion. 3, the experience similar to the cause of non-killing is you don't get killed and you don't die young. Well, so far so good for us, isn't it? Here we are. Look at the world. Look at the people. Look at the world in terms of habit. This is a tragedy. Most humans kill something. This is the utter tragedy. Most humans kill something. That's the residual result left over of having killed in the past, and you haven't purified the habit, which is why we have to purify the habits and live in vows of morality. So the other example I always quote is this little boy, another little boy, another son of a mother, who first when he met fishing, fell in love with fishing. Fished all his life. Didn't hate the fish due to attachment and habit. So he just fell in love with fishing because that was his habit, meaning he hadn't purified the tendency to kill. Mummy didn't have to teach him. She didn't even like fishing. Spent his life fishing. And the fourth result, the third result, so the first result of non-killing, you get a human body. Second result of non-killing, you wake up with no thought to kill. Third result of non-killing is no one kills you and you don't die young. Fourth result of non-killing, the food and the environment are delicious and nourish you and don't harm you. And the reverse for killing, a lower realm rebirth, tendency to kill even as a human, experience similar to the cause. I mean, look at the ones who kill. Most humans kill something. And then most humans, look at the humans who suffer at the hand of others. Die young, get killed, babies die, children die, teenagers die. Sometimes for no medical reason, as we say. They just die young. Karma runs out, you know, or they get killed. Look at the fetuses who die. I wouldn't be surprised if we did our research that more fetuses than people who get born die before they're born, and they're all humans. They won the lottery and got a human birth. At the time of conception, they won the lottery and got a human womb. But they died before they even got born. Miscarriage or abortion. That's the result of past killing. And then you die when you're a baby. Look at the world. That's the result of killing in the past. Not killing brings the result of not getting killed, not dying young. They're the 4 ways karma ripens. If you think of your life, they're the 4 things that cover everything. Who you are as a human, your tendencies, your experiences at the hands of others, and the very physical world you live in. All of this, how it impacts upon us, is the fruit of our past actions. We're the creators of our own reality, Buddha says. This is Buddha's view. Yes. Good question, darling. Honey, if you realised emptiness now, you cut the root and they all shrivel up and die. So that's the quickest one, realise emptiness. If you put it this way, it's all sounds, Buddha's view is so hilarious. He says we've got countless past lives. Every millisecond of everything we did and said and think has left seeds in the mind. So if you, I joke and I say, if you stop creating karma now, but had to live out without creating more karma, the seeds you've already got, you'll have 2 trillion lifetimes. You'll never end. But the point, so we've got to cut it somewhere. That's why at least at the beginning level of practice, at least control your body and speech. First level, junior school, grade 1, Lama Zopa says, don't kill, don't steal, don't lie. At least stop sowing more heavy negative seeds. At least this much. And then the next one, let's purify the seeds we've already planted before they ripen as our suffering. That's the main junior school level of practice. For your sake. Next level, you get to the root of the problem and you realise all the ridiculous delusions and you try to cut them. And if you're really good at the best one, realise emptiness. So you cut the root to everything and the lot. They can't ripen then. And now you're on a roll. Now you're climbing out of samsara into nirvana and you can't fall back and you've cut the cause of everything. That's the best, quickest way to cut them all, to realise emptiness. But we play safe by controlling ourselves with body, speech and mind. Then we start to work on it. Then we get bodhicitta. Then we get emptiness. Slowly, slowly, you know. You understand? Listen, I was supposed to have a tea break and we didn't have a tea break and it's now 4:30 and you've got to go home at 5. So never mind tea break, sorry. Yes. Go, darling.
Yes, I have one question. I read a lot about collective karma.
Yes, that's right.
And I want...
What it is.
Somebody said that it's not right. But
oh, come on, it's ridiculous, of course. I mean, I'm going to tell you what Buddha's view is. Everybody has their own views, but I'm giving you what Buddha has said. And the point, and all I can only go by what I've been taught by Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, and the Tibetan Buddhist system, and the Gelugpas. So there's very specific, you know. Yeah, collective karma, darling, it's not complicated. Do you agree humans, we're very social beings? Do you agree animals, generally the ones we see, are very social? They live in groups, don't they? Do you agree with that? So we do things as groups, don't we? Do you agree with that? So we experience things as groups, same. So we as a group of, like Tibetans as a group of people, no, excuse me, people who live in Stockholm now is a group of people experiencing the collective result of your similar karma at 50,000 lives ago as a group, that you have a similar environmental karma of the snow and things. You have similar environmental karma when it comes to the type of food you eat. You have a similar karma if, like, the next door neighbour who wants to, you know, if Denmark wants to come and shoot you all. You have the collective karmic result of that, having done actions like that, like 47,000 lives ago. So we all have collective karma all the time. A family has collective karma. Women have collective karma. Any group has collective karma. You get born as a female and you have general things that you share with other females. That's collective karma, darling. Do you understand? It's very easy. Yes, someone else. Anything before we go home? Yes, come on, darling. You too? Got a question? Okay, in a minute, see what happens. Go, sweetheart.
I was just wondering about the antidotes.
To what?
To all these different negative things, you know, they usually say something is something's antidote. Something.
Okay, the first step, I agree, yeah. Okay, no, we're first looking at, keep the microphone. The first thing we're looking at is the first level of practice. This is the Lam Rim. This is this Buddhist, this Tibetan packaging of the teachings. It's really extremely important to understand. We discussed it on Thursday or something, or Wednesday, I forget, Wednesday. It's like all the Buddhist teachings packaged in a certain way, in a way that's experiential and incremental, gradual, step by step, you know. So first level, I like to call it junior school level of practice. Given that we're all driven by delusions, there's too advanced to start looking at your mind. So you've got to control the servants of your delusions, which is your body and your speech. That makes sense, doesn't it? We do harm with our body and speech, don't we? We do good with our body and speech. Do you agree? So first level of practice is very easy. Control your body and speech. That's the first one. The most urgent. Stop sowing more negative seeds. Now the next level in junior school is, like I said before, is to purify the seeds we've already planted in the past from doing negative actions before they ripen as our suffering. We've got to put atomic bombs under them. That's called the purification practice. That's where you apply the antidotes very powerfully. Let's talk about that now briefly. Yeah? Do you understand? You don't look doubtful. What's the problem? What didn't you hear?
No, I heard it, but I was wondering, maybe I'm just so very, I don't know, stubborn.
What?
I'm thinking that's when we applied the antidotes you say. But what are the antidotes? The antidotes of...
Well, give me a chance. I'm about to tell you. I'm giving you the principles first.
Okay, sorry.
I'm about to tell you. I mean, I've got to state the thing, and then give you the answer. So, but do you understand the principle of what I said?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, good. So the next level of practice, before we go there, the next level of practice, now you've controlled your body and speech to some degree, and you're putting atomic bombs under your past actions, applying the antidotes, so you ensured that when you do die, virtuous seeds will be there and you'll get another decent human life so you can carry on practicing. That's the bare minimum. Do you understand? But the next level of practice, now you get to the root of the problem, which is your delusions, which is how we started today. That's really like high school practice. Now you get to understand the attachment and the anger and the other delusions that inform the actions we do with our body and speech. Now we get really sophisticated and start to work on the mind and lessen those. Do you see what I'm saying? So first you control your body and speech, then your mind. That's what practice is. Do you understand me? Do you understand? But you're not satisfied yet. So what is missing? What do you want to know more? And then I'll answer it.
No, so you mean that these two meditations,
I didn't say meditation. I didn't mention the word.
The methods.
No, I didn't say that yet. I'm not discussing that.
Okay.
So what? So then, okay. Do you understand what it means to stop killing?
Yes.
That's a practice. What do you want? What is that? Can you recognize that's a practice?
Yes.
You don't have to sit with your eyes closed to stop killing.
No.
You have to decide, I don't want to kill. And then when you meet the mosquito or the ant, you try not to kill it. That's a very good practice. That's called practice.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with meditation. Can you see that?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a practice. Not lying is a practice. Not stealing is a practice. Do you understand? Now you get to, and then purifying your karma is also it can be done in meditation, but it's the same thing. Your mind is involved, and I'll go through that process in a minute. But then looking at your mind, that needs some practice. That needs meditation, so you can step out of your head, so you can start, like we're talking all day, start to recognize what's in there, all these thousands of stories, right? So then the antidote, if you recognize what anger is, how dare Martin do that to me, he's horrible, that's what anger says, right? What's the antidote to that? What's an opposite view of that? What would be the thing that would, what's an antidote, what's the opposite to that thought? How would you think? To argue with anger, what would you think?
Well, not argue, firstly.
No, to yourself. What would you say to yourself?
I would set a limit either to myself or ask him to stop.
No, that's not the antidote. That's putting the blame on him. We're talking about your mind.
My mind.
Yeah, anger is your mind. So what's an antidote to anger? What is anger? What's anger?
Well, anger is that what you said, the thing that
it's a story. It's a story, upset because he doesn't do what I want. So how would you argue with that in your own mind? How would you argue with those thoughts?
I would need to either accept what he's doing.
Yeah, that's arguing.
Change the situation.
Yeah, but no. But even the first one is arguing with it. So that's what the practice. That's the you
asked. Not with him, with myself.
I know that. So you asked me, what's the antidote to anger? You said that before. So I'm now giving you the antidote to anger. To answer that question of yours, you have to notice the story that anger is saying, and then you in yourself you argue with that story. So like if I'm annoyed with him for not putting the toilet seat down, I'll say, shut up, Robina, give it a break. It's really no big deal. It's all right. He forgot. It doesn't matter. I can put the toilet seat down. Then I've solved the problem, haven't I? Yeah. Well, that's an example. That's a simple example. The antidote. It's the opposite. Do you understand? So now, so you're satisfied to some extent with that answer?
Yes, absolutely.
So now let's look at the purification practice. This general practice we call it purification. Shall I do that? That's really where you really apply deep antidotes. Yeah. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, good. Anybody else first? Well, I'll do that. Yes, back there. Back behind.
When you're looking at the purification, you talked just recently about collective karma.
Yeah.
And how that's sort of affecting you internally.
Yeah.
When you're looking to sort of work on that and purify that, are you engaging that collective karma just for you or for everybody from where that's come?
Well, you can have compassion for everybody, but you can't change anybody else's karma. So let's say, you're in that household and the 6 of you in the family and a thief comes and takes all your money. Do you understand? Yeah. So that's collective karma for you, 6 of you. But let's say no one else wants to forgive the thief and they want to go and blame him, but you want to be a Buddhist and work on your mind and accept the karma of it. So you do your own internal practice. You recognise, and this is what I'm going to talk about now, you first regret the action you must have done in the past to cause this guy to come and steal from all of you, but you're doing it for yourself. You regret that action because you know you don't like that suffering. Then the next step is you think, well, whom can I turn to? I'll go into more detail. And you'd rely upon the Buddha, and you'd even have compassion for the thief. And then the third is the third step, you do some kind of practice to purify it, and the fourth, you'd make a decision, I must never steal again. That's a typical example, and that's for you. You can't make the other people do that. So that's you play your part of it. You understand? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. We'll go into it in more detail now. Okay, so how do you purify? So even if you don't have a view of other lives, you don't like that view and the consciousness coming from before, blah, blah, blah. This still kind of has a lot of common sense in the short term, It's just the mind. It's just the mind going through a certain process. All of this is the mind doing certain things, So of course the bigger picture I'm taking here, like the example there, I'm taking the bigger picture here. So the first step is, there's a good way to remember these, and they're I think it's all this is in your book. Where are your course notes? Where are their course notes? I don't get them.
We didn't get them in time, so I've emailed them.
Oh no, I don't believe you didn't get them printed.
Right?
You didn't get them printed?
Oh yes, but we didn't get them delivered in time.
Where are they now?
They are locked up somewhere.
What are you going to do with them?
Well, they come here and then hopefully people will come and get them.
Well, this is really this is very unfortunate. You must have put off doing it.
No, they were supposed to be here on Wednesday.
What happened?
They tried to deliver them and then
I'm sorry, that's collective karma, not to get your course notes, okay? Yeah, precisely, Martin. Thank you. He suggested it might be. Yes, you're in charge. Actually, it should have been Kaiser's job. She's in charge of course notes. How come you gave the job to him? I sent you the PDF. Yeah, it was a mistake. Big mistake. Yeah. Okay, so there are course notes about, 60, 50 pages, I forget. All these different teachings I'm giving about karma and the mind are all in the course notes. So if you come next time to the centre, you can get them, Or you can have a PDF of it, certainly. Okay. Oh, good, okay. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now let's look at how you purify karma. So I mentioned roughly what's involved in how you create it. And we're doing this every second, by the way. Every single second of the day, we're doing complete actions of all kinds of things. But we're utterly unaware, We're sowing countless seeds for countless rebirths all day, not to mention habits and things. So so the purification one is really powerful. And you'll see it makes sense somehow, psychologically. So it's the 4 R's. Good way to remember. The first one's easy. The different order they're taught in. This is I like this order. So the first one is regret, and this is a really important one. What we think of when we think regret is guilt. So as His Holiness said one time, I always quote this. For years I've been quoting this. It's such a very sweet way of putting it. When someone asked, what's the difference between this kind of healthy regret or repentance, whatever word you want, not to sound like religious, but hearing it, or what we call guilt, which we're very good at. He says it's very clear. Guilt, he said, is you look in the past and you remember I did this and I did that and I did this, bad things. And then you conclude automatically, and I'm a bad person. We do this, don't we? It's automatic. Utterly automatic. This is the way ego functions. It's kind of ironic. And this is very much linked to this instinctive view of punishment. No one teaches us this. The Buddha says this is the view of ego grasping. This is the view that he argued with the Hindus, and therefore he would argue with the Christians. That doing a good action, please see me, I did a good action, please reward me. And you do a bad action, you don't want to be punished. This is very deep in our bones. This is a philosophical position of ego grasping, Dualistic view. It's very deep inside us. Don't blame your Catholic mummy or your Jewish mummy. It's ego grasping, the root delusion. So this we have to cultivate, this view. It's cultivate a different approach. So regret, His Holiness said, the first part is exactly the same. You look past and you look in the day. You do this at the end of the day. Lama Zopa says we're insane not to do this practice every day. Like doing your weeding at the end of the day, Doing your gardening. So if I look back on the day, I remember I badmouthed Martin and kicked the dog and whatever. Simple things you think about, the rubbish we do in the day. You check those actions and you go, I regret. But you've got to say, why do you regret? We don't actually unpack it. And this is the point. So regret, you look back in the past, same, I did that, I did do that, and I did do this. But now your conclusion is, and what can I do to fix it? That we have to consciously decide, not just this wrong conclusion that is also a delusion. Guilt is a delusion like anything else that exaggerates, in this case, the badness of yourself. Guilt is exactly the same as anger. Listen to anger. Martin did this, and Martin did that, and Martin did this, and he's a bad person. Well, that's guilt, but you're the object. And we love going there. It's all the time we come to this conclusion. It's a terrible state of mind. It is cruelty. We've got to rip it out. It is not valid. The first part's correct. You did do that action. But the conclusion, I'm a bad person, is a grotesque exaggeration. We all know, and that's exactly how delusions exaggerate. Martin did 3 things wrong, so what I do is I use that, I paint the whole of Martin and call all of Martin bad. We all do this.
all the time. When I'm attached to him, not even very attached, maybe he's my next door neighbour and he's really kind and brings me his carrots and his potatoes out of his garden. He might be a pedophile, I don't know, and I don't care. He's kind to me. Oh, Martin's such a nice guy. He gave one good action of giving me his carrots, and I call the whole of Martin nice. It's an exaggeration. That's what delusions do. Do you hear my point? But guilt does that to us, and we love guilt. It's automatic. We've got to rip it out. We've got to argue with it. And that's why we've got to have the courage to own the dumb things I've done. Because, and this is what regret is, because you know what, Robina, you speak it out to yourself. I did kick the dog and hate Martin and yell this and do that. And you know, Robina, I regret that. You talk to yourself from the depths of my heart, and you've got to speak it out. Because you know what, Robina, I don't want the suffering results. This is like compassion for yourself, not others yet. This has got to come first. Just like we know, when you get so fed up with eating the wrong food, you know, and you get keeping arthritis or something, you've got to be sick of it before you start to change, right? And no one criticises you for being selfish. It's intelligent. You've got to be sick of the arthritis, sick of the pain. I'm fed up with this suffering. I regret eating all that sugar. I regret smoking all those cigarettes because I don't want the future suffering. That's exactly the analogy for here, but for the morality, you know. But because we have the dualistic view of morality, of blame and reward and punishment, we just get guilty and neurotic, you know. We're our own worst enemy. My mother used to say it. It's true. Regret's so powerful, the first one. You acknowledge you did this dumb thing, like eating the poison. They use the analogy of you've eaten poison. Instantaneously, if you someone you discover you've eaten poison in your lunch, the first instant, because you know the meaning of poison is it will cause you future suffering. So the first instant is, oh my God, what an idiot. I can't believe I ate poison. Quick, whom can I turn to? Where's the doctor? That's the second step, reliance. Can you imagine if someone told you you ate poison? And you go, oh, I ate poison. I'm such a bad person. Every day you get sicker and sicker. I'm such a bad person. I'm so guilty. How absurd! That's how stupid we are. Or our other modes, we have three. We have guilt, blame, denial. So you imagine the next one is, you know, Robina, there's poison in your lunch. Who put poison in my dinner? You're dying of poison, but you're so determined to find who to blame. Who cares? It's like you're trying to sue Marlboro while you keep smoking through your cancerous throat, you know. It won't help. Or third, Robina, there's poison in your dinner. No, there's not. That's denial. We're ridiculous. We do everything but deal with the reality. And the point about karma, this is the Buddha's point, that we are the creators of our own experiences. We are our mind is the main player in whether we're happy or suffering. First we talked about how we can change our viewpoints about things, like I said before. Here it's really fundamental in realizing, if you have the view of karma, that whatever I'm experiencing, all the happiness I have and all the suffering, they are necessarily the fruit of my past action. But we never think about happy things when it comes to karma. Only the suffering. We're junkies for misery, you know. In other words, one question I've never had is, no one's ever said to me, Robina, why do good things happen? It's only why do bad things happen, you know. But we don't think of good. And why? I'll tell you why we don't ever ask. Because attachment is this deep assumption, this hubris, this arrogance, this incredible assumption that I deserve only the good things. And I do not deserve the bad things. But there's not a single atom of logic to that assumption. It's just ego. Listen to this. If you look in your bank account, you don't say, how dare there be no dollars in my bank? Well, not dollars, krona. You wouldn't say that, would you? Why wouldn't you say that? How dare there be no money in my bank? Why wouldn't you say that? What's the reason? Logical reason. Why wouldn't you say that? Huh? No, that's wrong. That's not the thought. What's the reason you'd never say, no, what I'm saying is you don't ever say, how dare there be no dollars in my bank? What does that imply? How dare there be no dollars in my bank? That implies someone else should put them there, isn't it? So you're blaming someone else. That's the view, isn't it? Do you understand? Do you understand that? Can you hear that, people? You don't look in your garden. Who put weeds in my garden? By definition, it's your garden, right? Isn't it? So if it's your garden, they're your weeds, so you own the weeds, don't you? And it's your bank account. So you know that whatever's there is what you put there or didn't. So then there's an ownership. That's the point I'm making here. But we don't have ownership of our life. We blame God if you're naughty. We love to blame our parents. There's always someone else who's the blame. I'm this innocent victim. And the Buddha's view of karma is no such thing. Each of us, every millisecond, is 1, experiencing the fruits of our past actions, and 2, sowing seeds that will produce our future actions. It's a really intense kind of view. Very powerful, actually. We're our own creators, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take the mic, yeah. Absolutely.
I'm sitting here and thinking about grief.
What?
Grief.
Oh, don't go. We haven't finished yet. That's a whole different...
I thought that, yeah, but
no, not yet. Please, can you wait?
But it's a beautiful bridge. No, sorry.
What do you think? I haven't finished this whole process yet. I've got to finish the 4 opponent powers. I've got to finish these 4 steps. I haven't begun to finish the 4 steps. We can do it then. Shall we do it then?
Yeah, I keep it here.
You keep it, please, in your pocket. Yes, we'll get there. So, okay. So this is the assumption of attachment. This is why it's so fascinating. The assumption of attachment, and you think about it, is that I deserve happiness. And the assumption of aversion is I don't deserve suffering. Would you agree with that? But it's kind of fascinating. You should, and that's the real assumption we should be questioning. What does it mean I don't deserve? You've got to ask that, because deserve implies a cause. But when we say deserve, it does imply the view that Mummy and Daddy made us. That's why we get so mad at Mummy and Daddy, because it's they should have given us happiness and they should not have given us suffering. That's the view we have. Well, Buddha says they didn't cause us. They didn't. We are the ones who ran like a magnet to their womb, to her womb, when they jumped into bed with each other. They're just having fun and we come barging in. You get the mother and father you deserve, Buddha says. That's what he said in the karmic view. It's a very powerful, different view. So the regret one is ownership, accountability. It's so powerful. I regret from the depths of my heart the dumb things I've done, because I don't want the future suffering. This is compassion for yourself. Then you think, well, whom can I turn to? Who can give me the methods? Now, if I'm a Christian, and this is the difference here, if I'm a Christian and God is my creator, what I have to do now is beg God to forgive me, and I'm not criticizing. Buddha is not your creator, so it's not his job to forgive you. He's a kind guy. He would forgive you, but it's got 0 to do with it. That's like going to your doctor and asking her to please forgive you for smoking and get you off the hook and stop getting cancer. You'd laugh at that. You know it's not the point. She's like a kind observer. She's an intelligent person who knows the laws of health, and she's advising you. That's the role of Buddha in our life, if you have a relationship with the Buddha. He's your advisor. He's your mentor. He has discovered from his own experience, by observing the universe, that the law of karma runs the universe and is what works, is his view. So he's a person you turn to whose methods you choose to use to help yourself. That's the relationship with Buddha. It's you doing the purification. The first step, ownership, regret, because I'm sick of suffering. Second, whom can I turn to? We turn to the Buddha. So when you do a formal meditation, you visualize the Buddha above your head, the certain way we do it. Then second part of this reliance part, second part is now you have compassion for those you have harmed. And if you're brave enough, for those who've harmed you. Why? Because they're going to suffer in the future. Third step, you do the practice. You apply the antidote. You do a visualization. You say a mantra. And there's a particular meditation we do, the third step, the remedy. And the fourth, the most important, Kopan Rinpoche says, the resolve to not do them again. So forgiveness plays no role in any of this. There's no one to forgive you. You forgive yourself. You can forgive the people who've harmed you based on compassion. So it's, as Lama Yeshe says, purification is the power of regret, the power of reliance, the power of the remedy, and the power of the resolve. It's an internal mental process. That's purification. There's no karma we can't change. And the thing is that the Lama Zopa would say this puts atomic bombs under all these old tendencies. By owning them, by recognizing sick of suffering, having compassion, and doing the practice, and then vowing to change. This is just karma. It's you getting in charge of your life, you know. You understand, people? Any questions about that process? Yes, darling. Yeah.
It's not really a question about the process, maybe,
okay.
But more about karma.
Okay.
This is a very, very specific question, but I'm wondering about the Buddhist view on abortion.
Yes, I understand. So let's analyse the action, shall we? Let's analyse it like we did before about the mouse. Shall we do that? Okay. Well, I had an abortion when I was 23, so I'll use my example. I was 23. I was a hippie. I was a good hippie, which means, you know, I had lots of boyfriends. I didn't like, whatever. I'm not going to... No details. It's very interesting. I was 23 and I did what I did and whatever, and then I got pregnant. So I know at the time I didn't think of people, I didn't think of reincarnation, I didn't think of consciousness. I've been a Catholic, but I didn't think of it anyway. I just knew, I didn't want what would come out at 9 months, you know. I knew I didn't want the end result. Very clear. So then we look at it. 4 things. First is an object. There was a living being in there. From the first second of conception, Buddhism says, and there's a whole way they describe the process of how you get born, how we die, and all these things. But at the time about the past death of that person, a few weeks before I jumped into bed with this boy, whom I remember, his name was Rob or something, and I remember it was 1968, and I remember I was working in London. They had very low salaries, you know, and I was earning £13 a week. I remember I was impressed by his salary. He was an architect and he earned £1 an hour. I was very impressed. I remember that. Apart from that, forget it. So anyway, the point is, this being died recently, was in this, and then eventually when I hopped into bed with that boy, the condition came together, the egg and the sperm, and that consciousness came running like a magnet due to strong karmic connection with me. It has to be me because the guy didn't know about it and I was the one who decided to kill the poor thing, you know, whatever. So it was a strong karmic connection with that consciousness. They ran like a magnet to my to the egg and sperm. Now, this is an extra interesting point. It might be too much information for you. I don't want to embarrass you, but it's an interesting point. And many women tell me the same thing. That second, I knew I was pregnant. I thought, oh my God, I'm pregnant. Do you understand that? That's very common. Some men even say that. I mean, one friend of mine told me that her daughter, who was staying with her at the time, came into the house that morning. She'd been staying there with her husband. And she said to the woman, my friend, oh, I'm pregnant. And my friend said, oh, since when? Oh, 45 minutes ago, she said. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that marvelous? She knew she was pregnant from that second, you know. Isn't that interesting? Many women say that. So all I'm getting at is this is the point that Buddhism would say, that the person begins at conception. The entry of the consciousness from before that joins the egg and sperm, and from that second it begins to be a person. So obviously, a day-old fetus is not going to feel much suffering if you know, every action you do has, one of them is the degree of suffering of the being. So in my case, okay, first there's a being there. It is a being. You can't say it's not a being. It's not a dog. It's not a carrot. It's a person. Even though it's not a viable person, it's still a human being. Second, there's my mind involved in it, and that was very clear. I didn't tell the boy, so I decided to have an abortion, and I remember it just become legal in England, 1968, so I felt very fortunate because it was free, you know. And then the motivation, attachment. I mean, I didn't think of wanting to harm the baby. I didn't even think of it as a baby. It was attachment. I didn't want a baby, and it was very clear. It was self-centered. I'm not being rude. It just was that. It wasn't anger. Third, I didn't do the action. I got the doctors to do it, and that's worse because I get other people to kill on my behalf, and the nurses who helped in the hospital and all that. And then fourth, it died. So it's a complete action of killing. It is the complete action of killing. But then, according to as many people as there are, is as many variations of killing actions, because every situation is slightly different. So obviously you'd have to say it's more serious to kill a fully grown baby, because they'd feel much more suffering than a baby fetus. Now in my case though, it was 12 weeks. How big is a fetus at 12 weeks? Anybody know? It's got legs and arms and heads and everything? It has. So that will be more, and also in my case, they didn't cut it out properly. They had to do it again. So that means that the poor baby must have been mangled. So there's got to be, I don't know, in the Buddhist understanding of how the fetus grows in the womb, and they're very detailed in that in the describing of the 12 links. I don't know, at what point, do you know, Kaiser, does name and form happen in the womb? Do you know at what point the 5th link happens, 4th link, name and form? And then feeling, when does feeling come in the womb? Do you know, at the point of in conception? Kaiser, do you know? Okay, so it's described in the 12 links in Buddha's teachings exactly when feeling it comes, when there's the ability of the fetus to have experiences. So whether that by then it seems that it's got arms and legs, it must have. So that's an action of killing, and then the severity of it is based on my motivation. It was self-centered, and then the severity of it is also dependent on the suffering of the being. Do you understand? So that's an action. So that's how they describe it. Does that answer your question? Okay, good. So then, of course, nothing's set in stone. When I heard the Buddha's teachings, I thought about this and I decided I'd regret it. So every day I do my purification. I regret the killing I've done in general in all past lives as well as this life, including the ants and things I might have killed. But I always think of the abortion. I always think of that sentient being, you know, deeply regret. So, hang on a sec. And so then also having compassion, you know, those things, and do the process, do the purification. So that's why you reprogram your mind in a new way, you know. Because there's no karma you can't purify. There's no karma you can't clean up. There's no karma that can't be changed, you know. Yes.
You said it was attachment.
My motivation would have been attachment.
And it could also be for another person, maybe anger, or.
Well, I don't think people kill babies, fetuses have abortion out of anger with a baby. Do you think so? I think that's unusual. You're angry with this fetus in your body? Maybe some people could be.
Maybe for the person that.
Oh, but that's different. That's not the same. It's got to be for the being. It's got to be for the being who you do the action to. That's a really important point. The motivation here is related to the being you are kind to or harmful to, not someone else. So in other words, that's why we think war is good, because I have compassion for my people, but I have anger for you because you're harming my people. That's not a valid action at all. That's not compassion. That's anger. It's got to be compassion. If it's compassion, it's for the person. If it's anger, it's got to be for the person you harm. And most people aren't angry with an unborn fetus, I don't think. Usually attachment because you don't want a baby. Isn't it, people? Women? Huh? Are you seeing what I'm saying? You don't, I mean, but I'm not making it clear. I'm not asking you to agree.
It's just so complex. I mean,
which bit's complex? Not the way I'm trying to describe.
You can become pregnant in so many ways.
I know, but that's not the discussion here. It's more trying to analyse, in my case, my particular scenario. That's why it's useful to talk, because I can tell you what happened. So we're trying to analyse, like the killing of the mouse or anything. You can divide it into these: the object, the intention, the motivation, the action, the result. That's the analysis we need to do about what the conditions of your life and why this and why that. Well, that's the complexity of it, and that's usually what we look into. Because I'm poor, I can't have another baby, or what if it dies, or maybe it's maybe it's a sick baby. All these other things all play a role. So it's true, but in the end, it comes right down to these fundamentals. You know, I mean, yeah, and there are as many people as there are, as many variations of motivations and conditions and scenarios. It can't be set in stone that it's all the same. That you're absolutely right.
But
yeah.
Another question. That's in the same topic,
yes,
but in another point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a dog, and the dog became sick and in some way and really
that's right.
suffering,
that's
the
right.
dog is really
exactly.
suffering.
That's right.
And the doctor for the animals.
Yes, that's right.
Will decide that maybe it's the best thing to.
That's right. Exactly. So the question is, what's your question?
The question is that with humans.
Yeah. So what's your question about the dog?
It's not about the dog, because
but you gave the example. Let me give you an answer, though. You're not asking me a question, but I'll give you an answer. The point.
My question is,
but it's going to be the same.
Humans.
It doesn't matter. No difference. Let me just, before I'm jumping in, I'll tell you this point for the Buddhist view. I said it before. I implied it before. The Buddha's view, all I can do is give you the Buddha's view, and you have to decide what you do with that. It doesn't matter. I'm not forcing it down your throat. I can only give you authentic Buddhist teachings as I understand them. So the Buddha's view, as you're hearing, is that consciousness doesn't begin in the conception, in the womb, and it doesn't end at death. Can you hear that? So the mouse's mind, the baby's mind, a human's mind, the dog's mind will continue after it dies. First point. Second point, and I didn't go into this, but I'll go into it now. The way what arises in the mind of the person who's dying around the time they die, that determines the karma that being creates, which determines its next rebirth. Can you hear that? So, given that I don't have the wisdom to see the mind of that dog or my grandmother, I don't have that wisdom. I cannot see what karma is going to ripen the second they stop breathing, because the karma of theirs that will be triggered when they die is the karmic seed, this is the Buddhist view, that will determine the next rebirth. So given that I've got a Buddhist view, I don't want my grandmother to be reborn as an animal or in a lower realm of suffering, which Buddha would assert is a possibility. I would want my grandma to be born as another human being at the very least. But given that I don't have the wisdom to know how that's so the only solution I have is don't kill my grandmother. It's not my job. It's arrogant to stick my nose in and kill my grandmother or the dog because I think it's suffering. This is beyond arrogant, because that view is based on the view that when the dog or your grandmother die, its consciousness doesn't continue. And if that is the case and Buddha's wrong, then it's perfectly fine to kill your grandmother. That's the bigger picture in the Buddhist one, that the fact that the consciousness continues. That's the point. It's not some moralistic issue, you shouldn't kill a dog. No. If you have wisdom and you know exactly the karma the dog has created and you can be confident it'll get a human body, please kill it. So that's the issue. That's the point for the Buddhist view, which is not the materialist view. That's what is factoring in here. That's not, you don't have to accept this. Of course you don't, darling. I'm only giving you the Buddhist perspective. Can you see what I'm saying? That's the only issue. If your grandmother did stop completely and she is literally dead and nothing continues, then I think, in my opinion, it's perfectly fine to kill your grandmother. And it's excellent to kill your dog to stop their suffering. Guaranteed. Do you understand my point now? That's all. And of course I'm going to ask you to accept it. I'm going to just tell you what the Buddhist teachings say, you know. Do you understand, darling? Yeah. But there's two things here. What? No, I'm only trying, just to get you to understand it, not to accept it. That's your job. But there's 2 points. That's why there's 2 points here. That's why my example of Martin. He had the mouse in the kitchen, and he had compassion. And let's just pretend he had the view of the materialist, which is the mouse will finish when it dies. He really did want to stop the mouse's suffering. His motivation really was compassion. So for him, that's fine. He created good karma, even you could argue. But it doesn't mean he helped the mouse. Same with your grandma. If it is true that reincarnation is right, and if it is true that your grandma's got the karma because she died in a very unhappy way, that she'll get a suffering rebirth as a worse rebirth than the grandmother, then how have you put her from the frying pan into the fire? That's the Buddhist perspective, which takes a bit of thinking about because it's not how we think in the West. Do you understand my point now? Yeah. That's a very different issue because of that point. Yeah. That's why I mentioned with my abortion, but the fact that they had to cut the baby out again, that implies, and that's why I asked Kaiser, because she was studied, when does the beginning of feeling happen for the fetus? Because if the fetus didn't suffer, then the karma's not so heavy. But if the fetus suffered, that's heavy. I mean, because a person suffers if you harm them. You understand what I'm saying? There's many factors that are involved in the karma we create. So we have to try and look at it as clearly as we can, you know, that's all. And then we make our decisions, you know. What's your other question? You had another, not you did, darling, she did. You had another question. You had another question about this? No. Okay, good, all right. Okay, we've got to go home soon, yeah. Dark anyway, so. Any more questions before we finish? Yeah, go, sweetie. Go.
You mentioned that this 4R. Can you explain a little bit more reliance?
Refuge on the Buddha.
Refuge, I understand.
And the second one is
remedy.
Compassion.
I think
compassion. The second one is compassion for others. And why it's called reliance.
Oh,
number
sorry,
one is
I misunderstood.
Number one is regret.
Regret.
Number
refuge.
2 is reliance. No, number 2 is reliance, and there are 2 parts.
Oh, yeah, reliance.
Reliance. It means to rely upon somebody, to depend upon someone.
Okay,
if I'm sick, I rely upon a doctor. So here, reliance is a general term, and the first part of reliance is where I take refuge in the Buddha, and he's my doctor. I rely upon him. But the second part is now they say in Tibetan, you rely upon sentient beings, meaning I now want to cultivate compassion. So I need suffering sentient beings to have compassion, don't I? If there aren't any ever suffering sentient beings, how can I get compassion? So they say you rely upon sentient beings. It's an odd way to put it. But the second step is refuge in the Buddha, and then compassion for those you've harmed. That's all. The third one is the remedy. The fourth is the determination to change. Do you understand?
Thank you.
So, are you coming back tomorrow then? You come back tomorrow? Yeah. So you can ask your question tomorrow. Good, darling. Well done.
And
so we finish.
Venerable, I just wanted to say there's been some
questions online.
But
we'll... Give to me. Yeah. No, please. They've been waiting. Just a few more minutes? You okay? All right. In English?
Yes.
Please, could you talk about the Buddhist perspective? I can, about dreams. Sweetie Pie, if you're going to listen, Kellyanne, if you're going to listen tomorrow, I'll talk about it then. Another person. Thoughts come out of nowhere as we watch and are mindful of them. How do we discern which thought to get involved and to let go? Darling, it's all a question of skill. If you're playing the piano and you've only just begun to learn it, you don't have much discrimination. You just have to follow simple instructions. But as you get more sophisticated in piano, you know which notes to play and which notes not to play because your knowledge is deeper. It's exactly the same here. It's a question of your degree of knowledge about your mind. But we've got to start simple, you know. It's a question of degree of knowledge. What's this word here? Since. Oh, okay. Since all thoughts pull us in. Yeah, all thoughts do pull us in. You're absolutely right. But one, generally speaking, you want to say, if you make this distinction between neurotic, deluded thoughts and virtuous, valid thoughts, the more valid thoughts, the better. There's this nihilistic view about meditation that you're supposed to get rid of thoughts. Excuse me. Sorry. The Dalai Lama, or you shouldn't be fast or something. The Dalai Lama talks so fast you can't believe it. It means you must have a lot of thoughts. But they're positive thoughts, so go for it. As many positive thoughts as you like. It's the neurotic thoughts that are the problem. They all do pull us in, yes. So the ones not to entertain, if you're really advanced, is the negative ones, and the ones to entertain is the good ones. We'll discuss more tomorrow, okay? That's it. Thank you, people, very much. So we do our little prayer. Thinking, here we've been all day. Thinking, listening, analysing, me too. All this stuff, discussing. We've sown all these seeds. There's not a single moment we haven't sown seeds. And we think how marvellous all these seeds we've planted. So may we nourish these seeds with our efforts from this second, our practice, our wish to be a better person, all the stuff we're doing. How fantastic. So that they do ripen eventually in the development of our amazing potential to be a benefit to others. How fantastic. Be very delighted with that. Gewa di nyuru dag lama sangye drubgyone drowa chikyang marupa dei sala gopa shog jangchob semchog rinpoche ma ke panam ke gyuchig ke panyampa me payang gong ne gong du kalva shog. Okie doke. Thank you. Very much. Okay, let's go. I'll take my water. My iPad.